One of the things that amazes me about many of my guests on the show is the boundless energy they have. They love working, they are always working, they get so much done. Now, this is not surprising because there's a selection effect to this. I only invite people whose life and work I admire to begin with. But what they have in common is not just the energy. Energy is great, but what do you do with it? How do you do it? What are the qualities you need along with it? Over time, I've realized that curiosity and empathy are essential for us to live complete lives. And sometimes, when those don't come naturally to us, it is good to be intentional about them. For my guest today, though, all these qualities came naturally. He has endless reserves of energy and curiosity and empathy, which explains why he has excelled as a journalist and then as a human rights warrior and then an author and columnist and thinker and parent. In many ways, this is the model life.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Salil Tripathi, an old friend who has been a journalist since the 1970s, has been in human rights for over 25 years, and has written great books I love, including his latest, The Gujaratis, a portrait of a community. The first avatar of Salil I knew was maybe 18 years ago when he was a columnist, and I was amazed that he could write multiple columns a week across subjects as varied as politics, economics, society, and travel. And all of them were bloody good. He then wrote The Colonel Who Would Not Repent, a wonderful book on what happened in Bangladesh in 1971, filled with heartbreaking stories told with great sensitivity. The Gujaratis is a book you should gift every Gujarati you know. It takes a magisterial sweep through the history of the Gujaratis and what it means to be one, and it does so with a delightful personal touch and many human stories. I love the book. I love this man. I love this conversation. Listen in. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees, 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Uplevel yourself. Salil, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, it's such a delight to do this because you're an old friend. Actually, if you remember, a few years ago, we did a scratch version of exactly this episode.
Yes.
Because you were planning your book then. And I said, let's do an episode about your forthcoming book. And we recorded it. And it was at times where it was really, the show was really short. So it was 1 or 2 hours. And thankfully, you said at the time that, no, I think let's wait for the book to come out and we'll record again then. And the reason I say thankfully is that this gives me the chance to do a much greater deep dive into your life and your work and so on and so forth. First of all, I want to ask you about, something you just mentioned before we started recording, the great villain in your life whose name rhymes with Narendra. So,
Oh, yes.
Tell me about
Yeah,
that.
it's coriander. I mean, I hate the smell, the taste. I like the color. I have no problem with the color, but it's the fresh part that I can't deal with. And when it's cooked in curry, when it's Thai food, Burmese food, sometimes Indonesian food, certainly Indian and Mexican food, it's a problem. And I hate cilantro clubs on Facebook, and I'm a card-carrying member, and I shout about it from the rooftops so often and so regularly, and that it ensures one thing, that anybody who knows me a little bit. When they want to invite me, they know what not to put in my food. And but I'm, unlike the Prime Minister of India who says "na khaunga, na khane dunga," which means I won't eat and I won't let you eat. I'm slightly Gandhian in the sense that "na khaunga, aapko khane dunga." I won't eat, but you may eat it. Yeah,
We are tolerant of everything else, but we will be intolerant of Coriander Modi. Uh,
absolutely.
and I'm just thinking aloud and thinking that there's a sort of larger metaphor in this also, because this is actually a common condition in the sense that it's something genetic, that to a certain percentage of people, if I'm not mistaken, coriander kind of tastes like soap and it's just horrible and they can't stand it. Everybody else doesn't get it. Everybody else is like, what the hell is wrong
You're
with
being
you?
fussy, yeah,
Huh.
because it's not an allergy. It doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
And that you're basically saying, I don't like the taste. And people say, why? But my dad was like that.
Mm,
When he ordered bhel at Chopati, he always said, bin kanda mitha chutney.
mm.
That no onions and extra mitha chutney. And everybody said, why can't you deal with onions? But my son can't deal with onions, raw onions. And I have another friend, she can't deal with cinnamon. So we all have our pet hatreds. And interestingly, once I was in Gujarat while researching at a restaurant, and the lady who was with me, she told the head waiter that, हमने कोथमीर नहीं जोई he doesn't like coriander. And the man was very nice because Gujaratis are such food fetishes that they don't want this on this day. He said, "ये तो जे नियम होय हमें पाले शु." Whatever rule he has, we will obey, is what he told me. Yeah.
Beautiful. And the intolerance that some people, thankfully, unlike your, not your, Gujarati gentleman there, but unfortunately, that attitude that a lot of people have that they simply don't get it is true of everything else. That, people consider their truth to be the truth. I
Yeah.
look at the world in this way. Coriander is a nice, pleasant thing. If I don't like something in some food, I eat it anyway. Why is this man complaining? Right? Even though for you there's nothing you can do, it's just genetic. Your truth is completely different. And that's a metaphor I was alluding to, that we are stuck in a version of the world in our heads. And it takes so much intentional effort almost, and to beat your conditioning and to, be open to other people's
And it's
points of view.
important to have acceptance of multiple realities, and that's what's been changing in a sense. So when I was initially going to write the book, I thought I'll start with the metaphorical train journey, where if you have a Gujarati neighbor or a passenger with you, by the time you reach Palghar or Dahisar or something like that from Bombay Central, they will offer you thepla and chundo because they are eating it. But they will be very hesitant about eating what you are eating because they don't know your religion, your caste, your creed, and all that. Then, extending it further, if you want to be a tenant in their society, they will have rules to the extent that at some point they will insist that only certain things can be eaten and eggs can't be brought in and Zomato can't deliver chicken biryani. So I think it's an extension, and it is the great translator and academic Rita Kothari who pointed out that yes, we are very generous in giving, but then we set our rules and then we expect others to comply. And that transformation is what intrigues me about what has happened to Gujaratis.
In fact, you've got a lovely anecdote in your book about how, you're on a train like that as a kid, and this woman asks you, like, what is your name? And you say Salil, and then she says, no, but,
Tamekeva.
Tamekeva. And then your mother, who is there, says that we are Hindu because she assumes that is what she wants to know. But this woman wants to know more. She wants to kind of dig a little deeper. Is it okay for her to share a food with you, etc., etc.? And I love the way you ended that anecdote by saying, we got off that train long ago. She is still there.
Yeah, but that's the way it is, very much so. I mean, people still want to know, Salil, is that not a Muslim name? Now, that was very common in my case when I was a child. Now, of course, there are many Salils. I mean, in my time, it was only Salil Chaudhary, but now we have the Salil Ankola, the cricketer, and there are many other. There was, I think, Infosys CEO is also Salil Parekh or Mehta or something like that. So anyway, there's a lot more of Salils around. So it's the acceptance is a lot more, and understanding that it's actually a Sanskrit word. I don't call it a Bengali name, although it's more prevalent there. But it is a Sanskrit word, and nor do I call it a Hindu name because names come from languages, not from religions.
And you were, of course, named after Salil Chaudhary. Your parents were Banglophiles, as you call it. And we'll come to your childhood later. But I want to ask you a broader question here. The thought of that woman and that beautiful sentence about she is still on that train got me to thinking about something that worries me. On the one hand, in your book, you have sort of spoken about how divisions have deepened in the last 13 years, and they've hardened, and people take more extreme positions. And at one point, you quote, I think in the epilogue, you quote the person you're speaking about as, saying that, I forget the exact words, but the divisions that have been deepened over the last 30 years by the political parties or whatever. So there is sort of one implication there that things were once fine, we were tolerant, we were okay, and now we are not. And this is, the top down brainwashing of a particular political party. The other view, and I used to hold this first view, but the other view which I have become more sympathetic to, and I started thinking about it and reading about it seriously really after reading Akshay Mukul's great book on the Gita Press, is that our society has always been deeply fractured. You and I think in different ways were the fringe. We were part of this elite which believed that default vision in our heads of we are secular, we are tolerant, we are a great khichdi, which is of course true also. But we thought that was a default, and it's an awakening to realize it is not that default. And it is also my sense that maybe today politics has caught up with society, but our society was always like this, that woman was always on the train.
Yeah.
There were many others like her always on that train. And what is, through the span of all these decades, what is your sense of this? Like, which of these would you, consider closer to the truth?
The four parts to the question, the fantastic question. And I mean, I know we might glibly want to say, yes, that's the train, that is the prevailing train. But I have seen incredible acts of humanity among common people, Muslims living next to Hindus and all that, and not just in Gujarat, all over India. So that makes me pause and think that were Gandhi and Nehru the aberrations, or they really understood something, and it's the other view about, one nation, one God, one election, one popcorn, whichever way you might look at it, that unifying part. Because Morarji Desai is someone I had interviewed when the Babri Masjid movement was just starting, 89, 90. And Morarji said that, we always had many gods and many faiths and many approaches to religion. And what the BJP is trying to do is to create us like an Abrahamic faith with one book, Ramayana, one place, Ayodhya, and one God, Ram. And we are not like that. And I thought that stayed with me, and I've used it often in my writing. But just to place the complexities further, I mean, one of the epigraphs in my final section, the epigraph is Madhav Singh Solanki, the famous Gujarat politician who was the chief minister 3 times. And he told me, because I traveled through Gujarat in 1986, and this was soon after lots of violence. And I asked him that, why is this going on? And his response was very interesting, that we are the land of Gandhi. How could this happen? And his reply was very good. He said, आपने तो हमेशा हिंसक था, अपने शांत करवा अपने महात्मा की जरूर पड़ी. We were always violent. To calm us down, we needed a Gandhi. And that was an interesting part. A parallel to that is that my first proper job after my master's, when I came back to India from the US, was with a newspaper called Indian Post, which was edited by the great Nihal Singh. And at that time, Maharashtra legislature, Vidhan Sabha, had a politician called Jambuvant Rao Dote, who was he would get very angry. And he was known to have thrown these stone paperweights at the speaker, and missing him, but throwing paperweights. And he did it one more time, and then he was suspended. So at the editorial meeting the next day, I said, this is disaster. How can this happen? So Nihal Singh smiled at me. He said, that is the real India. That, when you can't win an argument, you pick up the stone and hit it. And so that argument essentially implies that we are a volatile people who might run amok, to use a Malay word about, going mad. And we needed Gandhi and Nehru to give us the veneer of Western sophistication, and Gandhi to remind us of our roots and being peaceful and calm and so on. But where I wonder and where I have hopes is the story I end with my chapter on Asmita, where there is this Ravi Shankar Maharaj, who was a very famous Gujarati reformer, who goes seeking land, because this is a Bhudan movement and they want to collect land from people. And a woman comes to him and says that I have so many goats, and can you take some bakari or goats? So he takes a few. Then she follows him and says, actually I have 2 rooms, and can I give 1 room to you? So, I mean, Ravi Shankar was really touched, because this woman was very, very poor. So he said, is there anybody in this village who doesn't have a house? She said that there's a man who's a Ravanya. Now, Ravanya is one of the denotified tribes who are basically homeless, and they live under the tree. So he asked him that, why don't you have a house? Why haven't you built a house? So the Ravanya says that nobody gives me land. So that if she gives you this room, will you take it? He said, yes. And she said, but it's your responsibility to look after and clean that. So this woman says, no, I don't want him to do anything. I want it in writing that after I die, no one will take away his place. I have an extra room. I'm going to give it to him. And there was no caste equality between them. She was different. She was also probably from one of the oppressed classes or castes. But Ravanya was out of beyond the pale, to use a terrible Irish phrase. But she did that. So there is a lot of that common humanity that you do see. So, I mean, everyone says that India is a nation of contrast. So there are these two ideas coexisting, and sometimes a wild side comes out, as with this woman who wanted to know who I was and track me down. And there's, of course, the other side, which is tolerant, welcoming, and accepting. Because I have a chapter called Reasons for Hope, where I talk about Hindus, even BJP politicians, who go out of the way to save Muslim lives, which during the post 2002 post Godhra pogrom that took place. So, I mean, it's complicated, and generalizations become incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, as Joan Robinson said, whatever you say of India, the opposite is also true.
Yeah.
So that kind of applies here. And you've got this resonant phrase in your book, in your 17th chapter, where you're talking about the Muslims of Gujarat, and we'll double click on that later. But the particular phrase is where you talk about how imagination is replacing memory, right? And I was really struck by that, because what is our memory? If there is something as a collective memory, what we remember of the past is really a narrative that, in a sense, has been spun and sold to us, and there can be different competing narratives, and then there is a question of which one appeals to us and why, right? And you have sort of in your book beautifully delineated the three dominant narratives that could have given Gujaratis a sense of who they are and what they stand for. One is from your great great grandfather's cousin's, Govardhan Das Tripathi's book, Saraswati Chandra. Another comes from Mahatma Gandhi himself, and the third comes from K.M. Munshi and the sort of historical fiction that he wrote. And it is your lament and mine that it is the Munshi version which have survived, which, to simplify it for for the listeners, is really this glorious. There used to be a glorious past, and invaders came, and now we got to stand up and we got to fight the other, and we got to find the outsiders, and that has been dominant. How do people think of themselves? Where do those narratives kind of come from? If none of these three narratives existed, how would Gujarati see themselves? What is Gujarat? What would Gujarat be? And you've had many kind of detailed chapters about this, so I don't want to.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I mean, what kind of a shape Gujarat would have had if Morarji Desai had prevailed in making Bombay a union territory and take it out completely? And so then you have Maharashtra, with Nagpur probably becoming part of a Vidarbha state, and Saurashtra could have been reunited with the 350 princelis. Kutch would have been different, and there would be the rump Gujarat left. I mean, that is entirely feasible and possible. There's no particular rational reason why the map is designed the way it is. If you look at common culture, there are differences between the Kutchis and the Kathiawardis, the people in Saurashtra. And even within the Gujarat belt, the so-called neck and the spine, there's a difference between the tribal communities, the Adivasis and Bhils, and the Patels and the dominant caste and all that. What has happened is that the 5% of Gujaratis, which are made up by the Jains and Brahmins and upper caste, they've created the narrative about who we are, which is the vegetarian, non-violent, enterprising, happy-go-lucky, and so on, which is all true, but it's also true of the Muslims. They may not be vegetarians. And just as there are non-vegetarian upper caste Gujaratis and probably non-vegetarian Jains. If you go to Juhapura in Ahmedabad, which is the so-called Pakistan, as they call it, the Muslim area, you will find very nice BMWs there at night with Jain people coming out and eating kebabs, and then they will, of course, eat a pan, so that when they go home, the rest of the family would not know what they were doing. So that the ability to do that is very much part of that narrative. So what Munshi essentially did was that, there was this book by A.L. Basham called The Wonder That Was India, the Indian civilization before the invasion of Islam. Now, if you just read the title in the Twitter age, you would think that this is a book that glorifies Hindutva or Actually, what he talks about the wonder is in the architectural sense of the term. And he doesn't say that Muslims tore down temples. I mean, Hindu kings have done the same too. And Jain Hindus have done too, Buddhist monasteries and so on. So it's not something that's out of question. But so what he does is that Munshi comes up with this famous essay called Gujarati Asmita, Asmita being identity. And its original meaning, of course, as I go in the chapter, is self-awareness. But from that, it becomes pride. From pride, it becomes arrogance. From that, it leads to bigotry. And that's the trajectory I've spoken about. So, but Munshi presents as if all the Muslims came on horses and, destroyed temples and raped women and stole everything. But if you really look at it, when Somnath happened, there were mosques on the Saurashtra coast which precede Somnath by 300 or 400 years, built by traders who had come from the Middle East, because the trade across Arabian Sea had been going on, and none of them was touched in retaliation. Because the Gujarati in that time, or Kathiawadi in that time, could tell the difference between the invader and the settler who was friendly. And that is the one to build our hopes on. That's the one that Gandhi believed in, because Somnath, Porbandar, they are all nearby, and even so is Junagadh, where Bhutto's family was, and even Jinnah was born in the same region. So Saurashtra is a very fecund region with all these stories. So you have Gandhi. Whereas what Saraswati Chandra, what my great-great-grandfather's cousin wrote, Govardhan Ram Tripathi, was essentially a story. It's an urban response to this crisis, because Saraswati Chandra is actually very urbanized youth. It's as much a novel about Nadia as it's about Bombay, because the mind was shaped by Elphinstone College of all these people, Narmad and Govardhan Ram and all of them. And it has a far greater impact on modernizing Gujarati thinking than what is claimed by the town of Nadia, which is my ancestral place, if you were to call it. And Govardhan Ram's basic point was that, you have to be useful to the society. And he comes up with this idea of Kalyanagram, the ideal village, which is among the ideas that Gandhi was inspired by. I'm not saying it was the only one, for the ashrams that he sets up in South Africa. So in a way, the stories are interwoven, and even Munshi, who creates this story, and again, maybe I'm seeing it with the rose-tinted glasses here, but if Munshi were alive today, he would be aghast by what has become. Because while he was with the Congress, then he goes to Swatantra, then he does join the Jansangh. But that old Jansanghi would be out of place in today's BJP. Any old Jansanghi, look at Arun Shourie and Jaswant Singh, and you'll find that kind of a narrative. So Munshi was, after all, the drafter of the same constitution, which now, people want to amend, because he was part of Ambedkar's writing, because he was a very fine lawyer.
In fact, his interventions in the constitutional debates are outstanding, so principled and coherent.
Yeah. So Munshi was a very, very special, and I believe someone is writing a biography soon. Ram Guha is commissioned, and I look forward to it, because he's a very complex man. The year he's writing that, Gujarati Asmita, he also writes, I follow the Mahatma. I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah, I did a recent episode with Devdutt Patnaik, my longest episode, 12-hour episode. And in his latest book about Harappa, I like the twist he gave to the term ahimsa, where he said that ahimsa is basically trade. Right? He claims that the Harappans privileged the trader over the raider, in his words, and that trade is the original form of ahimsa, because it is, two consenting adults are doing a voluntary interaction. And I love that definition. And I'm also thinking that when I think of, those two rhyming words, trader and raider, that, a lot of the Muslims being in Gujarat as they were would have been through trade, because as you point out at depth in your book, and a lot of this I didn't know, that, they were just trading wildly to Africa and across the seas. And, long before colonialism happened, we were a vibrant trading nation. Gujarat was full of ports, some of them now run down, some of them still thriving. And therefore, a lot of the richness in the culture is because of trade. But then to now retrospectively look back and blame it all on raiders, and that too often with scant evidence, is kind of a great sort of tragedy. But here's my other...
That's where the imagination takes over from memory.
Yeah.
And, one of the things Romila Thapar writes in her Somnath book is that we take for granted the narratives that have come from Arabian and Persian and other languages, but those were written by, like, the Rajkavis of that time. Those were courtiers and court-appointed writers, and they were meant to make the Sultan feel good. So they are all praising. It's like the victors writing the story. Kartika Nair's Until the Lions Write Their History, that famous book that she has written. It's a bit like Until the Lions write their own history, we'll only know what the hunter wrote. And that's the African proverb. And it's a bit like that we haven't seen contemporary accounts written by Gujarati Bhatsancharan. They are basically repeating the stories that they have read elsewhere. And so that narrative has gained ground.
And they're repeating 200, 300 years later as well. Like one anecdote I was struck by where you quoted Romila Thapar writing about Somnath is that the sort of the Turco-Persian accounts of that period spoke about how the invaders would crush the lingas, the sacred lingas, and feed it to the unwitting Hindu Brahmins in their pan.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit of triumphalism. And I'm reading that and I'm thinking that one, this is obviously fiction. It's complete nonsense. And I related it to something that, Manu Pillai describes at great length in his latest book, and he did an episode with me, where a lot of the early Jesuits and missionaries in India, when they were sending stories back of what's going on, were exaggerating wildly. There was, in fact, an incentive to come up with the most clickbaity, most shocking kind of story. Much of it was fiction. Someone like James Mill, who never visited India, wrote his entire book based on such fiction, which is why it's such nonsense. And the moment you account for that you have to hugely discount the most triumphalist and clickbaity kind of stuff, you realize that we really don't know. Except that, another point that you bring up in that chapter of the Somnath period is that the local people did not express any anger against the existing Muslim traders around
Absolutely.
them. Because it wasn't as if Muslims are bad. It was that these freaking invaders are bad.
Correct. Absolutely. And the failure to make that distinction is the failure of liberal seculars in India. I mean, failure to convince others of that distinction, and the obliteration of that distinction and equation of all Muslims as a monolith is the success of the Hindutva movement.
I actually want to understand that failure and not blame it completely on the liberals. So I think in India, liberals have massively failed by trying to impose their values in a top-down way and not doing that not making the effort to change culture from the bottom up, which is the only way it really can be done. But it's not just the liberals' failure. It is also, I think, something essential to do with the narratives themselves. Like when I look at these three narratives, Govardhan Ram Tripathi, I look at Gandhi, I look at, Munshi, and I'm thinking that Munshi's narrative is almost bound to win because it is a kind of simplistic narrative that appeals to us. It makes these simplistic distinctions of us versus the other. There is a hero and there is villain. There is black and white. There is action to be taken.
There is binary. And the Fintan O'Toole wrote that wonderful book about Brexit called Heroic Failure, where it says that, how Brits always ultimately win, but they want to see themselves as losers and failures. So, they won the Second World War, but they think, and they see European Union, which is for their benefit, as a sign of weakness and failure. So there is that part to it, that while Siddharaj Jaisingh and the Chawdas ultimately, the empire collapses. Karan Gelo is all about that. But there is a sense of nostalgic heroism in that failure, in the way we see it, that if Muslims hadn't come and if they hadn't invaded and if they hadn't been perfidious and if they hadn't taken help from the sultans of Delhi, we would have still had the Solanki Yug and the Chalukya age still prevailing. That's the story that people have come. And the other part of that, that basically convinces them that we need to go back to that. And I think Rita Kothari put it very well about looking at the whole rule of Munjal, who was a chief minister in that time, who was Jain. And, then looking at the Banya Jain heritage of Amit Shah, about, in a way, not to try to, just to explain his behavior, that Munjal tells Kak and other soldiers that you go to Gujarats near abroad and make sure that they become, not that they have become part of us, but they can be absorbed and accepted with some ease. And I think that's a very interesting way of looking at it, that they don't want to tame them, but it's almost like trying to make them into part of the culture, but knowing their place in the society.
That's actually fascinating. The comparison is fascinating because Amit Shah in modern times, Amit Shah in modern times is trying to do exactly that by consolidating the Hindu vote and the way he. But we can come to that later. But I want to double click on that question of why does one particular kind of narrative appeal more than the other, and what are the consequences of that? Because the Gandhian narrative, non-violence and peace and all that, I always think of Gandhi as being a black swan event within the freedom movement. There's no coherent sense. You have the moderates, you have the extremists, and then you have this one man come up who is just takes everything in a different direction and manages to mobilize the masses at the same time, and it's outstanding. But his influences, even though you have, of course, you and I've done episodes with Ram Guha on Gandhi, and there is an influence of that Jan monk early in his life, and he does bring up the Gita later. But actually, number one, he's very ill read. He's reading Tolstoy and Ruskin and all of that, but he's pretty ill read. And at one point, when he's asked, why don't you read more books? He says that, I'm experiencing the world. That's all I need to do. Whereas if you look at the other great leaders whom Gandhi himself admired, like Gokhale and Agarkar and
They're
Nauroji and all of
scholars.
that, they were scholars. They were reading Mill and Bentham and all that. He wasn't. He was,
People around him. Azad was a scholar.
yeah.
Nehru was a scholar.
Exactly, and he wasn't, and so much so that Naipaul at one point calls Gandhi the least Indian of the Indian freedom fighters,
Mm.
which is really interesting, and which makes me wonder that okay, here is a towering figure, almost a great man in history. I mean, this is someone you can look at and say that there was no prevailing trend that happened to coalesce around this guy. This guy was really different, and if he wasn't there, history could have been different. But is it fundamentally Gujarati? Is it coming? Like, are these strains there in that Gujarati culture? Like, of course, some of them would be there in Jain non-violence. But again, something I learned from Manu's great book on Hinduism is that the Jains also were slaughtering people in their time when the internecine wars were happening in the Middle Years. So, almost two questions, and they're actually two separate questions. So, I'm sorry for that. But one is that is it the case that, as I have come to believe, that one kind of narrative which is simplistic and has binaries will always appeal more to the people, and the other is that Munshi narrative is possibly not just natural to Gujaratis but natural to humanity
Yeah.
because we are tribalistic, and the Gandhi thing, it's for something like the Gandhian view to prevail in every generation, you need eternal vigilance and you need a Gandhi in every generation. Otherwise, it is, of course, bound to die out. So, what is your sense?
Yes and no, because let's look at contemporary Gandhi-like figure. One is Ibrahim Rugova in Bosnia. Then you have someone like Mandela, who's equated as, although Mandela was a revolutionary, he did believe in violence. Before 2011, it was Aung San Suu Kyi. I mean, once she got power, she showed us a completely different side. When people warned me, I've been to Myanmar often and I met her a few times, and people warned me that, she's like an Indian upper caste or dominant caste elite who has a very patronizing view of the society. And now it's all true, now that we look at it. And the fourth is Václav Havel. Yeah. I mean, these are the kind of people, if we were to look at it, I mean, they did in their own way ultimately prevail. So all I'm saying is that, if you try to cast a so-called lone furrow, and if you want to be honest, peaceful, non-violent, and with flaws. I mean, Gandhi was hardly a man without flaws. He had his flaws. The difference is that his is the only autobiography where he actually admits to his mistakes and says how he tries to improve himself. I mean, I learned it most strikingly in the context of his relationship with the Black African community, because radical blacks want to tear down his statues. And, one of the beauties is that he is the only leader in India today who you can abuse and tear down the statue and no one will come to beat you up.
That's a great point.
Right? You do that to Bal Thackeray, you do that to Modi, you do that to Vajpayee, you do that to Netaji Bose, and you'll have people trying to tear you limb to limb. But you can abuse him tomorrow and nothing happens to you because it's fine, because the genuine Gandhian doesn't want to, take it, because they know that, he's beyond the slingshots of today's Twitter trolls. So I mean, there are people who keep sending messages saying Muhammad Gandhi. They don't call him Mohandas Gandhi. Fine, he wouldn't be bothered with that. So I think that yes, they are rare, but I don't think they're as rare as we make it out to be. It's just that the Gandhians in Gujarat turned into two types of people. There were those who only played the charkha and said we are all bhaiyo and beno, and they didn't know how to deal with they didn't understand the feminist narrative, the Dalit narrative, and any other narrative, and therefore they were caught. But then if you look at people like Narayan Desai and Darshak and Thakkar Bapa and people who actually went out of and my dad's uncle Indulal Yagnik, who started the Maha Gujarat movement. When you look at people like that, they were able to cut through the chase. They were not sitting in the ashram in Ahmedabad, but they went and set up schools. And I mean, and I'm only beginning to learn that kind of rural. And if you look at the votes in, everyone says BJP incredibly popular. And it, of course, since 1995 till now, almost 30 years, they've been out of power in Gujarat for only a year and a half or something like that. But if you look at votes cast, rural Gujarat versus urban, there's a big difference. It's always, I mean, BJP never does really well in rural Gujarat. And last election was one exception. And so I think there is something that his ethos does matter. I mean, and when you mentioned that Gandhi was not a very well-read man, which is true, but the beauty is he was a great writer. I mean, great is in the sense voluminous writer, 99 volumes. The other thing is his education really comes when he comes back from South Africa and Gokhale tells him to see the country, and he spends almost a year and a half traveling by train everywhere in India. And in the Attenborough film, there's a small scene about it, but it's very interesting how he decided that he will keep aside all the Upanishads and Vedas and all that, and not try to come up with a top down. He wanted to listen to the voices on the ground and create his vision of what Indian, which is why I think Ram Gua in his first book on Gandhi actually raises this question that, in a time when people were not literate, there was no All India radio and no internet, when he was able to send one message which went to all across India. Why? Because he knew what those people wanted to hear, probably. He was a great communicator. And I think those are the kind of skills we don't have. So completely, and as an aside, when my friend Meera Sanyal, who you knew, when she gave up ABN AMRO Bank to become a politician, and of course, her career became short-lived because she tragically died early. But the interesting thing I found was that, when she told me on the phone that I'm doing this, and the first thing I'm going to do is to travel around the country and meet people. And I said, why? He said, Gandhi learned India that way, and I have to learn India before I try to become a politician. Now, I'm not at all equating the two. Don't get me wrong. And, I mean, I was very fond of her. I am very fond of her. So, but I'm not trying to make her into Mahatma. But I think she got something right, that she didn't come with the top-down approach that, I went to Harvard, I went to INSEAD, I know what's to be done, the one with the magic key. And I think more the people who get into the political scene accept that. And to the credit of RSS, in a way, that's one thing they understand, that they, I mean, do go to the interior in a way like the missionaries do and so on, and do try to understand. Of course, then they want to proselytize to their own viewpoint, which is a different thing. Gandhi's view is different, that he understands the dilemmas and come back. And another person like that is in my book is Ganesh Devi, who goes and itemizes the languages and hears them. I mean, he's not a politician, he's an academic, but what he has to say about India has greater resonance than the Khan Market crowd or the Samovar crowd, if I were to use that phrase. Although Samovar has gone from Bombay, but if you see what I mean.
I did an episode on my YouTube show with Ajay Shah recently called Objects from Our Past, where we looked at objects from our past which no longer you won't see them so commonly. And one of the things that we lamented there was the fact that no one writes letters anymore. That if you look at all the leaders of today, they'll be at the most sending like WhatsApp message or giving verbal instruction.
A long email.
Yeah. And writing is super important, because writing is how you are shaping yourself and discovering yourself. So the point that you make about Gandhi's 99 volumes is actually an incredibly important point to understand the man, that he was always examining himself and thinking. You look at other people who contain multitudes, like Ambedkar has some 60 volumes, right? So you look at figures like Gandhi and Ambedkar, and practically any figure, they all contain multitudes. So it is very simplistic and stupid to point to one attitude at one point in time, like how Gandhi felt about blacks in his early years in South Africa, for example, because he did change his mind later, and he's documented that changing of his mind.
It's there I've shown it how it is. I mean, everyone blames Gandhi for calling Africans noble savages in a speech, but it's a speech in 1909 or 1915 and 1913 in England, where he's speaking to either Oxford or Cambridge. I mean, I can't remember it exactly where. And he says, we call them noble savages, but let me tell you, savages are not, noble they are. That's the full quote. And it's when you cut out the second part of the quote,
it's a classic Twitter thing you've taken.
It's a classic Twitter thing, absolutely,
yeah.
And that's one thing that I've noticed about how you can take something out of context and pretend. And when or you talk about Gandhi and his experiments, for want of a better word, with Manu Ben, 11 days out of his life, and yet if you look at some of the critics, they will call him a lifelong pedophile, as though he was every night And it's again a very complicated story. And Trilip Surud has just translated the second volume of Manuben's diary, which I have not read.
Mm.
But those who have read it, they said you'll get a completely different picture.
Yeah, I mean that I've never been able to reconcile. But here's an interesting conversation had with Ram Guha. In fact, on the show itself in an early episode, where I asked him this question. I quoted passages from Hind Swaraj, which was written in 1913 when he was coming back from on one of his sea voyages, and it is actually an incredibly bizarrely incoherent book. Right?
Yeah.
He rails against railways and says railways spread sin. He rails against doctors. He rails against lawyers. And my question to Ram was that all of these things he obviously gets wrong. But the one big thing that mattered, which is satyagraha, non-violent resistance, he gets right. Why is that? And Ram's answer, I think, is beautiful, and I think about it often. His answer was that that was the only thing Gandhi had experienced out of all of these viscerally. Right? That he had actually done the satyagraha, he had walked down the path. Interestingly, all his satyagrahas kind of failed in their proximate aim. Maybe the last South Africa one was half successful as a compromise, but they all failed in their proximate aim, but they did something much larger. But he got that right because he was learning by doing, and what he did not do, he could not have learned. And here I think of, two separate things. One is, and I think I discussed this with Shruti Kapila in my episode with her, where her point was that, when you are looking at thinkers of that time, Indian political thinkers or political philosophers, there are none, and it is foolish to look at people's writings to see how coherent they are, because these are people whose philosophies were expressed through their actions over extended periods of time. And I find that a really interesting way of thinking about it. But the other way of thinking about, this experiential way of the world, like that 1 year journey he does to India, and Gokhale actually died a month after telling him that. And as a tribute to Gokhale, for some reason, Gandhi went barefoot, if you remember, for the rest of the trip, which I never really understood. But the counterpoint to this experiential view is that it comes from a story a friend of Narendra Modi once told me about him, or Coriander Modi, as it were. And this was a story that he related when he was CM of Gujarat. And he spoke about his childhood, that once his mother was very ill and she was lying in bed, and he went to turn on the fan for her because she was feeling hot. And he put the switch on, and no fan moved because there was no electricity. And her point was that Modi learns about the world in experiential way. He learns there is no electricity. He walks on the bad roads. So when he becomes CM of Gujarat, he's electrifying every village. He's getting all of that. But the drawback to learning about the world in only experiential ways is that there are some things that cannot teach you. Like, for example, how markets work, spontaneous order, the positive sumness of things. Those are things that you do not get from experience, because your experience in a time of scarcity might well be a zero-sum way. So it is kind of
and at a very crude level, I mean, I completely agree with you. It's a whole notion of privilege, when so many people, where I spoke to about, I was speaking to a bunch of Gujarati readers in Bangalore recently, and they said, we don't discriminate against Dalits. There's no discrimination against Dalits in Gujarat. With great, because so I said that how many of you have Dalit friends, and none had any. Right. And what I didn't do, but I was staying with a friend of mine for one night before I flew back. And she's a professor. And she told me that, but look, I do the same experiment when I ask my class students, and everybody's privileged and dominant caste. Is there casteism there in your house? They said, no, we don't do that. We believe in everything. So they said, how many of you have separate plates and cups for your servants and maids and drivers and cook? And every hand went up. Almost every hand went up. Another example which I have in the book is of Kirti Menon. She's a great-granddaughter of Gandhi. She lives in South Africa, and she's an academic. She's a friend of mine. I've stayed with her whenever I've gone to Johannesburg. And she says the story that she had a garden party in her house, and they have a black housekeeper, and there were about 20 guests, including a leading Indian official. I'll leave it at that. And the lady who's the housekeeper joined them on the dining table to eat with them. And this official said, is this common? Can she eat with us at this table? And so she said, that didn't my great-grandfather teach you anything? Was what Kirti replied, as abruptly. And she said later she felt bad, to treat the guest badly. But she said that message had to be given out. And I thought that was very instructive, the way So I think that that whole notion of privilege kicks in here, and that privilege is completely lost. And that's why you have people still living in the myth in their mind that any doctor who's a Dalit has only got 35% of the marks and gone in. Today, the margin is like 5 or 6% between them. And in some, a lot of Dalits are a part of the open category. And so, in a way, the future medical profession would look really much more like India because Dalits are the majority in a way.
Yeah, and this goes back to the coriander thing. It's like if I like coriander, I assume hi, everybody must be liking
Yeah,
coriander. But no, there are places where coriander tastes like soap.
yeah.
And this is like one of them. There's a beautiful poem by Akhil Katyal which speaks
Huh.
exactly to this. I'll read that out. One day when he was about 10 or 12, he asked his mother, "What is my caste?" Some boys in the school were asking. I didn't know what to say. The mother got up in the middle of a supper. Beta, if you don't know it by now, it must be upper. And this is just again
Absolutely.
so absolutely powerful.
It's
And
absolutely true.
Hmm.
Yeah.
We will come back to the question of Dalits and Muslims in Gujarat a little later, but I want to now sort of turn my attention to you and tell me about your childhood. Where were you born? Where did you grow up? And also, what was your sense of your family? Like one sort of like I love the way you've interweaved the personal with this larger narrative within the book. You know, it is almost as if it is your narrative to understand your past as well as the past of Gujarat. So we hear about your great great grandfather, his cousin, and your dad's uncle, and etc. etc. And these are very eminent people. So give me a sense of your childhood, and did you have this sense of the prehistory of your family, as it were, from right from the start? Because I look at someone like myself and I can't really go back more than 2 generations. There is kind of nothing there, and I am of course deracinated in every other way also, but this is there. But for you, one, you are growing up in a household which is a very cultured household. Both your parents are writing, and I'll ask you to speak about them at length as well individually. But also you have this prehistory in your family. So what was your sense of yourself? Tell me about your childhood years. And
Sure. So, yeah, I grew up in a city that was then known as Bombay, which I continue to call that way only because I feel great cities have multiple names. And, it's Geneva and Geneva and Genf and Genobra. So, why can't Bombay be Bombay, Mumbai, Bombay, and Bombay? But anyway, that's an aside. So, I grew up there, and it was a Gujarati family. And when I was a kid, I could have gone either to Cathedral School, where I did have an admission, and to New Era, which is pure Gujarati medium and Gandhian and Tagorian. And I'm glad my parents chose what they did. In terms of being aware of that past, so there was a photograph of Govardhan Ram Tripathi in our house, in our apartment, the familiar photo, which you also see at Kitab Khana, where he's looking at an angle away from you, but you can see his slightly droopy mustache and so on. And I was always told that he wrote the greatest Gujarati novel, Saraswati Chandra, but which, of course, I was too young to read. And it's, I think, when I was 7 or 8, the film came out, the Hindi film, with all those lovely songs, which we did see. And all of us were invited to the opening screening for free because we were part of the family and so on. So one knew that. And once I got a little older, we were told that, oh, we are from Nadiyad, this town, which is known as Sakshar Bhumi, the land of literators. So but all I knew was that, yes, writing and reading and literature are part of the family. But Indulal Yagnik is interesting. I was told that he was a trade union leader and he had married my grandfather's sister. The marriage didn't last long, but we always called him uncle. And he was also a cousin of the man who married my mom's sister. So on both sides, we had a kind of a. And I met him a few times, and he was a humble man with trousers and shirt and Gandhi topi he used to wear. But nobody told me that he led the Maha-Gujarat movement. I found out all that much later when I did my own independent research. So it was not like something we flashed. And I had an uncle who wrote humorous articles, Bakul Tripathi. He was, in a way, like Busy Bee in Gujarati or Art Bookwald in Gujarati. I mean, years and years, he wrote a column called Somvarni Savare, Monday morning, and it was incredibly funny. I mean, he was genuinely a very humorous man. So, but we knew him as Bakul Mama. My mom would say, he's writes and he's very well known. And my mom wrote articles, but they were not, I mean, Okay, few articles in Femina, few in Illustrated Weekly, and lots in Janmabhoomi. And my dad also wrote articles, but they were like, Indian Express, something on productivity improvement and stuff like that. He was a management consultant. He was initially successful. I mean, his clients included Amul and National Dairy Development Board. He was guest lecturer at Bajaj and many places, but he wasn't a successful management consultant, as in, someone like Sharu Rangnikar, who was very popular at that time. This is pre-McKinsey age. So, I mean, his clients were always small and medium-sized companies, never a large company, except I think Mafatlal, he did one. So, I mean, we had a nice apartment, but we were never, but we were just above skating. We didn't own a telephone for a long time. We didn't have a refrigerator. We had a television. Our first TV set came in 1977 or 78, much after Bombay got television in 1971.
This is 1960s, more or less.
I grew up in 1960s, so there was no TV in Bombay till 71 or 72.
Yeah.
But we couldn't afford one till 77 or 78. Refrigerator also comes around that time. We never owned a car. We just couldn't afford one. And my mum, to keep the house going, would work. I mean, she had a degree in sociology and philosophy from Vincent College. So she became a school teacher, then a social worker, then a tourist guide, then a translator of ad copy, which is how she got to meet Kiran Nagarkar and Arun Kolatkar. They would write in English, she would translate that in Gujarati. She would transcribe market research interviews done by other people so that, she could bring in the cash. Then she becomes a very successful tourist guide. And then she realizes that if you are a tourist guide in a foreign language, you get 50 more rupees an assignment. So she becomes a tourist guide in Spanish and German. And towards the end of her life, she became a counselor. So she wore many hats and many parts. And I mean, she brought in the cash. I mean, I used to act in plays, but, even the little amounts I used to get for my plays at the Indian National Theatre would be like 5 rupees or 25 rupees. I would just give the cash to my dad. I would go to All India Radio. I would get 50 rupees. It would go to, I never had a saving pool of my own. It just went to support the household. I mean, child labor, dominant caste style, if you see what I mean. I mean, that's the way it was. And I don't object to it, but I was a very shy kid, and it was my mum who wanted me to break that shyness. So she takes me to a director of plays for children and says that, can you get him to talk and can you get him to face the public? And so from, I think, 1969 to 74, those 5 years, I acted in lots of professional plays. But then our school didn't have examination system. I mean, it was like daily work. It's on the 8th standard that exams come in. And that's when my parents said that, you have to choose. I mean, if you want to be an actor, that's fine. But otherwise, you have to now start studying. And so I gradually start giving up all those activities. But that's what it was. Books were always in the house, and I was encouraged to read, and which I did. And I don't know if I wanted to write and become a journalist, but I enjoyed writing. And even my first story was interesting. I was 12 or 13, and I used to read Indrajal comics. And I saw a piece on Ranji written by somebody. And so I thought I can also write like that. So my mom said, who will you write about? So I said, Don Bradman. So I write a 300, 400 word piece on Bradman. And my mum goes and, with my byline, Salil, gives it to Illustrated Weekly. And I'm not Illustrated Weekly, Indrajal Comics. And it appears a few weeks later. They said, yeah, it's fine, we will run it. And it pretty much came as it was. Then my mom said, do you pay? He said, yeah, but who is Salil Tripathi? He said, that's my son. And my mom was young then. How old is he? They said, 11 or 12, whatever I was. And they said, oh, if we had known that, we wouldn't have published it. She said, yeah, that's why I didn't tell you his age. But that was my first ever piece of journalism. And then I wrote a few more pieces, and I liked it. And when I finished my BCom, I mean, the choice was going to, MBA seemed like the nice thing to do. Chartered accountancy seemed very boring. And I did apply to the IIMs, where, of course, I didn't get in, but I did get into Dartmouth, which was, in a way, one of the most selective business schools in America. But the scholarship that would pay for it was 1 year after my graduation. So I had to kill time in the year. So my dad spoke to Tata's, and Tata Economic Consultancy Services took me on. And I thought they'll take me into ECS, but instead they put me in that magazine, Economic Scene, where I had to rewrite companies' financial results, and I was bored out of my mind. And I had started doing other pieces for Shobha Day, at that time Shobha Kelachan. She ran a magazine called Celebrity, and she said that, after 3 months, I just said, will you give me a job? She said, yeah. And so I think Economic Scene used to pay me 600 a month. She gave me 750 a month, and it went up to 1,000 2 months later. But what she did to me was the enormously beneficial thing for me was that she never made me stop because I was only 20. So I still remember I said, I want to do a piece on Hussain because Hussain was having a mini exhibition at Kemol, Kali Pandol, sorry, at Pandol Gallery. And she said, yeah, but what will you do? He's been done to death. So I said, you know what? Let me hang out with him for a week and let's see what happens. And we can ask him to do sketches about his life. And I'll talk to him and I'll write it in some form. And after the third or fourth day, I said, I'm going to write a long poem about him and he'll do the sketches. She said, but I'll need an intro. And so I wrote an intro, how we went about it. And I wrote this long poem and the sketches. And she loved it. She carried it in full. Hussain loved the poem. He gave me one of his posters with his signature, which is now in my wall on my wall in New York.
You were 20 years old.
I was 20 or 21 at that time. And he remembered me. I mean, I met him in 2000s in London and he remembered that episode. And then another time, Salman Rushdie was coming in 1983 and he just won the Booker. And I said, and now the hierarchical nature of India. An editor would say, he's too important for a 21-year-old to interview. She said that, no, I mean, you read the book and you like his work, so try. So I tried, but the British Council was the guardian angel and they didn't want him to be wasted on me, who was a mere 21-year-old kid. Luckily, someone very senior at British Council, a Parsi lady called Willie Engineer, went to Oxford with an uncle of mine. So I told my uncle and he told Willie and Willie said, okay, we won't give you time with him, but he's going from Nariman Point, Mittal Tower or wherever the British Council, to Breach Candy to give a reading. And you can drive with him in the car and you can do whatever you want to do. Now, it so happened that we stopped because Marine Drive is important, took pictures there. Then we took him up to what is Methwold Estate, but it's actually not Silver Oaks Estate, but it's one of those estates there where the Pitambar bungalow was, which used to be the house where Salim Sinai is born. And we took him there, and even that pointy tower, he shows me. And so Salman and I walked around, we did all of that. We go down where, he's pushed down by that American girl, and the not Shiv Sena, but the Sanyukta Maharashtra movement comes, and, and that famous ditty comes, that Sunche Saruche Danda Leke Maruche. It comes at that spot. All of those places, we took him to Chimalkars and because he writes about the Reader's Paradise, Chimalkars and so on. We did all of that. And of course, he was 40 minutes late for his reading, but nobody objected. Salman Rushdie is coming to read. We wrote it, and then he wrote me a very kind letter later that it was the best interview he had done. So again, it's something that, an editor would just say, no, you can't do this because it's beyond your pay grade, as it were. But she didn't do that. So I'm very grateful for all those opportunities that came my way. But it spoiled me then. And because then it was time to do an MBA, I said, why am I doing an MBA? I said, you do it because you want, as my mom said, it's your insurance policy. If writing doesn't work out, you have some way to get a job. And so I do my MBA, do an internship at the UN and come back to India and have two job offers, one from Citibank and one from Indian Post with Nihal Singh. Citibank was offering me 5,000 a month and a chamari in Bandra with 3 other people. Nihal Singh was offering me 6 or 7. So I said, net present value and all that. I said, I'll go with Nihal Singh. And of course, he leaves in 3 months and then I go to India today and then it becomes just writing and human rights after that.
Beautiful. Do you still have that poem on Hussain?
Yes, I do.
Can you read it out for us?
Bare feet. And the reason is, we spoke about Gandhi and bare feet, but Hussain was known to go barefoot. And there's a famous story when he goes with Dr. Usha Krishna to Wellington Club and they don't let him in because he was trying to get in bare feet. So I'd called it bare feet. Bare feet that have walked miles across the frontiers beyond the black waters. Bare feet that have trodden the slushy roads of Manhattan when the eyes visualized a celestial Mahabharata in the skies, your canvas. Bare feet that have marched on the scorching, tarred roads of Madras, while the right finger pressed the shutter and captured the leper dwarfed by the big breasts of the Notch girl. Bare feet that have sunk deep into the soft sand of Rajasthan, while Airavata descended from the sky and a gallant Rajput galloped away with a princess in your mind's eye. Bare feet that landed on the seashore of Kerala as the sun played naughty games with the glistening bronze bosoms of women endlessly combing their long tresses under the erect coconut trees. The frenzied hand moves faster, the beard grew longer, the hair silvern, the clothes white, the mane unruly, the glasses quainter, and on the canvas, bodies gain shape from rough, stark lines. Bare feet that stood still, facing the muddy cesspool where the wind, no longer mere wind, had come unannounced, furious, wiping out towns, erasing names, snuffing out villages, raising crops. And your hands couldn't paint. The canvas was bare, weeping through silence. Bare feet that climbed the endless steps on the ghats to the beat of conch shells and the ghantanad of Varanasi. The brush strokes caught the reflection of twilight, of women washing down their sins, of floating diyas looking like fireflies, of the flight of crows. Bare feet that shrunk at the thought of a mother never seen, half remembered, because, like a reverend mother, she had refused to get herself photographed. Bare feet, trembling at home, his tears rolled down that face, sculpted by wind, when a white sari with a blue border wiped tear after tear, and more tears kept emerging. Bare feet under a gigantic canopy, the sky, when it rained and water overflowed from open gutters, your hands etching homage to the common man, and the tattered piece of black cloth held together by a wooden frame breathed life. Bare feet that thumped the ground to the beat of different ragas, and as the alap turned into jhala, the strokes became more rhythmic, and the ragmala was resurrected. Bare feet that rested on a stool, the mind wandered afar into the mystic world of Sufi thought, and the Nastaliq characters pointed skywards, looking like the fingers that gave them shape. Bare feet danced as horses trot, canter, and gallop on the beach of your mind. Trrp, 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 tabadak, 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 trrp, trrp, trrp. And a cavalcade of equus, steeds, ponies, chargers, thoroughbreds, fillies, and colts prance, prowl, race, and spur on and on and on and on and on and on and on. The walls are white, the hands play with the child, the beard rests on the chest, the mane hides the ears, the eyes moist with memories, the hand sketches fragments of life, the body is straight, unbent, the feet, not bare, in slippers, rest. But only for the moment. Let the slight touch of wind ruffle your hair, and the mane leaps. You get up, rise like a fluttering flag. Wait for sundown, wait for twilight, wait for the dark night to plant new tempestuous dreams. And as the first ray of sunlight cracks the city enveloped by Durga's hair, piercing a hole through the curtains, the bare feet will rise and gallop away like horses, because the tale is still unfinished.
Very powerful, and I love the writing. Hard to believe you're only 20 or 21. I was writing such shit when I was that age, but this is quite beautiful. And at this point, I'll tell you a Hussein story, which doesn't show me in a good light. So I was in college. I must have been, even younger than 20, 18 or 19. And I was in Ferguson College in Pune, where, by the way, Mohandas Gandhi met Gopal Krishna Gokhale for the first time in 1893, and they went for a walk on the grounds. But leave that aside. So just next to Ferguson College at the Gokhale Institute, if I remember correctly, there was an art exhibition. So I went with a friend to check out the art exhibition, and there was an M.F. Hussain painting there as well. And the painting was some rustic scene with a candle somewhere. So my friend stood in front of that, and he said, "I really like this. That candle, it symbolizes hope." So at this point, I drew myself to my full height and said, "No, no, such obvious and cheap symbolism is not something a great artist like Hussein would do. It's not as simple as you think," right? Then suddenly I turn my head and Mr. Hussein is there, and there are a bunch of people gathering around him taking photographs. And a couple of minutes later, one of them asks him to speak about that particular painting. And he points to it and says, "You see that candle? I meant it to represent hope." So I got taken down quite a few pegs in, that manner. And the beautiful part of your encounter with Rajni is, of course, that he went on to become your close friend, and you hang out with him a lot. I want to now go a little further back into your past and double click on aspects of it. And one of them I want to double click on is your mom. You you and I have never spoken about your mom, but in a sense, I feel like you gave me deep insight into her when many years back you shared with me a poem you had written called My Mother's Fault, which in fact I then published on my blog in
You were the first to do
2009.
it, yeah.
Yeah, and the July 1, 2009, I put it up and I thought, what a beautiful poem. And reading that poem later, I realized that it is so much about your mom. And you must be tired of reading out poetry by now, but if you'd like to,
You could do that. It's a
I'd love
short
you.
poem,
It's a
so
short poem, so I'd love you to take a shot at this, and then I will
and since now
double click.
you told me it's on your, you know, yours is always the first one that comes up whenever I search for it online.
I mean, it's the first. I guess it's the oldest.
No, but when you do Google now, even then, the first thing that comes up, many people have since quoted it, and it also got me some notoriety. But anyway, My Mother's Fault. You march with other 7-year-old girls singing songs of freedom at dawn in rural Gujarat, believing that would shame the British and they would leave India. 5 years later, they did. You smiled when you first saw Makbul Fida, who sends nude sketches of Hindu goddesses, and laughed when I told you that some people wanted to burn his art. Have those people seen any of our ancient sculptures? Those are far naughtier, you said. Your voice broke on December 6, 1992, as you called me at my office in Singapore when they destroyed the Babri Masjid. We have just killed Gandhi again, you said. We had. Aute karai koi divas? Can anyone do such a thing anytime? You asked, aghast, staring at television as Hindu mobs went house to house looking for Muslims to kill after a train compartment in Godhra burned, killing 58 Hindus in February 2002. You were right each time. After reading what I've been writing over the years, some folks have complained that I just don't get it. I live abroad. What do I know of India? But I knew you, that was enough. And that's why I turned out this way.
So I want you to double click and talk about your mom because I'm also interested in the way people are shaped. How do they become what they are? Like something that is obviously core to you, like two qualities that are perhaps core to you from the years that I've known you are one, your unending curiosity, your openness. You always want to find out more about the world, and two, obviously the creative instinct that you're always working, you're writing, you're producing stuff, and I love both of those, and those would be inherent to you. But there's a lot else that would perhaps not be so inherent, that would be a result of the mahal, as it were, and how you grew up. And it can go in different directions. Like when we think of your great great grandfather, Mansukh Ram. Mansukh Ram was someone who believed in a very different way to what you believe about the language and of culture. He wanted to quote unquote purify Gujarati, take
Absolutely.
out all the Persian words, and just the similar kind of movement that happened to Hindi and Shuddh Hindi and all of that. And there is a certain kind of politics to it, a certain kind of nativism, is not so wholesome. Or your dad's uncle, Indulal Yagnik, who, again, there is that sense of giving that kind of importance to Gujarati, that we are one thing and everything else is the other, and therefore we deserve our own state, and etc., etc. And you could have become something like that. You could have become someone whose Asmita, as it were, and we'll double click on that later because a chapter on that is wonderful. But you could have taken the uglier version of Asmita, which becomes pride, which becomes arrogance, and so on. But it didn't. And then when you this poem about your mother and everything that you whenever you mention her in the book, it seems that there's something else going on, that there's a deeper sense of values and identity that is happening there. So I want you to think a little bit about the shaping of yourself, that who were you, what were you becoming, what was your view of the world, what was your view of Gujarati, what was your view of India, what was your idea of India, what was your place in the world, what was sort of the dharma that you were building for yourself, in a sense.
So it's interesting. I mentioned the fact that although we lived in Kemp's Corner and came from culturally and educationally an elite background, we were not financially very well off. And I have a disabled brother as well. And there were people who said, "Oh, it must be because of sins in the past." And my mom lost faith in religion. I mean, she was never a very religious person, but she never went to various gurus to fix the problems. She realized that she had to do it herself, and she felt that, if my dad was not going to be as successful as it was expected, given his British MBA and all that, she will have to pick up. She never said she wasn't going to be a stay-at-home mom, and I admired that, and I learned from that. And I learned from her courage. She was able to confront people. She would tell people on the face if anything needed defense. So that the courage part of it certainly comes from her. The other is don't have any memory of her taking me to a temple, or I mean, if at all she has done it is probably to see the temple, but she never said, come in, fold your hands, bow to the deity, or anything like that. I mean, I have no conscious memory of her having done that. If she did it when I was a little child and made me bow down, I have no idea. And because I was an only child till I was 8. So I mean, she did certain rituals, like getting my hair shorn when I was 1 year old, because that's in Dakor, a village called Dakor, and I've got pictures of that too in an album. So she did stuff like that, but other than that, she has never done that. And obviously, her life experiences taught her, not to the extent that when I was going to get married, chosen my partner, and she was fine with that, and she was not Gujarati. She had chosen to be a Buddhist, and all the rest that follows from that. None of that was an issue. But one of the elderly relatives actually said that Salil can't really get married till he has had the sacred thread ceremony, because I mean that's the way they saw it. That otherwise I'm still a Kumar, or supposed to remain a virgin, kind of a thing. That was a connotation. She said, ask him if he wants it, then it's his choice. I said, I don't want to have this thread and all that stuff. And so it was never done, and I was never told that I have to do. She has never told me that I mean, if she told me that you have to do something simple thing like don't lie, don't steal, that sort of stuff. And she also, I mean, initially I was reluctant, but she pushed me to do it. So she would take me to the Gandhi Smarak Nidhi and the Mani Bhavan and all that, and make me take part in competition. She would make me take part. I mean, I was reasonably good. I was quite decent at drawing. So she would make me do the drawing to go to at that time, Soviet Union, as it was called, had a art camp in a place called Artek, which Ruchir Joshi has been to, because Ruchir is a very fine artist. And she told me to apply for. Of course, I didn't succeed. I didn't get it. But she had no hesitation in pushing me. I mean, once I said I like hockey, so she took me to Bombay Hockey Association, and she told those people that, look, he's in a Gujarati medium school where there's no hockey. Can you coach him? And they took me in, and there was a very fine hockey player called Saeed Naqvi for Western Railways. And he taught me for about 6 months, but it's just that my stamina wasn't simply good enough. And so he said you won't even make a C team of any kind. So that ended there. But I mean, nothing was a boundary so long as I was not doing something wrong. And she was, of course, an influential, but I must have credit my school a lot there too, at the ethos it had, because all these ideas that I have, rootedness of Gandhi and the internationalism of Tagore, which is what the school imbibed in us. And that's very much so. I mean, that's why I'm equally at ease talking about Stephen Spender or Albert Camus as I am about Dhumketu or, any Indian writer. And a lot of the Bengali and Marathi writers, we would read in Gujarati translation, because I can understand and speak Marathi, but not very well. And it's the same with Bengali. My Hindi is very poor. It's Bombaya Hindi. So I can't speak with the tehzeeb of Northern India. So I sound very rude when I speak Hindi in North India. So I avoid it.
I was really struck by the passages in your book about your school and about how all of you became effortlessly and genuinely bilingual. And it seems to me that that's a great privilege. And I somehow missed out on that because I was always, in this world of English. It took me many years into my adulthood to be able to sort of give my own culture the respect it deserves. And but unfortunately, I've never really been able to read or write. Though, interestingly, in both the 10th and the 12th standard, I got more in Hindi than in English. But that's a comment on our education system and not on my linguistic skills. Yeah. Give me a sense of then, in that case, what was your cultural world? Like you've pointed out that your mom was, translating Koladkar's advertising copy, for example. Now, Koladkar's Jejuri, I think, came out circa 1980 or something.
She didn't do Jejuri, yeah. She did the, why you should have CMC computers or whatever. Koladkar wrote the ads for CMC computers, for example. So she would do those kinds of things, yeah. But when Jejuri came out and it won the prize in 1970, I told my mom, he said, yeah, I know him. He works at Chaitra. So I got a copy, and I've got the original OUP version of Jejuri with his autograph in it.
Magnificent, and that's a masterpiece. That's such
Yeah.
a great book.
That wonderful poem, Yashwantrao, about the
Yeah.
insignificant god. Yeah.
Like literally every poem in that book is just so great, right? And you've also at one point referred to Nassim Ezekiel, using Indian English in his
Yeah.
sing, and he's got a poem called "Very Indian Poem" in Indian English, and I'll read this out. I am standing for peace and non-violence. Why world is fighting? Why all people of world are not following Mahatma Gandhi? I am simply not understanding. And then the poem ends with, you are going, but you will visit again. Anytime, any day. I am not believing in ceremony. Always I am enjoying your company. And then you went on to write in the book about how your maternal uncle Rasendra Pandey actually taught philosophy in the same in Mithibai College where Kolatkar was, and the two of them used to discuss.
Ezekiel, yeah.
Where Ezekiel was, sorry, and the two of them used to discuss. All of this language. So your uncle might well have inspired some of Ezekiel's poems in this vein. But my sort of long-winded question is, what is your cultural universe at this point? Like when I was a kid, when I was growing up as a teenager, my cultural universe was entirely Western. It was rock music, and it was, of course, all the great novels and all that, and I'm very fortunate for that. But absolutely nothing apart from that in the local languages. I distinctly look down on Bollywood. Though one might say that to some extent, given the films of the 80s, that is justified. What was your cultural universe, and how much was Gujarati culture a part of that, for example?
So the Gujarati culture that was part of it was largely poetry. Initially, the popular poetry of a very well-known Bombay poet called Suresh Dalal, who was incredibly good in encouraging people to write. And if you wrote a poem and if you saw some promise, he would publish it to encourage you. The other Suresh was very demanding, and it was Suresh Joshi in Baroda, who kept telling you that your writing sucks, you need to get better, and he would just point out the flaws because he wanted you to become better and better. And he was deeply inspired by Western European modernity. So he's the one who would tell you about Camus and Kafka and Sartre and Paul Lagerquist and Ellen Rob Greeley and all of that. And he inspired Jayant Parekh and Rasik Shah, who at the Farbas Sabha, as we Gujaratis can't pronounce English names, it's Forbes, but Farbas Sabha, which again Mansukh Ram Tripathi had helped set up many, many years ago, would meet near Congress House. And we would go with our Gujarati poems there just to, in a way, in an almost sadomasochistic way, to get beaten up by them to make them better. So both cohabiting with the popular Gujarati poems, and Suresh Dalal's poems were great fun, I mean, I think I've cited one of them. Okay, drawing room ma hasiye, અમે bedroom ma bhasiye. That in the drawing room we will laugh, but in the bedroom we'll bark at each other. Husband and wife relationship. જેવું જેનું ગજવું એવો એનો flat. That the size of your pocket is the size of your flat. I mean, so very contemporary, modern, urbane poems. Air condition vina uge nahi eke divas, fridge na pani vina chipe nahi mari taras. Without an air condition, not a single day would come about. Sun won't rise. Without the cold water of the fridge, my thirst won't be satisfied.
What did Suresh Joshi think of Suresh Dalal?
I don't think he thought much of him. In fact, there is a phrase somebody used that Suresh Dalal to Kavita na Dalal che, which means he's a broker of poetry. Dalal being a poet.
That's deeply unfair, no? I mean, people
deeply unfair because Suresh Dalal did more to make middle brow and certain highbrow, and not just middle brow, because Suresh Dalal also was a person who would translate Spender and Eliot and put them in Gujarati. Then Niranjan Bhagat wrote a 6-part essay called Eliot no Antim Kavya, the last poem of Eliot, and it was carried over 6 issues of Kavita, and Kavita used to come out every 2 months. That means over a year you read that essay. And Prufrock, J. Alfred Prufrock no Prem Geet was nothing but the love song, which again I first read in Kavita, which Suresh Dalal.
In Gujarati? In
Gujarat. Later, of course, many of us can recite its lines by heart because of such a one great poem it is. So Suresh Dalal may not have published the greatest Gujarati poets, but he made sure that the Gujarati mind was satiated, or at least made curious about the greatest poets. And you went to his house, he always had a book to give you as a gift, because his daughter was my classmate, Niyati. So, I mean, I used to know him quite well as a result. So you have that Suresh Dalal. And Suresh Joshi was generous with his time with people he respected, and people who were curious and were trying and struggling. But if you just wanted to bask in his glory, he didn't have time for you. So two different kinds of people, but they both had an impact. At the school itself, because of Suresh Dalal, other Gujarati poets, Vipin Parikh, Barkat Virani, Karsandas Manek, would come and read their work. Yashwant Shukla, Priyakant Maniyar, all of Ramesh Parekh, Numa Shankar Joshi, they've all been at our school, and Kundanika Kapadian have spoken there. So that was one great part of it. In terms of national culture, because of our fixation with Bengal, and because, if you look at, I mean, that school is now a relic. I mean, they're tearing it down and turning into maybe a high-rise apartment. God knows what they're doing. But in our main assembly hall, there was a painting at the back, and that was a painting of the view of Bolpur and Birbhum district of Bengal, Shantiniketan, seen by Dinesh Shah, who was our artist. I don't know if you remember New Era School in the old days, but if you came on flyover, you saw mural of Gandhi. And there's a very nice mural of Gandhi done in 1969 by Dinesh Bhai to mark Gandhi's centenary. And it basically tells the story from his birth to Hey Ram is the last one. And it's 8 or 9 pieces, and it's a fantastic piece of art, which of course was torn down. But then my good friends Ravi and Paula Mariwala funded it for him to do a smaller version of it, which now, of course, is a pride of place at their home in Alibag. So when our school came out, school's journal, big volume we brought out, I think 8 or 9 years ago, in which I wrote the opening essay. The fold out was that art. So it's now in our memories, or it's in that photographs. So I think that was the point, that reading exposure to India was. I mean, Gopika and Bakabain came out in the mid 60s, and we were taken to see it from school.
Wow.
So we we knew about My Fair Lady and Sound of Music, but the interesting part and antidote or the antonym of what you were saying is that I discovered the Beatles properly in 1982 when I went to Dartmouth, 83 when I went to Dartmouth. Till then, I knew the odd song, Desmond Memory in the Market and all that, and Oh Bloody, Oh Bloody kind of, but I never knew the full, complete works and the poetry of it. My classmates at college introduced me to some songs, and my great friend Ajay Chaudhary, who lived and breathed John Lennon. So I learned a little bit from him, but I really discovered it. ABBA, I was with it because ABBA, and those who like Beatles can't stand ABBA, so I'm committing huge heresy when I say this. And once I came to college, I met all these people who went to Cathedral and Campion, and so I knew Saturday Night Fever and all the rest, and started going to college discos and gained some exposure to Western music. But the entire age 0 to 18, it was almost devoid. I mean, yes, Elvis Presley is a music. I was a quizzer, so I could tell the obvious tunes when asked, but beyond that, it was zero. And the Western classical music, I credit my Parsi friend Adil Behramji, who was a brilliant pianist, and he introduced me to Beethoven, Mozart, and all that. And then, being a quizzer, of course, I was very good at music quizzes, and all of that followed from that. So it was predominantly Gujarati with exposure to some parts of English when I finished my schooling, but fluency in the language and curiosity about it and reading some poetry. But in college, I actually plunged into, to the extent that I was probably the first Gujarati medium kid to end up editing both the college students magazine, which was a cyclo-style sheet called Rapo, and later the overall college magazine, the English section, which I think prior to me, it was always someone from St. Mary's or Campion or Cathedral or Villa Teresa who would be the editor. But I was probably the first who was from a quote-unquote vernacular school. And I'm probably the only, I don't want to say I'm the only, but I'm one of the very few from them who stayed steadfast writing in English. And I find it far easier today to write in English than in Gujarati. I still write poetry in Gujarati, but I'm supposed to write an essay for Navneet, the Gujarati magazine, about how I wrote this book in 1,000 words. But I'm not started because I just don't know where to start. And the initial thoughts that come to me are all in English, and I'm going to crowd it out and then just quietly sit and maybe write it by hand. That might be easier.
So a dear friend of mine who's been on this show grew up listening almost exclusively to the great Bollywood music of the 50s and 60s, and I'm sure even Salil Chaudhary, for that matter, who you're named after. And he once told me that when he first heard Western music, when he first heard rock and the typical thing teenagers hear, he didn't get the point of it. he just couldn't get it, and it took him a long time to be able to kind of get into it in some senses. And perhaps that is one reason that ABBA was so popular in the 70s and 80s, because their very simplistic melodic this thing might have been much easier to grasp for an Indian mind that is otherwise not attuned to typical rock and roll structures and so on. I'm just thinking aloud. What was it for you
I have
getting
two
into
funny
all of that?
stories about
Tell,
it. Two
tell,
very
tell.
funny stories about it. So I'm at a quiz with my friend Daras Khambata, who is of course the former Solicitor General of Maharashtra now, and I don't know who was the third person in the quiz team, but there were three of us. And a tune came in. I don't know the Western one now. I think it is. I won't guess and spoil, but I'm sure your listeners will know. But it went like ta 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 ta. Ta-ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Ta-ra-ta-ra-ta-ra. It's something like that. It went and it was played, and we were trying to guess. I said, I know. So they said, okay. And then they asked me which one is it. And I said, "Na bole tum na maine kuch kaha" from Bato Bato Mein. And everybody groaned because obviously it's a Western classical tune which was stolen by some Bollywood. But I knew it from the Bollywood one. And another time it happened when someone was playing the 40th, the Eine Klein Nacht music of Mozart. And I said, "Ah, this is Itna na mujhe to pyar kara, main ek badal aa." But of course, it's the 40th symphony, But that's my relationship and entry point to these tunes was through Bollywood songs.
Wow, that's amazing. During this time, your teenagers, as you're growing up, you've got a finger into various different things. You're acting in plays, you're drawing, you're a quizzer like I was.
I was a Doordarshan host in Gujarati
Yeah,
for
and
Santa Kukudi and Yuva Darshan.
you
yeah.
mentioned that in the book as well.
I have.
That in the late 70s, you were doing a show for Doordarshan. You interviewed someone 12 years older than you. I forgot.
Funny thing is Atul Dodia, the great artist, when I wanted to interview him for this book, and he features in the book, of course, because he's such a great, not only great artist, but he understands Gandhi so well. So I phoned him and I said, Atul bhai, I would like to do this. He said, I know you very well. I thought he would say mint column or something. He said, I used to see you on Doordarshan
Wow.
as a child, and we used to be enwrapped because you used to run these very funny quizzes. So please come at my house. And I had a lovely 2 hours with him, and it was just amazing. And but one of the greatest, what I'm really, really proud of, I'd written a series of Gujarati poems called Sarhad, which means border. And they're short, but it runs about 20 pages. And Suresh Joshi used to run a magazine called Etad, which means this. And Kamal Bora and Atul Dodia and Naushil Mehta, the three great intellectual giants of our time, they now run it, the magazine.
Wow.
So I sent it to Kamal Bhai, and Kamal Bhai said, it's a great poem, we'll use it. And I'm surprised that when the issue comes out, the cover is designed by Atul based on my poem.
Oh my God.
And I mean, I was so touched by that. It's a photograph, and he's done something with borders there. And he said, this is from your poem, Salil bhai.
Can you read out a bit of it?
It's a very long version, but so I'll read the opening part, then the onomatopoeic part, and the last parts.
Sure.
3 અઠવાડિયા સતત બોમ્બ મારા પછી ભસ્મીભૂત થઈ ગયેલા શહેરમાં ભાંગેલી ઈંટોના ટેકરા ઓળંગી તૂટેલા કાચ પગના તળિયા હેઠળ કચડી લાપતા કુટુંબીઓના ચહેરા મનમાં મઢાવી 2 જોડ કપડાં અને ગલેફ વગરના ઓશિકાનું પોટલું બાંધી નાવિકને આપવાના 600 રૂપિયા મુઠ્ઠીમાં જકડી પગદંડી પર હજારો માણસો જોડે સરઘસમાં જોડાઈ ક્ષિતિજે દેખાતા વોચ ટાવર પર પહોંચી ફફડાતે હૈયે કંપાતે હોઠે રેબઝેબ પરસેવે ગભરાતા ડરતા સંત્રીને પોતાનું નામ બાપનું નામ માનું નામ રાખ થયેલા ઘરનું સરનામું સરકાર સમજેવી ઓળખ આપી સુપડાની જેમ પ્રસરાવેલા ધ્રુજેલા હાથ મુંડી નીચી જ્યાં દેખાયો પડછાયો કાંટાળી વાડનો ત્યાં સરહદ. It's about refugees leaving after a bomb. તારી ત્વચા મારા ટેરવા જ્યાં મળે એ સરહદ. Your skin, my fingertips, where they meet is a border. તારી પાંપણ મારો ઉચ્છ્વાસ જ્યાં અડે એ સરહદ. Your eyelids, my exhalation, where they touch is the border. તારા ભીના હોઠ મારા કાનની બૂટ જ્યાં સ્પર્શે એ સરહદ. Your wet lips, my earlobes, where they touch is the border. તારા બટન મારી આંગળી જ્યાં ઉકલે એ સરહદ. Your buttons, my fingers, what they open is the border. Played around with words which do mean but impossible to translate. Sarhad, sarhaday, sarhad, sare had થઈ ગઈ. Sar darad, sarhad, rad hash, sarhad, sadahaar, sarhad, has, dar, sarhad, har, sad, sarhad, hard, ras, sarhad, sahdar, sarhad, hasrad, sarhad. હવે તું ગઈ છે પેલે પાર. You gone to the other side. This is obviously referring to my wife who died. હવે તું ગઈ છે પેલે પાર. કઈ રીતે ઓળંગું આ સરહદ? તારે પ્રદેશ જવું તો પાછા અવાય નહીં. તારા પ્રદેશમાં તને શોધવી ક્યાં? તારે દેશ જવું હોય તો ન જોઈએ પાસપોર્ટ, ન જરૂર પડે વિસાની. પણ નથી ખબર કોઈને રસ્તો, નથી નકશો, નથી પાળિયા, નથી અણસાર, નથી અંધાણ. હું એકલો ઊભું છું એ જ દરિયાકાંઠે, જોઉં છું સાગર તરંગ, સાંભળું છું ઘૂઘવાટ, ગણું છું પંખીઓ, માણું છું આથમતા સૂર્યની લાલીમાં. ક્યાંક તું પણ છે દરિયાકાંઠે, રાહ જુએ છે સૂર્યોદયની, પૂછે છે પંખીઓને મારા દેશનો સમાચાર. હું આ પાર, તું પેલે પાર, આપણી વચ્ચે વળી પાછી એ જ સરહદ.
Beautiful. Oh my God. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing that. I love the sort of the rhythm and the momentum of the first part. And the second part, which you were so kindly translating, reminded me of this great song by Bruce Springsteen, You're Missing. Have you heard that?
No.
Which has a great I mean, it's after the 9/11 attacks. I'll link it from the show notes. I won't try to read it out because it just moves me deeply every time. But what I love is I often give that song as an example to my writing students to tell them that A, the simplest language can be the most effective, and B, that you don't need to use adjectives at all. Just nouns and verbs, nouns and verbs,
Yeah.
nouns and verbs, simple ones can evoke so much, and that's exactly what you were doing.
Salil Biradina, when he taught me poetry when I was at the open classrooms in Bombay at Sophia, he used to tell me that you write a poem, then shave, then shave, then shave, then shave. What remains is poetry.
Beautiful, and I noticed exactly the same thing about the Hussein poem. So I mean, I'll come back to your craft later, but here's my question: that how did you see yourself? Because it is very natural for me to imagine a young Salil who's 18 or 19 who's reading this great literature in multiple languages, which actually gives you such a rich three-dimensional view of art, to think of himself as an artist and to say that I will write poetry, as indeed you were, that I will write novels, that I will write fiction, especially, you meet Salman Rushdie and you go with him on really a trip through his fictional neighborhoods. Was that part of your your conception of yourself? Like, what's the story you told yourself about yourself at that time?
I think I did want to be in the public life. Let's put it that way. There have been times when I thought of being a politician, times when I thought of being an IFS officer. My mom was very keen I become an IFS officer and diplomat. I'm glad I didn't in hindsight, seeing some of the diplomats and the kind of lives they've led. So I'm glad I didn't do that. But yeah, there was that. But I like the fact that I wrote, but I still have a lot of diffidence about my creative fiction and poetry. Because I don't think I belong to the A list. I mean, if someone were to say that I'm a very good non-fiction writer, probably among the top 200 or something like that, I'll accept that. I mean, coincidentally, this morning I got named by a British website which fights disinformation and misinformation and supports accurate writing. And I'm named 1,500 journalists were surveyed by panel of 100. I came on the top four.
Top four.
No, I came at number one for global writing for Asia Pacific, political writing for Asia Pacific. So I'm touched. I won't get any money, no plaque or anything, but it's from peers, so it matters. Yeah. So non-fiction, I'm confident that I've now done 4 books, edited one, and been in anthology. But I've published very little poetry in Gujarati or English. Poet friends who have read my stuff, they say I should shake off my lack of confidence there. And I have been writing a novel for 20 years, which I've not published. And I do intend to. I think maybe that's the next big project I will start as I go forward after the initial enthusiasm about Gujarati starts waning. But I'm still, when I see the writers I do admire, which essentially my initial triumvirate was Marquez, Rushdie, and Kundera. I just feel completely intimidated that I'm never ever going to be even hundreds or a thousands of where they are. So should I even try? But then I read novels that do come out, and Nissim Ezekiel once put it very well to me that there are novelists and there are people who write novels. And there is something like that too. There are poetry and people who write poets. And I want to be sure that I write poetry and not who writes poems. And it's likewise, I want to be a reasonably known fiction writer. Don't want to call it now, but not as one who writes novels, because then it could be anybody. I mean, there are many people who write one novel and never again. What was the joke? Everybody has a great book in him. Sometimes it's best to keep it inside. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I I have three things to say. One is that I think that you become good at something by doing it again and again and again and again. And partly because I'm guessing journalism was your job, you did it again and again and again and again. And it is therefore no surprise that you became the writer that you became. In fact, I cite you during my writing course because of a particular lesson that you taught me about writing nonfiction. The other thing I want to say is that like I get these categories and I agree with what Nissim Ezekiel is saying, that there are writers and there are people who
Right.
want to see themselves as writers, and there is a difference. But why should it even matter which of these you are? If you love writing, you love writing. I am imagining that when you wrote the poem that you did, the joy that you would have felt at the end of it, or just a satisfaction, I don't know if joy is the right word, but the fulfillment that you would have felt at the end of it would have been what it is, regardless of whether it is never published and no one ever reads it or hears it. It is something beautiful for its own sake. And therefore, one should just not care about what the rest of the world thinks, but just kind of, do it for the pleasure and keep putting it out there. And my third and final, really obvious point, which many people must have told you, is that there's a serious selection effect where if you're going to compare yourself to Marquez and Kundera and whatever, they are the absolute top, then, most of humanity might not write
Tell
at all.
anything, yeah.
Yeah. So that's, and honestly, maybe a young Marquez could have been intimidated by, had he read 100 Years of Solitude and not known that he's going to write it 30 years later. So,
Yeah. No, I accept that. And the way to do it is you write what feels true to you. You don't have to imitate. One of the things that happens when we start writing English poems, in my case, I mean, I thought I must write like Eliot or, even Rushdie. I mean, I felt I would have to write and do verbal pyrotechnic, but maybe that's not my style. And maybe I want to write like Amit Chaudhary or Amitav Ghosh or something like that. There might be different ways of approaching it, and which I'm now aware of. And that's what happened when I started writing. And someone who has read my novel, a very dear friend of mine, she's a very good reader and she's a very good writer whisperer. She guides you to the right path. And she said that your novel, the plot is fine, characters are compelling, but you're a much better writer today than when you had started writing, which was in the late 90s when I'd started work. And she did tell me that, therefore, you need to do a complete overhaul about the language and because it abounds with journalistic cliches, is what she.
that sounds like wise advice, and there is also something poignant in there, that the Salil Tripathi who wrote those words is no more. And one way of capturing him would have been for him to have finished that novel then.
Yeah.
And obviously, there's an opportunity cost to that. There's something else you wouldn't have done. But let's sort of talk about that journalistic journey in that case. What kind of stories excited you? Clearly, you're not the kind of person who will just write about anything because just writing annual reports in simple language didn't do it for you. What kind of stories attracted you? And were there any models for you to look up to? I think by the 90s, by the late 90s, when the internet comes, a young person growing up then has access to all the journalism of the world. They can read the New Yorker, they can read the greats of the past, but here in India, with none of that, with scanned role models in terms of writing, how do you figure out what to write like? Like early on, when we are young, there is that exuberance. We want to show off what we can do with that language. How do you break out of that? How do you start thinking about craft? How do you start thinking about journalistic values when, sometimes some of us are lucky that you might have a mentor who teaches you this stuff. A lot of the time, most of the time, for most of us in India especially, that's never there. You're kind of, life is teaching you. What was it like for you?
So at college, I really looked up to Behram Contractor, not the humorist, but the one who wrote the long essays sometimes in midday, because he could tell a very profound thing in very simple language. One of the phrases that he has used, and I think it captures the Indian person very well. He says, the poor Indian is the one who has little and gets less.
Wow.
And I think it's such a profound thing. That the exploitation part of it, and the fact that he doesn't overthrow the system, but accepts it as karma. And so Behram was full of almost like that, which I was very very fond of. And Shobha, when I worked with her, she had access to magazines. So at her place, I would get Esquire, Vanity Fair, and I would devour them like, a hungry child. She didn't, I don't think I saw New York, maybe the odd New Yorker issue there. But once I came to the US, which was 83, I was 21 and a half or something like that when I came for my MBA. I subscribed to New Yorker. I read the New York Times Daily and the Wall Street Journal. And in the library, I would read New York Review of Books. And I completely discovered all those great writers, that one after the other. And big names. I started reading Ved Mehta much more seriously, the essays again. And John McPhee was again someone I immediately fell for, and I still remember when I finished my MBA, I had a friend called Mark Vanelli who was medical at the medical school, and he was actually at the US Embassy after a while because he became a trauma specialist. So all these Americans who were posted in Afghanistan, when they wanted recovery and psychological treatment, Mark would be their doctor. So he had lived in India for a while and knew India well. And I met him in Boston, where he now has now retired a few years ago. He gave me as present a book called The Literary Journalist, which a series of, it had everybody you can think of from the great masters, from, E.B. White and so on, compiled in this one volume. And that made me feel this is the gold standard. This is where you have to be. Of course, when I come back to India and join Indian Post, I end up being an assistant edit page. But again, the example I gave of Shobha, Nihal Singh was like that. Nihal Singh said that you are not only in charge of the editorial page, but also the arts coverage, the reviews. So get me the best reviewers you can. So the audacity of the young kid. So I will go to Kiran Nagarkar. He became my English film critic. Kamla Kapoor writes on Hindi theatre. Roshan Shahani on dance. Amrita Shah wrote, I think, Hindi or Gujarati theatre. Sorry. So maybe Kamla Kapoor wrote English theatre. Art was not Nissim, but I think it was Ranjit. Ranjit started writing for us. Alan Twigg wrote on poetry. Sadly died in a car crash. And so, and then he told, Nihal Singh said that we need illustrations, and can you talk to the artist? Because he knew that I knew Giv Patel and Hussain and Tayyab Mehta. So I asked all of them. Only Nalini Malani said yes. And Nalini Malani would do a weekly sketch, which would appear in the paper. So all those things, kind of, again, led to my feeling that culture, high culture, but also looking at it popular, because in 1982, there was a great exhibition at Jahangir Art Gallery, which has had a huge impact on me. And I've told the artists, and they also agree, it was called The Place for People. And if you ask all historians of art in Bombay, they will all immediately know. But it was Sudhir Patwardhan, Jogen Chaudhary, Vivan Sundaram, Bhupen Khakkar, Nalini Malani, and Ghulam Muhammad Sheikh, I think. Those were the 6 who were there. And they completely, and Giv Patel was also there. Yes, so maybe there were only 6. I've named one name gratuitously here. But I just saw their capture of urban life just exceptionally vivid, and I learned a lot from that. So writing about culture was important. I understood economics well and business well, so I wrote a lot on that. What I wasn't good at, and I don't think I'm still is scooping. Because if someone does tell me something, the act, a good scoop is a good scoop if it can be proven and if it's verified. And that verification process requires you to invest so much into it. And with my desire to show fidelity to facts, it ends up becoming longer and longer. And others would jump to the gun and beat me to it. So I will never be able to write a story about there's a maintenance failure in Indian Airlines, so crashes might happen. Because if I hear this, I would want to look at the registers and so on, which will take forever. So I don't think I've scooped anything, really. But I did write the most comprehensive story about what displacement will do to Adivasis in Narmada for India today. Proud of that. Proud of the fact that the first ever editorial criticizing the restrictions on satanic verses was written by me in India Today in October 1988. October 5 was that order. Issue of India Today, October 15, 1988, has my editorial called Satanic Reverses. That's what we called it. That's Indrajit Badwar probably, who was there, or Dilip Bob, who were, but the entire text was mine. And I was a reporter, and reporters never wrote the editorial. So I told them, I want to write this. They said, you send it. If you like it, we'll run it. That was the response. And they did, as it was. So, but that was when India Today was a proper magazine. So one could do these things. So that was the other part of it. Hard politics never interested me. So I never wanted to let, someone is pulling someone's leg to do this or that. But at the same time, I did find some stories which were interesting. And this is the interesting part, that I heard in Bombay from many people that BJP and Shiv Sena are going to form an alliance, because Bal Thackeray was having conversation with Pramod Mahajan and so on. And I was told this by a Marathi journalist. So I sent that as a possible story. Now, at that time, one of the senior editors at India Today was Prabhu Chawla, who was very close to BJP. So he asked Advani and Vajpayee. And of course, they wanted to pour cold water over it. So they said, "No, nothing, none of this will happen." So he said, "Nahi, Salil, this is a speculative balloon." So I said, "It's a trial balloon, but it's worth doing it because it might happen." So he said, "No, no, I'm in Delhi. I'm speaking to BJP leadership. They're saying it is not kid." So what I thought would have been a nice 2-page meaty story became something called state notes, which were 1 page of stories of four or five stories. In that it appeared as that. And of course, a year and a half later, the alliance did take place, BJP and Sena. So, I mean, if I had been more assertive, probably I could have said that, but I'm the meek Bombay reporter and not the aggressive Delhi reporter, I suppose. So,
Prabhu thought he was Prabhu.
yeah, absolutely.
Have you seen All You Imagine Is Light?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, because you mentioned Nalini Malani in that 1982 exhibition,
Payal, yeah.
and Payal Kapadia is, of course, her
I
daughter.
know Payal also, yeah.
Yeah.
But Aparna Kapadia, who comes a lot in the book, is the sister, Payal's sister, yeah.
My next question is actually about the forms in which one writes, right? Like, one of the things I've realized while podcasting, and in fact, when you last recorded with me, we must have spoken for an hour, and of course, that episode never ran. But as the form of the podcast changed and it became more and more long form, I realized it changed character completely, because the kind of the depth I would have to go into, the kind of listening I would have to do, the kind of intentionality I would bring into it, made it a completely different beast. And you could even say that changed me in the process. It's a form shaping the content shapes a creator. And I'm wondering about that in the context of your journalism. Like, early on, of course, you had the lucky break that you get to publish a long poem about Hussein, illustrated by Hussein himself, and etc., etc. But in India today, there would have been a certain frequency that is required from you, which gives you a little more time than you would have in a daily newspaper like the Indian Post. But it is not the kind of time that the Truman Capotes or the Gate Elises of the world would have had. You have to keep getting stuff out. There is that emphasis on production. There are also word lengths. You can't do more than a certain amount of words. All of that shapes the writing you do, and at some level I would imagine it shapes the kind of thinking that you have to do and the kind of noticing that you do, all of which becomes in the nature of fitting the form. So whenever you're thinking of what would I like to write about, you have to think about it in the context of the form available to you and within those restrictions. And then later on, of course, when you go abroad, and we'll talk about that after that, you are working in a variety of different forms. You're also doing long form, you are also doing weekly columns, multiple ones every week. Fortnightly.
In fact, Niranjan Rajadhaksha, who you know and you've done an episode with, who was the edit page editor, he insisted, he wanted me to go weekly.
You replaced me, by the way, on
Yes, I know.
Thursdays. Yeah.
He wanted me to go weekly, but I said, no, I prefer fortnightly because I just don't think I have enough to say every week. He said, no, that's not true. You'll find you do have to say.
Exactly my point, that it's like Parkinson's law. Work expands to fill the time available. So, given the imperatives of a weekly column would have kind of, but give me a sense of your thinking about form that way, that now looking back in hindsight, how did that shape the work you do? Were there forms that were more satisfying for you? Was there a time where you began to cavil against a certain kind of restraint and said, no, I want to stretch out a bit? You've also, of course, written these great books. So give me your thoughts on this, about learning these forms, dealing with these forms, and did you feel that there were some that were really suited you more than others?
So the hardest were to write were the run-of-the-mill news stories in India today. Something like a boom in branded chicken, because it had become a big thing. Venki's had come out at that time, and I wrote one about branded commodities, and there was some basmati rice which also had a brand, not Tilda is abroad, but there was something in India that had come up at that time, and I did a story on that, and I did it, and I had to overhype the whole thing, that it's somehow going to be better than the kiranas, whatever you get, which is unbranded. And they were so those are the kind of stories which when I look back, I said, why did I even do them? but it's there as part of my work. What interested me was always something that was at an angle. So even in India today, even today, when people of my vintage come to me and ask me about, oh, you used to write in India today, the stories they remember as not my Narmada expose, which I think I was very proud of, but they remember a story I did called Ethnic Jokes, and which was about how the rise of anglicized jokes, because we had Sardarji jokes and Bengali jokes and Marwadi jokes, but this was the time when we started getting punny and funny dad jokes, if you call it, about Indian community. So it would be things like, what are the 3 degrees of egoism in Tamil? It would be Iyer, Iyengar, that kind of, or how do you call Son, Father, and Holy Ghost in Tamil? Ramalingam, Mahalingam, Bhutalingam. So those kinds of jokes were becoming popular. So that was one. And the other was a piece I wrote on campus slang, which is the kind of slang that was emerging at IITs and St. Stephen's and Sydenham and Elphinstone and so on. And so the light touch pieces, which I enjoy reading, even if I read it now, I still laugh at them. Those were the ones that I'm not saying that that was my true calling, but it was a calling, just as the long literary profile was like that. And detailed exposition of an economic theme. One piece I wrote, which won a prize, an important prize in Hong Kong, the Citibank Pan Asia Journalism Economic Journalism Award, was about what are the implications of aging in Asia. Which kind of industries will succeed and not? So, cruise industry, gambling industry, home elevator industry in Japan. And Japan was great. And I went to Japan for 10 days. The magazine had the money to send me there. And I was able to write that. So, those are the kind of anything that allows you to probe deeper, I'm interested in. I mean, I've just pitched a piece. So, you may or may not want to use it because the piece may not get accepted. But, now that Satanic Verses is available at Bahari Sant, I've pitched to an British magazine that, the whole relationship of Salman Rushdie, Satanic Verses, and India. The fact that it's come out now, at a time when the earlier BJP government would have loved to have owned it, because the first visit Rushdie made to India was when Vajpayee was the prime minister. But today he's literally a persona non grata for this government because of what he has said about him. I still remember when he was brutally attacked 2 years ago. And Jaishankar was asked, what is the Indian response? We know that there has been a very bad attack and we are watching the situation. Something like that, he
Oh,
said.
God.
Nothing about great writer of Indian origin and this should never happen, which is exactly the kind of thing that, he may be a US and UK, but he's a boy of Mumbai or something like that. But none of that came from Jaishankar. He just said, we have noted it's a brutal attack or a tragic attack and we are monitoring the situation. As if, but anyway, so there's no love between them anymore. So the fact that it has happened when this government is in power is completely coincidental because of classic bureaucratic snafu. No one can find the circular.
I love that.
It's so funny. It itself is a nice Salman Rushdie story,
Can't make this shit up, yeah.
Yeah.
Or a nice Salil Tripathi story for that matter.
Yeah.
No, and this little bit also indicates a difference between the Vajpayee government and this one. That they're
True.
so different. Same party, but so different in
Yeah.
terribly tragic ways. Did you get the sense, and this is something that I got during my few years as a journalist and a slightly longer time as a columnist, that it was all transient, that it would come and it would go, it would come and it would go. Like economists use the phrases stock and flow. And I think about that in terms of the creative arts as well, that we also have a stock and flow. And what is our flow? Our flow are the columns or the podcast episodes or the blog posts. They are the flow. They are super important because we are thinking aloud for the world. We're getting the output out there. We are iterating, etc., etc. But it's transient and it vanishes. Whereas stock would be like a book or a documentary series or a feature film that you put it out there and it's there forever. The Gujaratis is going to be read for decades, right? It's there, it's there forever, and there's a certain satisfaction in there as well. And for a lot of your career, for a lot of this time, you were really doing the flow. So were you just happy doing what you're doing and, it's great work, you're making a good living, you then go abroad also after that, which I'll ask you about. Or was there also the sense that, hey man, I should be writing the books? I have all these famous authors who are my buddies and, there are journalists I admire who have written great books. I should be doing that. How was your thinking on
I
that?
did want to write books from a very early age. And my regret is that my mother saw none of my books. She died in 2004, and my first book comes out in 2009. And My wife died in 2006, but when she saw me struggling with the novel, she said, "You know what, Salil? This is a very big endeavor you're doing. Just write a short book, get it out. It will give you the satisfaction and the confidence that you can do it." And in a way, she was right, because Offense comes out only 120 pages or something like that. And it made me feel that, because I still remember when I showed it to someone, they go, "Oh, this is like a pamphlet," pejoratively. I said, "No, I mean, I know what a pamphlet is. And pamphlet is not something rude. I mean, in British history, there is a meaning. There was someone in England who had said it. But I said, okay, that's fine. Just wait for the second one." And that, of course, is a Bangladesh book and so on. But I still remember that our mutual friend Nilanjana Roy had once said that, you've got such a body of work on freedom of expression. Can it be compiled into a book? And can you do that? And I did speak to couple of editors, and then somebody put it very well. And in fact, Nilanjana herself had said it in another context, that there are only 2 or 3 columnists in India whose writing can be compiled as is and become a book and can sell. And she mentioned Khushwant Singh, Shobha De. As you know, if they were like with malice towards one and all, and if Shubha were to put, people will see a reason to, or I would add to that, Busy Bee and his round and about books, people would want to pick them up. And I'm sure once we go to the languages, there are other writers. So I'm not trying to put down the language writing at all, but the one I'm most intimacy with. But I do think that all those pieces on free speech can probably be compiled one day into a volume. And the closest I came to was Detours. And again, Nilanjana was the original editor. It went through many editors because, Nilanjana left editing, became a full-time writer, and there were 2 or 3 editors at Westland at that time. And what happened in that entire conversation, she said that, look, no one wants to read your column in mint of 900 words again and again and again. And no one is interested. But she said, you have written interestingly about certain themes. So divide them into these 3 themes, which she helped me identify, and turn them into proper 2,000-word essays. And which is what I did. And I think it worked as a result of that. And the good news is that now Kartika, who has now taken over, took over Westland, and she and I are talking about reviving Detours and doing part 2. And so that also is a project on our minds. But we'll see how it proceeds there.
No, and pamphlet being said in a derogatory way is kind of funny because pamphlets have such a rich tradition from Thomas
Federalist
Paine to
papers, yeah,
Burke, the
absolutely. And
Federalist
Federalist
Papers.
papers.
Even in modern times, I think Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny is a excellent
And in
pamphlet.
emergency, what A.D. Gorwala did with Opinion, it was a pamphlet. It was a 4-page sheet, literally. And yeah, and how he fought the emergency with that.
Tell me about the next step. So you've done a little bit of journalism here, then you go out, you get your MBA. And by the way, let's talk about the MBA bit first, because not to underscore it, but Dartmouth Tufts is a top university.
It's
You've
very
done an
hard to
MBA
get
from
in.
there. It's hard to get in. You are sort of made. You are on the CEO track in a
Yeah, it could
sense
have
once
been
you've done
Goldman
that.
Sachs or something by now. Yeah.
Exactly. But were you always clear throughout that thing that this is only insurance that I want to write?
No,
What
so
was
when I did, and I was interested in development economics, and my professors actually did tell me to go to the World Bank after, or IMF. They said, you have, the poets and quants. So he said, there's a poet in you. I didn't, I'm very good at arithmetic, but not at mathematics. And I struggled with decision analysis and linear programming and all that. A very cute story, I must tell you. So we had to do a case on queuing. And the case was like this, that there is a law firm, and the law firm has 3 photocopiers. And a lot of the stuff you're photocopying is confidential. And there are 20 partners. And sometimes one is doing 70 pages and the other partner has to wait. And an hour goes, and a lawyer's 1 hour is worth $200. So the cost is very high. How many more machines, the economic ordered quantity concept, EOQ, how many more machines should be bought so that time is minimized, but there are no idle machines at any time? And we were supposed to apply the EOQ model, and I have no idea what the answer was. So I put my hand up. I said that, why do you want to do that? Why don't you hire somebody who would do the copying? So the lawyer gives it to the person, and that person does it, and pay them less or pay them above market rate of minimum wage and all that. So Jerry Saar, who was my professor, said, that's ingenious, and I know Indians are ingenious, but these are very confidential documents, so you can't just randomly give it to any person because they might read it. So I said, yeah, then give it to a visually impaired person and put braille instructions on the copier. So they are not going to read it, but they'll at least make sure that the thing is done. So I think that's what I would do. And the class nervously laughed. So Sar kept looking at me. He said, "That is a brilliant solution, and I have no answer to that, but I want the mathematical answer to the class here." And he said that. And when we finished our MBA, one of my class, and she's become a lifelong friend, and I know Kate Wiley at that time, she said, "Salil, this is the story I will remember you by in the class, that, you completely saw outside the box and shifted the paradigm." So
Classic Gujarati jugaad.
yeah, but I genuinely thought that, this is the way to fix it. Why do I have to worry about doing this mathematical form? But it was a decision analysis class. I wasn't supposed to go outside the box, but I did. Yeah.
And you were kind of comfortable going back into journalism and
Yeah. So what happened was that I was not a class topper by any means. I mean, our grades were honors, satisfactory plus, satisfactory, low pass, and fail. And I had 2 low passes out of my 30 or 40 courses I did. One was in linear programming and one was in applied statistics. But I did had several honors and I had several satisfactory pluses. So I came out with a very good GPA in the end, and which would have given me a nice job as a marketing manager in Atlanta for Coca-Cola or something like that. But
interesting. If I have the timeline right, if you'd gone to World Bank around then, you would have been a colleague of the great Land Pritchett, an economist.
probably I would have joined in 1985. What I was told very clearly is that, I was interviewed, and World Bank does have quotas by nationality.
Oh,
Yeah, and they said if you're a US, UK, Indian, or Pakistani, you have to be 3 standard deviations away from mean. You have to be that bright to get in.
wow.
But if you're good, you won't. But if you're a Bangladeshi, you'll get in. If you're a Canadian, you'll get in. Because those were the unfulfilled quotas. So the World Bank was not to happen in the end. So, but that's okay. I mean, yeah.
So, how does the step to going abroad then happen in your journalism? Like, to take me through that part of your journey.
Going abroad after MBA, right?
Yeah,
I come back to India.
You come back, you do your...
No, of course. And then, I marry and we want to buy an apartment and we want to live in South Bombay, and we go to all these Daryanani and Hiranandani and all these builders, and everything that they're offering me is Nala Sopara or beyond at my resources. I said I can pay up to 10 lakh rupees or something like that by raising loans and all that. They said, then we'll give very nice 1.5 bed thing in Nala Sopara. And I said, I've grown up in Kemp's Corner. Karuna, my wife, had grown up at Churchgate. She went to Oval Maidan, Alexandra School. I was at New Era. Sydenham for me. She did go to IIT and VJTI. So she did kind of cross the Haji Ali barrier, as it were. But, I'm south of Haji Ali person. Sobo snob, as we call it, yeah. So I said, I'm not going to live in Nala Super. And then suddenly Karuna sees an ad for Deutsche Bank, which wanted, and she was a software engineer and from the US. So which wanted 5 or 10 engineers in Singapore. So she said, shall I apply? I said, yeah, apply. Let's see what happens. And we thought, like all people, that if she gets it, we'll earn enough in 3 years and come back, kind of a thing. And so she goes, and then at that time, my older son Udayan was 1 year old, and I thought I'll be a good dad at home. And this is how the whole circle comes around. David Davidar had just launched Penguin in India, and he was keen that I write a book on the middle class boom of India. And I'd done a lot of reporting around it. So I thought I'll sit in Singapore at home, I'll write up the book, and Udayan will look after Udayan. Singapore had a very chauvinistic and male-oriented society. I mean, it probably still is, but at that time, that you could be a trailing spouse, but if you're a trailing spouse, you could only be a female and not a male.
Ouch.
So if a woman goes and gets a job, the husband also has to have a job, or the partner has to have a job. But the reverse is not the case. So if a man goes, and woman can be a stay-at-home mom. So the idea of stay-at-home dad was not. They told me I can have what is called a social visit pass, which means I can stay 3 months, but then I have to go back to India, then I have to come back. But it was discretionary. They can prevent me from coming, and I didn't want the risk. So I had to take up a job. So I go to SRI, this Stanford Research, which are a consulting company, and McKinsey. But by then, I'd spoiled my resume by 5 years in journalism. So the jobs they were offering me was to be their communications director. And I didn't want to be a flack. I wanted to be a hack. And so I had to apply to Business Times, the local daily. And I worked with them for 1.5 years or so. And then there was a new magazine starting in Hong Kong, run by a Thai tycoon called Asia Inc., modeled after Fortune. And they were looking for a correspondent. And they asked me to do a story on spec. They said, if we like it, we'll publish it and pay you, and then make a job offer to you. And I wrote a story about Singapore wooing Indian tech talent, because Singapore had a huge shortage and a lot of Indian engineers were coming. And they loved the story. It appeared and so on. And they offered me the job, and they offered me double or triple the salary from them. And I was becoming a foreign correspondent rather than working for what essentially was an in-house journal of the ruling PAP, but the business newspaper. So I was really glad to get out of it. And I still have friends there, and they were very nice people. But I mean, if you're a Singaporean journalist, you don't have too many choices. So I can see that. But so that's how my story with Asia Inc. starts with. Initially, it was like, get the pen, get the story, get into a cab, and damn the expenses. It was that kind of the Time magazine, old Time magazine culture. So I was doing a story on MBA programs in Asia. So I went to Australia, Thailand, Japan,
Wow.
and looked at business schools and wrote about it. And I wrote that story, as I said, on aging in Asia. I wrote another story I'm very proud of on rising costs of doing business in Singapore, and rise of Indonesia under Suharto, and it's the underbelly of that. I came to India to do a story on the middle class boom in India. Finally, I did one IT tech boom in Bangalore. I'm talking about 93, 94, when Ashok Soota was at Wipro and Narayan Murthy, Nandan Nilekani was still probably using an auto to go to his office, and so on. So it was so those were the stories that I did, and ended up getting a few prizes. Then that magazine was in a crisis mode. So I applied, and Nayan Chanda hired me for Far Eastern Economic Review, and which was a brilliant opportunity because the Asian crisis happened. Baht was floated, Thai baht collapses, saw attack on Indonesian rupiah, and I'm the regional economics correspondent. So I'm documenting the Asian collapse, which in a way there was a bit of schadenfreude there because, those countries were behaving very arrogantly. So to see that come up and felt, as a journalist, it felt this was bound to happen. I'm glad I'm witnessing it and writing about it. And I wrote about the collapse of banks, the fall of Suharto. I was there the day he fell. I walked the streets with tanks going around me, the city in burning. And I still remember I was in a bus traveling because no rickshaw or taxi would go. So I was going in a bus from one part to another. And there were these two Balini singers, and they kept singing Dasho Muko, Dasho Muko. That's Ravana. And Lanka burning. I couldn't understand Bahasa then. Now I know a smattering of it. But they were basically saying that Ravana has been destroyed. So I had started my story about the burning of Lanka, and burning of Jakarta, by saying that harkens in Lanka, and I put all the, and I was so sad that I had this American editor. He said, no one will get it. I said, you know what? Only the expats won't get it. Every Asian will understand what I'm saying. Every Indonesian will get it. Malaysian will get it. Thai will get it, because Ramayana is part of our culture. But I was outvoted, and it had some banal opening line. The how Salim, the great a tycoon who was Suharto's friend, his house was gutted, which I wrote about. And Ming and jade vases were lying shattered, and I wrote about all of. So that became the opening line, and not this Dashomoko. So I used it in Detours finally, that story.
Wow, beautiful. When you were in India, when you were reporting in India, writing in India, you know the landscape intimately. You've lived here, you've grown up here, you get it. And so, in a sense, there are a lot of easy assumptions you can make because you really know the landscape. When you are in Singapore and you're writing about all of Asia and you're doing all of that, your knowledge is at a very surface, very rudimentary, very surface level. How did you work past that? Because at one level, the fear can be paralyzing that you might write about something in a shallow way. That, whenever a foreigner writes about India, whenever anybody, with very, very few exceptions, 99.9% of the time, it just feels so shallow, and it feels so, even if the intentions are the best and they're great craftspeople or whatever, it's just not there. You can see what is missing, right? So how did you get past that? Like, on the one hand, and I'll come back to this also later, that your understanding of economics and business is great, and partly perhaps because of your MBA education, but even overall, I assume it would have been great anyway because you are just that kind of thinker. But leaving that aside for the moment, just in terms of the cultures, the nuances, like if you call someone for a quote, in India, you would just know instinctively kaise baat karna hai and how you begin a conversation. Over there, you won't know the etiquettes, you won't know what to ask and what not to ask, what is appropriate. And sometimes if you're writing on a particular subject, you need a certain amount of depth of research before you can even know what questions to ask. How was that phase for you? How did you deal with it?
So initially, when I was at Business Times, my first beat was property, which is a terrible beat to give an outsider because it's like if somebody were to turn up today as a foreign correspondent in Bombay and given property beat, they wouldn't know where to start because they wouldn't know the historic importance of South Bombay. They wouldn't know Dharavi, and they wouldn't know how these parts of Bombay have grown up, and they wouldn't know which land is of more value and which is of less. They wouldn't know the builders and the developers. And I was in that state. There were these three or four large Richard Ellis, Jones Lang Wooten, and Knight Frank Bellew were the three large real estate consulting companies. And I was just pleading with them to explain the terrain of Singapore. And I learned a bit, but luckily, after 3 months or 4 months, there was a very nice editor there called Margaret Thomas, and she knew that I was fish out of water there. And she told me that, we have a writers group called PEG, Politics, Economics, and General. And I'm pulling you from there to bring. She was the deputy editor. And so she brought me into PEG. Initially, I was going to be on foreign desk, which would have been fine, but then I would have been only copy editing, not writing. But so I got to know a little bit of Singapore's lay of the land in those 3 months, but then I started writing PEG, where I was interviewing, visiting people, and I interviewed Dick Cheney as the CEO of Halliburton at that time. Yeah, I interviewed Elliot Richardson, who had a prominent role in the Watergate crisis. So all those people who came, which Singaporean journalists either didn't know or weren't aware of, I would do that. I mean, it was quite sad. I mean, I still remember I was writing after I'd left. American Express had a magazine called Expression, and they had sent me. I mean, they were owned by the same company that owned Asia Inc., where I worked, and I had gone to Paris and Nice to do a story about Asian Development Bank meeting in Nice, and I thought that was the ultimate junket. Bankers going to Nice in May just to have a ball. And I did quite a sarcastic piece around it. So because I was going all the way there, what the office told me is that you should also go and do a story on Paris. So I said, I'll do a story on Hemingway's Paris. And I basically walked through Hemingway's city.
Oh, wow.
And came back and went to his first house, second house, and Harry's bar and all the rest. So when I came back and I wrote the story, and Teresa Gibbs, who was the editor, she liked it. She said, but why don't you speak to someone in Singapore to say what Hemingway means to them? I said, it will be very rare I'll find someone in Singapore who knows Hemingway. She said, no, don't be so contemptuous. So I called the person who was at that time a literary editor of Straits Times. And I said that, I'm doing this piece, and I knew him by name. And I said that I'm doing this piece and I want to know more about Hemingway. And is he read at all in Singapore? And so he knew where this goes. He was very offended. Of course, we know Hemingway very well. I know Of Mice and Men. So I thought, okay, I made my point, I told Teresa that this is what happened. She said, okay, you don't need to use the quote, and because it would have made him look stupid. So,
But do you think he even read Steinbeck, or he just
I
skipped
don't
first
know.
name?
I mean, it may be a textbook in the 8th standard in the school, which is why he would have read Of Mice and Men. Yeah.
That sounds like such a great story. Are these online somewhere?
No, these are all here.
In your head?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you mean the Expression and Hemingway?
Yeah.
Oh, that is online. Yeah.
Mhm.
If it's not online, I have the hard copy which I can put on by
Mhm.
scanning it. I mean, that can be done. No, I thought you meant the story about my encounter with the Straits Times.
No, of course not. I mean,
Those are not written down. No.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't expect that as well. Tell me about the economic side of it, because you are that rare journalist who would actually, get the economics, get how the business world works, etc., etc. Tell me about that aspect of it. Is it something that came to you easily, and the MBA at Dartmouth just helped with that, or is it something that you had to learn and pick up as well?
So when I was doing my undergrad, my favorite subject was economics. I mean, I really loved it, and I mean, everybody went for a textbook by a particular. Stonier and Haig was everyone, and Samuelson. But I did read my Samuelson, but the one I liked a lot was actually written by 6 Marathi authors, and it was basic business economics. It was called Bapat, Joshi, Kelkar, Malapur, Yevlekar, and I think Shirvadkar. Those were the 6 writers. Yeah, and Kelkar became a good family friend later. So, but it was very lucid, and you can't believe 6 people could have written so lucidly. But whether it's indifference curves and apples and orange comparison and liquidity trap and all that was explained very beautifully. So I thought, and that's why I thought that, if I do this and an MBA and work at the World Bank in economics, it might work. And all that seemed. So even at Tuck, we had to do the basic managerial economics. But in my second year, I wasn't good at statistical economics, but I did a course on behavioral economics, on advanced decision theory, which was all about, basically game theory and all that. That I was very, very happy with. So I can understand when M&A deals happen and how they happen, and not the mechanics of it, because I mean, I can read a balance sheet, but not brilliantly. But in that case, it became quite easy to understand. So I still remember when Bhopal happened and Union Carbide stock collapsed immediately. It was 80 something and went down to 37. And our professor said, "What will happen now?" So someone said it'll go bankrupt. I said, "No, I think it may be time to buy the carbide stock, because in 3 or 4 months it'll be up again." He said, "That's the answer I'm looking for." And it did happen that way, because carbide managed to avoid the lawsuit, and the lawsuit went to India, and then it went nowhere. So the victims suffered, but carbide then got sold off to Dow Chemical at a reasonably good price.
So one thing that I've noticed in journalism, I think it is still probably true of most journalism, and again from my far away vantage point, also true of the human rights world in which you worked, and we'll come to that later after the break. But one thing that is true of both of those is that there's a certain economic illiteracy and an instinctive distrust of markets. You will have words like neoliberal
Oh yeah,
thrown about,
I mean, they use
exploitation
it
thrown about.
pejoratively, and I said,
Yeah,
I mean, liberal is a good word. So if a neoliberal, you're trying to make liberalism more prosperous. That's all you're trying to do.
yeah,
You
yeah.
want equality of access and fairness and opportunity, but you also want there to be some reward and not just everybody at equal levels of poverty.
So, how was that? Because in both these worlds, there is a danger of Stockholm syndrome, so to say, that you don't want to, like your views on markets in both these environments would actually have been totally at odds with the conventional view. They're completely radical. The easiest thing in the world is to, talk about late capitalism, blame neoliberal. If there are poor workers in a sweatshop, you're going to talk about slavery and exploitation and all of that, and obviously you get the other picture. So how was that for you? Because what often happens with people is that the environment that they are in changes them in subtle ways, without them realizing it. So it is not that they are being dishonest, but they just change in subtle ways.
So
What
the
was
greatest educational institution is growing up in socialism and failed socialism, which is what the case was with me, right? We had to go with ration card to get wheat and rice. Bombay Gas Company was supposed to give us gas, it never did. And for years and years, my mum would cook on a primus stove or on coal sigri at our apartment. Yeah. Because Bershan gas, that those gases were just not available, or they were sold at a premium, which we couldn't afford. So I've seen the sagadi in my house on which food would get cooked. So I mean, when you you see everything run by state and nothing working, and the karmic acceptance with which we take it, then when you see a profusion of choices, you realize that this is what markets do. and and yes, it leads to waste, it leads to environmental level, but then make the polluter pay. I'm not saying that I'm not at all, I'm not a laissez-faire person. I mean, of course, if a business breaks laws, punish them. Don't do crony capitalism, which is the bane of Southeast Asia and which is now happening in South Asia. But I think that was the problem. The true competitive nature of market, yes, it will lead to losers. And what you need is a good safety net, which is what the Scandinavians have figured out. I mean, I go to Norway a lot, I teach there. And I mean, if I have to choose one region in the world to live, I would probably pick any Scandinavian country. I mean, at least as of now, they still run brilliant societies. People do pay huge amounts of taxes, but boy, do they get something in return. They get exceptional healthcare, no waiting list. They get great school, great colleges, and an egalitarian nature. So nobody has an advantage because they were able to pay their way out by being in England. That's what happened. That you have good state schools, and the property there is very expensive. The poor kids can never get in there. That doesn't happen, and I think there is something to be learned from that aspect of it also. So I was and in the human rights world, which you, as you said, we will talk later, but it's worth bearing in mind that there's a suspicion of private sector because of the private and self motive. But I just tell them that, look, the biggest abuser of human rights anywhere in the world is a state, whether it's privacy, whether it's torture, detention without trial, disappearances, extrajudicial executions. It's a state that does it, not a company. Not a mining company may want it done, and the state will be the handmaiden and do it for them. But it's a state which pulls the trigger. The security forces are run by state. And I think and then they want to get into this. antediluvian kind of argument that, oh, but the state is doing at the behest and is complicit with and is a handmaiden of the private sector. I said, no, they may be hand in glove. And there may be sometime, Suharto's Indonesia, where half the industries were owned by his children, Hutomo Mandala Putra and Siti Hadiati Haryanti. They were the ones who were running the companies. And if you wanted to do a deal there, you had to have them as your partners, or Salim or Eka Chipta Vijaya. Or Lippo Group, James Riady. So that's the way you were working and I think that's the model Philippines had with Kohuanko, Malaysia had with Tajuddin Ramli, and in a way it's repeating itself in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India, as we see, to our detriment. It's bad for markets, and that's why I've always said, there are politicians who say they like markets, but they like marketing, and politicians who say they like capitalism, but they actually like certain capitalists. And so those are the kind of I have a lot of skepticism of the way capitalism is practiced, and which was a book that Raghuram Rajan and Luigi wrote, Saving Capitalism from
the
Capitalists.
Capitalists.
Yeah. So there's a lot in it that one can learn from and see it. So I'm when I say that, I used to have this argument with my colleagues in England at Amnesty and later all the time, where they said that privatization was terrible. I said, you know what? If you lived in my kind of socialism and state sector, you yearn for privatization. I remember going to Indian Airlines office at Nariman Point and waiting for an hour to go and plead for a ticket to Delhi. And with great reluctance, they would give me a ticket. That changed completely now, because of course, you had huge number of airlines. Now again, there's a duopoly or triopoly, if you can call Akasa Air an airline. Yeah, but that's where we are now.
Like the common conflations that people make in both these fields is they confuse pro business and pro market. Both of us, I think, are pro market. You need competition, and obviously the rule of law is a key part of that. And you want the state to interfere as little as possible, except in enforcing the rule of law and where there are negative externalities and similar market failures. And pro business is crony capitalism. That's such a common conflation even in India. Like this current government is not pro free markets at all. It is pro some certain businesses, and that's a completely different thing. Like one of the pet peeves I have is that when the CAA protest broke down, I was absolutely delighted by one thing, but aghast at one aspect of it. What I was delighted at is that young people throughout the country rose up in protest and waved the preamble about. But the little detail I didn't like is the preamble they waved about was Indira Gandhi's preamble, not Ambedkar's preamble. And Indira Gandhi's preamble had the word socialist in it. And people, like I have had many guests of your generation who will actually, and who were elites in the 1980s, they were not poor then, who will talk about socialism as if it is a good thing. And I just find that so incredibly offensive.
So the offensive part for me is Indian socialism. Because I do think Scandinavian countries are socialist.
But like Johan Norberg makes a point in his books that they got to their level of prosperity through free markets, which happened in about 1950. And once you have the luxury of being that wealthy, you can do the welfare state.
Thatcher used to say that, right? Margaret Thatcher, you cannot redistribute poverty. You can redistribute only wealth.
Exactly.
And I think there is something to that. So I have a lot of time for that argument. But at the same time, when you I'm coming back to Bombay this time after 5 years. When I see the visible inequality, you see, when I grew up in Bombay, you walk through Altamount Road and Carmichael Road and all that. You knew very rich people lived there, but there was no way to tell apart. But now with this, and I'm not only picking on Antilla here, don't get me wrong, but when I come on the coastal highway now and see the high rises that have cropped up from Mahalakshmi all the way to where you come off for the sea link, it's a Manhattan-like skyline, or Sao Paulo-like skyline for that matter. And Sao Paulo San Paulo is a good example because it has the same kind of disparity that you see now. And I think that's galling. And that, I don't know whether Gini coefficient actually captures it or not, but that visibility, which I used to always associate with Jakarta, Bangkok, and Dhaka, is now happening in India. And I think, so I'm not saying that the solution to that is socialism, is greater access to opportunities. But, small entrepreneurs, the amount of impediments and hurdles they have to cross to set up a small business, and this ridiculous joke about salt caramel and salt popcorn and caramel, the complexities of the taxation system. This is 1960s India. This is not the Manmohan Singh India. This is the Nehruvian India that we are going into.
There's a term that economists use, K-shaped recovery, which has been used to talk about the recovery in India after COVID. And I'd done this 10-hour episode called The Life and Times of the Indian Economy with Rajeshwari Sengupta. And we came up with a formulation there that I think is very accurate, which is that we are today a K-shaped economy. That, you have one sector which is the high rises that you see, but the other sector which is not coming out of poverty, and perhaps, demonetization and the botched implementation of GST and COVID, which was nobody's fault, exacerbated those. But I think that is not captured by the Gini coefficient. This is one of the rants I have, that I think that is completely the wrong metric, because inequality and poverty are fundamentally different things, and we
True.
often use the word inequality when we mean poverty. Like after 91, the 20 years between 91 and 2011, so much happened in India. Hundreds of millions of people came out of poverty. Poverty went down, inequality went up, which is bound to happen with a
Yeah.
developing nation. And I think that we sometimes, do the isomorphic mimicry in terms of rhetoric by borrowing the rhetoric from the West and talking about inequality, which I don't think we should hear. Like, a question that I often ask people is, where would you rather be poor, in Bangladesh or USA? And everybody would rather be poor in the USA. But poverty is greater in Bangladesh, inequality is greater in the US. So I just say that to point out that
No, I accept
completely
that. I
different
mean,
thing.
it's just that see, it's again that, I mean, I don't want to make a fetish of Thatcher here, but rising tide lifts all boats kind of a thing. So if your economy is growing, it's a bit like, I remember writing in those days of the early economic reforms. Yes, now there are people who are now able to afford 5 mobile phones at the top end of the market, but the guy who was barefoot is at least wearing chappals.
Hmm.
So yeah, this person rises only by quantum of 1, the other one rises by quantum of 5. But so long as a guy rises from 0 to 1 and can aspire legitimately to get to 3 or 4, that's a good thing. It's when that person ceases to aspire, that's when you have either complete despair, or, which I don't think will ever happen in India, but the Marxist revolution.
Yeah, I mean, for the listeners, one book I would recommend, which has a clear view on this, is Harry Frankfurt's book on inequality, where he came up with something called the doctrine of sufficiency, where he said, you decide what is a sufficient income level for somebody to live a fulfilled life, and you focus only on that and nothing else. Inequality doesn't matter. Just focus on getting as many people above that as possible. And again, Gandhiji said, and again, you've quoted him saying exactly this in your book, that whenever I think of any action, I only think of how will it affect the poorest person in the land.
And is it going to make any difference to his life?
Is it going to make any difference?
Then your
to-
doubts melt away.
Yeah, then your doubts melt away. And for me, that is the only metric. And, I don't know if you've read it, but Land Pritchett has his great seminal paper out where he talks about, where he looks at different human welfare indicators and what they correlate with. And he finds a 99% correlation with per capita GDP, and therefore growth being the answer. So he argues that economic growth is both necessary and sufficient for human welfare to happen. And the correlation with things like redistribution, welfareism across countries, across decades is less than 1%. There's really no other game in town. And we've kind of seen that through, after liberalization, every 1% rise in GDP, getting 3 million people out of poverty. Nitin Pai gave me this figure. But the dominant view, like one of my problems with mainstream Indian journalism for all of this time, is that you will have great reporters who are great at description but terrible at prescription. The description is good because they're going there on the ground, they're seeing everything, they're documenting whatever they see. But the prescription is bad because they're bringing these wrong frames to it.
But I think if it's a reporter, it's not necessarily his job to prescribe. His job, or her job, is basically to get people who offer prescription and then to analyze and see what makes sense.
Correct,
Because I
but
don't.
there
I mean,
are some who
there's this disease among, and not just Indian reporters. It's also among British reporters of become what I call the sub janta wala. Like he knows everything.
Yeah.
And this is, I'm sorry to say, but predominant among Delhi journalists. I mean, we Bombay lot are the humble lot. But the guy from Delhi just lands up and then knows that this has worked in UP, so it will work in Andhra Pradesh, that kind of an attitude.
Yeah.
And I see that way too often. When there was a big story happening in Bombay. India Today Delhi reporters would turn up as though they knew Maharashtra better than we did. And it is, I mean, Rehman, who was my boss, we used to laugh about it, and this story is now becoming important. Somebody from Delhi will turn up, and lo and behold, they would. But, when we talk about the socialism and inequality and poverty, it brought this, that the other bit of illiteracy in India are the what I call the neophytes of Indian right. Those who have very little understanding of
Yeah.
left and right. I mean, they're almost, it's almost dyslexic to the extent, and this is no disrespect to dyslexic, because this is something very easy to overcome. It's not a condition that they have. But what they tend to see is that if you are liberal values and believe in secularism, by definition, you're leftist and therefore a Marxist and a Naxal and a communist.
I've been called all these names and it is so bizarre because
And
what I feel like telling these people is I am way more right-wing in economics than you will ever be.
That's what Niranjan used to say. Niranjan said, I laugh, when at Mint I would write something and people would go, why do you have this leftist like Salil Tripathi? Niranjan would laugh. Like, you and leftists? I mean, what do they know? You've done an MBA, you're kind of, very soft libertarian. You're not a hard libertarian, which is true, but I'll never deny that I do see the role for the state in many areas. But, he used to laugh about it. And I also do, I said, I always say that, if you think that I'm against big business and markets, at least do the courtesy of Googling what I've written from 1980s.
And also, it's both right and left are used as pure pejoratives in a caricatural sense, in the sense that if you actually look at the Indian political landscape, it's all the same. Everybody is left wing on economics and right wing on social issues, and therefore they are deeply against freedom in both domains, and it's the worst of both worlds. And yet they reflexively use left and right. I mean, come on, Modi's economics is not right wing by any stretch.
Fiat.
Yeah. So a final question before we go in for a break and before we get to feed you a little bit of food is again a question about journalism broadly. That there are two trends that I have been seeing, and tell me if I'm imagining it or if it's something that worries you as well. One, of course, is a distinction between news and opinion vanishing, right? The sab janta walas, as you are saying, the people with the description also feeling qualified to give the prescription. And the second is that as journalism kind of as the mainstream crumbles, we don't have so much reporting of the news to the best of one's ability, but a participation in narrative battles. And a third phenomenon is perhaps, and I think my good friend Prem, our mutual friend Prem Panikar said this eloquently, that because newsrooms are cutting down on staff, all journalists necessarily have to be generalists and the beats are vanishing, and this leads to a lot of superficial reporting.
And I think Sainath has explained it very well. And again, one may not agree with all his prescriptions, but his descriptions and analysis are first rate.
In fact, I had him exactly in mind that he's A+ on description and absolute fail on prescription.
I'm not don't know enough about, but I think the title "Everybody Loves a Good Drought" was such a great title for a book, and what he does with Pari Network is astonishing. I mean, someone needs to go to, and he's the one who has pointed out that no major Indian newspaper has a labor reporter who goes to trade unions to find out how workers are doing. So if you have a strike at Maruti, then suddenly the political reporter, and he will try to see what will it mean about in the Abe-Modi relationship or whatever it is, something like that. It will be seen. Rather than why is it that the workers felt they had to break down the machinery or, kill the floor manager or beat him up or whatever. Which never accepted. Because I work on business and human rights, I know all these Dindigul agreement that has come out about, stopping sexual violence in garment factories. But the only people who write about it are those who write on gender rights or generally about business. But there is no labor reporter. And similar is with rural reporting. I mean, I've seen that again, Prabir Purokasa went through hell over his NewsClicks thing. But if you look at the kind of reporting they did on rural, so, when the farmers had laid siege around Delhi, and people say, "Oh, these are rich, fat Canadian Punjabis and Sikhs who are coming in their SUVs and doing it." But I mean, we have all seen the completely shattered feet with leather chappals of the Maharashtrian farmers who were walking also at the same time, and those stories were being picked up by that. So I think that's completely lost in the newsroom, and this entire obsession about Akash Ambani's son going to kindergarten, becoming a page one story, which but it was. I mean, in one of the Times of India edition, or the cheapening of the language. I mean, now that I'm back, I'm looking at the newspapers. I mean, there was a story about Sarkozy and being, corruption trial and needing to go to jail or something, and he was referred to as Sarko, Sarko,
Oh God.
as if he's a narco. I mean, why can't you write ZY after that or ZY after that? I mean, president says something. Even with Draupadi Murmu, they'll say prez, PREZ says this. I mean,
And it's actually unfriendly to the reader because then you mentally have to take those microseconds to do the full form yourself, and it's just terrible
and
writing.
I mean, when I was growing up, people used to say in Bombay you read Times of India to improve your English, in Madras you read Hindu, in Delhi Hindustan Times, and Calcutta Statesman. Those days are gone. I mean, I wouldn't want if I had kids of an impressionable age, I wouldn't them to learn English from any of the Indian newspapers today. Maybe Telegraph, maybe, or something random like that, or maybe from places like Scroll and Wire and websites like that, but not from the newspapers because of what's happened to them.
So here's another sort of larger question about journalism and something that I worry about. That on the one hand, there is a romantic notion that journalism has a particular dharma of its own, that you have to shine a light on the truth, that you have to speak truth to power, comfort the afflicted, etc., etc. You know the cliches. So there is one framing that, okay, it's a noble profession. This is what we do, much as doctors with the Hippocratic Oath. But another framing is that, look, everything is ultimately about supply and demand. You are functioning in a particular environment. You have to give people what they want. If they want sensationalistic narrative, if they want Sushant Singh Rajput split his body into two using quantum knowledge and his one half of him is still alive, then that is what you give them. And that's a real example of stuff that is spread. Then that is what you give them. And, a corollary to this also is that, look at the environment. I could have a big newspaper today. I also have a chemical factory. The government can raid my chemical factory. It is utterly irrational to carry anything against the government because then the whole business collapses and there is no newspaper at all. And this fills me with deep disquiet because I don't know how to argue for the first version, which I articulated, that there are principles. I do believe that every profession has an internal dharma of its own, that there is something that you are going for. But then the question of how and why, that has become a harder and harder case to make.
So I think media has lost credibility. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, when I say, I mean, I don't write for Wire, but people think I do because of my politics. And they say, you write for The Liar, is the way they write.
But actually, they're kind of right because the Wire has disgraced itself over a couple of years. I've written a
they've done a few, they made some, the whole tech story. I mean, they were completely hacked.
The whole tech fog and the Facebook story, and not even having the grace to apologize for it, to the people that they maligned, I thought was just very bad. I wrote about it in detail with the timeline. I'd written a post which I'll post from the show notes, but I just lost respect for them completely, because then there is a danger that what you call quote unquote journalism shades into activism. So even on the left, I'm not going to give everyone a free pass. I think Scroll and News Laundry are awesome. Wire and Caravan have disgraced themselves.
I've not written for Wire. I mean, they would sometimes use my stuff. And I mean, individually, I have a lot of respect for the people at Wire. And at Scroll, it's something similar that, I don't write for it because, but whenever I have something I can't place elsewhere, Naresh is always willing to look at it. And he has published some, or sometimes I give a speech on, imprisoned poets in Edinburgh, and Naresh thinks it's worth publishing it here, and he has used it. And Caravan, I'm not written for, I mean, my name is still on the masthead, but I'm not written now for a very long, but they've done some amazing work. Niranjan Takle's work on Loya, for example, is one such. This recent piece, whoever did it on Chandrachud, was awesome. I mean, absolutely. I mean, so sometimes their deep dives are really, really good. And my Bangladesh book wouldn't have happened but for my piece on Mujib in Caravan. So there are virtues there too. But to assume but that apart, the fact remains that print media has lost credibility. I mean, the so-called leftist media is not trusted by the readers because they see it as left, and the so-called non-leftist media, the so-called centrist media, has lost credibility because they are chasing rating points. And then you have the Swarajyas and others, which again is another echo chamber of its own.
Can't even call them journalism.
Yeah. I mean, they keep calling me the leftist in New York or something like that, and that just shows their illiteracy, and rather than anything else. So I'm left-handed, I'll admit that. But
so you are leftist.
Yes. So to some extent, that's the only extent I can say that I'm leftist. But so that's where you are. And this is no disrespect to the leftists either. There's some very fine people in the left that I have respect for, who fought for human rights. So that's one part of the story. Where I want to be hopeful is that when that distrust is so complete on print and and everyone, when you talk to people about journalists today, they only talk about the TV stars, right? People talk about Rahul Kanwal and Rahul Shivshankar and Navika Kumar and Ravish Kumar. I mean, complete spectrum, and Rajdeep and Barkha. They rarely talk about a columnist. I mean, maybe Ram Guha is one except, and Mukul Kesavan in another. But other than that, if I were to ask people to name reporters, and all the good reporters who should be in newspaper are all independent operators. Sohini Chattopadhyay and Rohini Mohan and Malini Subramaniam and Scroll has some on the staff, but otherwise and M. Rajshekhar. They do their work individually, and so I think that's what we have gone into. So there are going to be individual brands that will probably build their following, and Ravish has found the sweet spot. I mean, maybe others also get to do that, but I do feel that when we both believe in markets. When there's a gap in a market, someone proffers something. And Marcus Broccoli, who was the editor of Wall Street Journal and Washington Post and is now runs a venture capital firm, he put it very well to me. He said that why is it that newspapers in the past, their edit page and news carried every point of view? He said, now it's all biased. But why is it was like? I said, you tell me. And Marcus is an old friend. We've covered the collapse of Barings Bank together and all that, in all those in the early 90s in Singapore and so on. So Marcus said the reason is that at that time the newspaper wanted market, and the market was advertising. And advertising meaning you had to sell shoes, and you had to sell restaurants, and you had to sell ball bearings and everything. And the advertisers wanted as large a market as possible, which means it could be a Hindu, a Muslim, a left winger, a right winger, a gay person, a bigot against gay. Everybody had to be catered to listen, and to cater to that wider market, you offered every viewpoint on your edit page. So you would have a New York Times where on one side you would have some like James Scotty Ruston and Sidney Schanberg, but also William Safar. Now there's a token right person in New York Times, which is so palpable, and Wall Street Journal doesn't even pretend anymore. It doesn't have anyone who can be called liberal in the leftist sense of U.S. politics. I mean, to some extent, you see it in a couple of writers, but not really. I wrote for the edit page of Wall Street Journal, so have you. But it was very clear to me that they would never publish what I wanted to write in American edition, but they were very happy with what I was, because I was writing about individual freedoms and market freedom, which was a necessary message they wanted to put out in Europe and Asia. So I think, but so the edit page was different, but the news pages, they were very open. I mean, some of the most critical stories about Geddes and his appointment have come in Wall Street Journal. I mean, to make him the Attorney General, and some of the best stories that you see about water privatization have, and its impact on rural poor has come out in the journal. So that ability to cater to all sides, those newspapers got it, and they are all making money. So I think some smart entrepreneur here has to realize that there is a hunger for good news, there is a hunger for information, and there is a hunger for a newspaper that doesn't treat you like an idiot or just an eyeball, but to give you the information so that you can make an informed decision. A friend of mine, great New Zealand born journalist, because this links us to the previous question about prescription and description. I still remember he knew Indonesia intimately, he knew Philippines, he knew Thailand, he had been in Asia for 30, 40 years, and I was kind of his, working with him in Indonesia when Suharto fell. And every time we went to someone, he pretended as if he knew nothing. And he asked questions. And I remember we would always file our stories on Tuesdays, because Wednesday the review would get printed in Hong Kong, and on Thursday it would get published and come out in Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Singapore, and other cities would get it on Friday and Saturday. And I remember that we would have finished our writing on Sunday and Monday, the story would have gone. So on Wednesday morning, we would both meet in the office and say, what shall we write about this week? This is what has been announced. Now, what does it mean? Let's find out. He never said, we know it. There was no sub-janta wala attitude here. And we would go and he would say, look, Salil, you understand all this banking shit. I don't. You understand business. So you go and speak to the 5 leading investment banking economists and businessmen. I've met James Riyadi many times. I met many Indonesian tycoon many times, including Julius Tahia and all of that. And I would go and meet them. He would go and meet the generals. And then we had another reporter who would go and meet the local politicians, and somebody else knew the Chinese community well, Margot Cohen, and she would get those stories, and that's how we piece together the next week's Indonesia story. And I think it's that kind of, foot soldiering that is needed now, and that humility. That I'm very curious. I want to know. I don't have the answer. I may get an answer, but it's not for me to tell. I have to leave enough hints in the story for the reader to come to the conclusion. He or she may come to a different conclusion, which is fine because it's a complex world and there's no one truth. And I think if journalists start looking at it that way, then we will start, because I know there is a hunger for that. I mean, a lot of your friends and my friends would like a newspaper that treats them intelligently, or as people who understand things, but that has gone away now. And I think that's the great tragedy.
Long ago, I'd done an episode with Ashok Malik. I think you also must be knowing him.
Yeah, I know him.
And this is in fact the least listened episode of The Seen and the Unseen by a little bit. Random trivia. I don't know why.
That probably
I
means
hope-
that you have very left-leaning people. They say,
No,
oh,
no,
Ashok
no.
Malik, no go.
No, not at all, not at all.
Okay.
Though many people give me galis of being leftist and all that. But no, but Ashok made a great point there. And this was in the early days where I had 20-minute, 30-minute episodes. And his point was about the declining quality of television. And he said, look, go back to the incentives. One, your license fees to start a TV station are really high. Two, you put price controls on what individuals can pay on cable subscriptions and all that. And what that did was that every TV channel out there had no option but to depend on advertising for a large chunk of their revenues. And I think it's actually when we recorded, the reverse proportion was true in the US, but the largest chunk here was advertising, and therefore you had to play to the lowest common denominator, and therefore you have the tamasha that you have on TV with six people in six rectangles screaming at each other. Basically, I haven't
Or
watched.
wearing those military things and pretending to be a soldier.
Yeah. And I think that is one danger that you have to get through, that a news entrepreneur has to get through, that the temptation is that if you're putting in money, it is very easy then to get into the mindset of just go for the numbers, do clickbait headline, and gradually get sucked into that. The other puzzle that remains to be solved, and something that I have realized with this podcast, is that absolute numbers don't matter as much as your depth of engagement. Like I used to say in the early days of the audio podcast before I became a YouTuber also, that I would rather have 100,000 people listen to an episode of mine than 10 million views of a video on YouTube, because each view on YouTube will be average of 15 seconds, 20 seconds, while here my average session time is 40 minutes. I get a really engaged reader who feels he knows me, who will stop me and will stop my guests in public places to say thank you for what you do. And that depth of engagement is worth something. But in absolute numbers, if you're going in there with a shallow view of the market, you will not understand how much it is worth or how you can exploit it. So I agree with you that there are many people like you and me who want that kind of nuanced journalism, which to their credit, the likes of Scroll and News Laundry and the News Minute do try to do. And we'd love to see that. But the point is that if you just see the market from a mile high, you kind of miss these details and you just give in to those particular kind of imperatives. And the danger for somebody catering to a particular niche, whether it is Wire or Swarajya, would again be that just go all in on that and publish only one kind of story and forget about journalistic values, right? And Swarajya, of course, can't even call them journalistic. And I don't know what the way past that is. I know that there is a market out there where people will value this stuff and they're willing to pay for it. I make a good living as a podcaster now, but I am one person doing one kind of content and it's a niche. But there's got to be a better solution out there.
Yeah, there has to be. And I think, what Marcus was saying, maybe that is it, that people will, when you have a newspaper, it disappears, you lose credibility, but you still need the news and somebody has to fill that vacuum. And when you say what you want, that, unbiased, gives me information, lets me decide, gives me all points of view, is global and local, and also tells me practical things I want, you're basically describing what a newspaper should be.
Yeah. So before we go in for a break, since you mentioned you're being left-handed a while before this, I will relate a joke I picked up from your wonderful book, which is so entertaining and full of quips, which is about a tycoon who decides that he's going to give his fortune away. So he announces that come to this hall, I will give my fortune away here. and hundreds of people turn up to that hall because he has a fortune. And then he says, okay, everyone who is right-handed, please leave. So 90% of the people leave. Then he says, okay, everyone who can understand English, please leave. So everybody leaves except two dudes. So these two dudes are standing there. So he says, okay, anyone who doesn't know Serbo-Croat, please leave. These two people stay there, so thereby indicating they know Serbo-Croat. And then he says, okay, I need to see if you really know Serbo-Croat, please speak to each other in Serbo-Croat. And then one of them turns to the other and says, Kemcho, and the other guy says, Majama. Right, and this is such a beautiful story, Salil, that you used to illustrate the cunning and the enterprise of the Gujarati, and we shall have a lot more of that and a lot more of your journey after a quick break.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still with Salil Tripathi, who has survived an onerous lunch, and we shall now continue our journey down his life and also our journey down Gujarat. So, Salil, we've kind of, in the chronology samjhiye situation, we have now arrived into the early 2000s, and you've been a journalist, and you're happy doing what you're doing in Singapore. Things are going swimmingly. In fact, we've reached the 1990s, rather the late 1990s, and things are going swimmingly. And from this, now you make a very interesting move into the world of human rights. So tell me how this came about.
Right. So my initial understanding of human rights was the emergency. I was 14, I think, when it was declared, or 13, and I was 16 or 15 when it was removed. And I mean, I'm hardly a hero, but I mean, I did have some childish pranks during the emergency. I mean, I remember writing a letter and sending it to the Times in London, which was highly critical of the government, and but it never appeared, and probably good thing, because otherwise somebody would have, there would be a midnight knock on my door. And the other thing I did was A.D. Gorwala, whose opinion we spoke about. It was printed first, then it was cyclostyle, and finally it was cyclostyle or mimeographed, as you might call it, in our school, in New Era School, because it twice it has played this clandestine role. Usha Mehta's radio station in 1940s, some of the time it was from our school, and the other was this cyclostyling of A.D. Gorwala's opinion. And we were given the list of residents on Pedder Road, Carmichael, or Old Point Road, and we would go and slip them under their door. So my little bit of emergency fame is that. But anyway, I knew it was something fundamentally wrong. I mean, I still remember the day it was declared. My friends Apurva and Kaushik, 2 classmates of mine, when we left school, and I lived very close to the school, we started shouting loudly, "Liberty, equality, fraternity," as we were walking. And then a Parsi gentleman said, "Ke Marere dikra jail ma jau chhe? Do you want to go to jail?" is what the Parsi uncle told us at that time. So anyway, but those were pranks, but at least I knew. And then after the emergency, I started reading Arun Shourie in Indian Express and M.J. Akbar in Sunday, who were telling atrocity about what happened to Raj and what happened to Snehlata Reddy. The point being that fighting for freedom was not something that only my parents' generation and others did, but it was a very living issue. So that made me politically very conscious, and I became a member of PUCL, People's Union of Civil Liberties, as a college kid. And in 1980 elections, I even campaigned for Janata Party, that is not the Lokdal of Charan Singh, and certainly not Indira Gandhi's Congress, but Morarji Desai's, I think Jagjivan, but the leaders. So yeah, that's what I did. Then time passes, and I write a lot about justice and equality and free speech. that became a kind of dharma for me. I mean, Rushdie was one, but in 82, I also wrote a story when Mohan Agashe was prevented from taking Ghanshiram, but he ultimately managed to Berlin, and I wrote a story on that. At India Today, I wrote a story on attacks on tamas by people and how Justice Lentin allowed it. So, I mean, you've seen some of my early journalism work. So, I've been writing on free speech way before satanic verses became such a big issue. So, writing about free speech, writing about human rights was something close to me. And when the Indonesian crisis happened, again, I wrote about people losing jobs and discrimination against ethnic Chinese that I saw very vividly. So, concern for human rights was always there, but I was not a human rights lawyer. And I was in India on vacation, and I saw an ad in The Economist that Amnesty International in London wanted to set up a program on business and human rights and were looking for someone to apply. So, not thinking very hard about it, I sent an application. 10 days later, when I was in Singapore back home, I got a letter saying that I was shortlisted. And 2 weeks later, I managed to get an interview. I had a small accident, so I'd broken my knee, so I couldn't fly for the interview. But they did manage to interview me remotely. I was the first person they ever interviewed on not Zoom. There was no Zoom then. It was a dedicated Cisco line. And I always joke later whenever I had a dispute with Amnesty colleagues, and I would say that, look, if you had actually called me for the interview, you would have probably not hired me because you would have figured out me, who I am, better than you did on that interview. But anyway, be that as it may, I went to Amnesty, and both my ability to learn was tested because there was a certain amount of political correctness about what you say and how you say it. But I learned a lot about the rigors of human rights language. For example, we routinely say that this company has violated human rights, and that's technically wrong because you can violate only something that you have acceded to or agreed to in writing. What the company has done is abused rights. Violation can only be done by the state. Similarly, not to use the word genocide loosely, and instead to use the word crime against humanity. So, I mean, when you talk about something, and which is why in this book too, in Gujaratis, for example, I don't call it the genocide, and nor do I call what happened to the Sikhs in 1984. I call it a pogrom. And the point is that they're as bad. I mean, you don't have to embellish it by a word which has a very precise legal meaning and with a very high threshold, which is impossible to meet. Which is why people are finding it hard, as we know from the current conflict, whether what's happening in Palestine and Gaza, is it a genocide or not? And there are two very sound differences of opinion among human rights groups and lawyers on one side, and other lawyers who are concerned about human rights who don't want to alter the meaning too much. And that's almost like a Delphic oracle thing, that you're trying to interpret something that was written in 1948 by Lemkin and Lauterbach. Very good book about it called East West Street by Philip Sands. Yeah. So I think when you look at that, I think it becomes very clear to you that language mattered. And in the end, I worked for 7 years at Amnesty. And I always say that means I've got an informal LLM in human rights because at least I understand the way the human rights machinery works. Why does UN not act? What can UN do? What do human rights law mean? All that I understood. But what I also, that's at the theoretical level. Practical level, it was very good because I got to Nigeria to research what was happening on the oil field. I went to Bosnia Herzegovina to do a study on returning refugees and how they were treated, and went to the so-called death camps in Manjača and Srebrenica and so on. And I went to many other places. It was an incredibly lucky time for me to be there because the whole business and human rights discourse was changing with new norms coming up. There was the Global Compact, which Kofi Annan launched. Then there were the voluntary principles for security and human rights, which were launched to make sure that oil, mining, and gas companies, if they want to protect their assets, that's fine, but not at the cost of the rights of the community. So how should the security forces behave with them? The Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, which was basically created to make sure that oil, mining, and gas revenues should not be used for corrupt purposes. Kimberley Process for Certification Scheme, which came up to ensure that the diamonds that were extracted from mines in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Angola, 7% of the world total, did not come by committing human rights abuses. And again, De Beers wanted that to happen for its own reasons. And I went on a research mission to Liberia and Sierra Leone, and I saw horrendous atrocities. So it was a great learning moment for me. I went to Kenya and looked at slums there and the abuses that took place in the slums. I wrote a report on abuses in the Niger Delta. So I got a very rich body of knowledge. And those 4 initiatives that I mentioned, Amnesty was one of the, if not co-signatory, one of the helpers. And within Amnesty, I was the sole representative at these negotiations. So I was in rooms with people like Kofi Annan and Mary Robinson and all of those discussing, negotiating, and signing. And I had no prior legal experience, but it didn't matter because at least I understood business. And one thing I understood very early, and which I was told, that business can be complicit in abuses, but it's very rarely a direct abuser. Abuses are always committed by the state. Business either contributes to it or benefits from it. And neither is a good thing. But at least, it's one step removed, except when you're talking about a company like Pegasus, which actually plants something in your system to steal your data or to make you vulnerable to a government which disregards human rights, or any software company that imposes surveillance anywhere else, or data management company which sells it to the highest bidder or to the government without your consent, and so on and so forth. Or what Yahoo did in China with Shitao, who's a young man who trusted Yahoo over the local service provider. So he had got leaked press releases about how media should be informed and instructed to cover the 15th anniversary of Tiananmen in 2004. So he put it out on his Yahoo account, which he thought was protected. But Yahoo Hong Kong gave the data to Yahoo China. He was arrested and in jail for 10 years. Later, Jerry Yang apologizes to the family. They pay a huge compensation and so on. All of that happened, but much later. And China being China, he wasn't released for 10 years. I mean, there was no way out for him. So all of that used to make me very angry that, these things happen. And so it was an enormous learning experience, and I learned about many countries. There are countries whose reports I edited very deeply on, Sudan and Ethiopia and so on, where I didn't personally make a trip, but I got to know the situation very, very well. That went on till 2006, and then in 2007 or 8, English Pen came and got in touch with me at the suggestion of Hanif Qureshi, who was and remains a very good friend. And Hanif told Pen that, there's this guy, he's got Amnesty experience, he's a very fine writer, knows free speech, he should be helping you. And they asked me to do a internal paper about the pernicious effect of the English libel law on free speech. And as you know, just as Australia had that, Neville Shute wrote that novel, A Town Called Ellis, we used to call London a town called Sue because everybody sued everyone else. And Amitabh Bachchan, when he wanted to sue an Indian TV network, he chose to sue in London, not in India, because the libel rates are higher. Americans like Avril Herman, this businessman, he wanted to sue Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair used to sell 30 copies in London or something, and still he sued in London rather than in America.
Wow.
So it became a kind of forum of convenience. We know about forum non-convenience. This is a forum of convenience for people who came to London to sue because they knew they would get good libel benefits out of that. So I did a paper on that, which led them to run their campaign to reform English libel law and decriminalize it. And that's what did happen there. And so they asked me to join the board. And then, of course, I was concerned about writers in prison. So they had something called Writers in Prison Committee. And they asked me to chair it. I did it alone for the first 2 or 3 years. And then they said, can we have another chair with you? So I said, who is it? He said, it's Kamila Shamsi. And I was delighted because she's a very close friend. So she and I ran it for a while. And then I was also helping set up Pen in Myanmar and Pen in Delhi. So I stepped aside at that time. And later, a year later, they said, why don't you run to be the chair of the International Writers in Prison Committee? And I didn't know the international political scene at all. And I did stand for the election. I was very privileged that the person proposing my name was Ma Thida, the Burmese writer, who had herself been in jail for 8 years and nearly died in jail. I'd written about her in Caravan. So there was a friendship there. And it was English Pen and Pen Myanmar who supported me. And I outpolled my rival by 3-1 or something like that. And I won. And then again, that was a great learning experience because I got to work on Vietnamese poets, Iranian rappers, Iranian writers, worked very hard on the case of Bangladeshi bloggers who were being killed. Bangladesh, of course, have a special relationship, as you know. Shahidul Alam was in jail, so campaigned for his release. Got to know some incredibly brave writers in different settings. And all of that helped when in 2022, Shilpa and I wrote that book, and probably we'll come to that in a while, yeah.
So bunch of areas I want to double click on, and the first of them is, you mentioned that it didn't matter that you were not a trained lawyer, and I'm wondering if it was actually in some ways an advantage that you
It
weren't a
was.
trained lawyer, because I'm guessing what you would have brought to the job, and I'm not sure how many of your colleagues there would have had it, is that broader view. The more sort of the generalist in a good way. What do they of cricket know who only cricket know, right? So what do they of human rights know who only human rights know? You would have been able to look at the understand the political economy of countries where shit was going wrong. You would have been able to, think about the incentives in play and so on and so forth. So was that the case? Do you feel that?
To some extent, yes, because I think what happens with human rights lawyers is that they are very good at building the norm. And once that norm becomes a law, it has to be adhered to. And therefore, they uphold it. And therefore, for example, they say, this is a responsibility of the state. Now, take Niger Delta, where the state is non existent. One story, there's a town called Ugborodo in the Delta state, I think. And I'd gone there to look at a lot of violence between Ijaw and Itsekiri communities. I interviewed all of them, and we did some work around it. And one of the things that the communities had was lack of drinking water. So later in the week, I was there for 3 weeks. My colleague Ulrika Sandberg, she is a Swedish human rights lawyer, and another colleague, Emily Saralta, she is a French human rights activist. The three of us went to meet the governor of the state, and we said, these people don't have water. So they said, where is it? I said, Ugboro. They said, where's that? So I pointed it out on the map. He said, oh, Chevron is there. Tell them to provide water. Now, Chevron is an oil company. Why should it provide water to something and perform a municipal task which is not theirs? But the classic human rights approach would be to tell only the state and not the private sector. Whereas my pragmatism was that, look, if the state is not going to do it, figure out a way that the right is respected, so long as the respect of the right is done in a universally accessible manner. So if Chevron then provided water only to one community and not the other, then it's a problem because that's discriminatory. But if they were doing it, someone has to provide water because people need water, otherwise they die. So I had that kind of pragmatism. But the classic amnesty lawyer's response would be, this is what needs to be done, this is state's response, and stop there. And my point would be that no, private sector, but it's not in the law, is what the lawyer in amnesty would tell me. I said, yes, but what I'm suggesting doesn't undermine rights, so let's do it. And I think over time, I learned more and began to appreciate why they place the state as important, because state is a legitimate actor and it has an obligation. I mean, we can't simply wash our hands off that the government is not doing so, let the private sector take over, because then arbitrariness comes in. And at the same time, they also began to realize that, state is just not doing it. So maybe if a private provider, another great example from the developed world is when Hurricane Katrina hit Texas and Louisiana. And I remember at that time, Bush two was the president, and he had the national disaster management person was someone who knew how to ride horses. He was a horse riding expert. I can't remember his name now. And there was no provision made for disaster relief. And water was provided in that area for 2 or 3 weeks continuously in plastic bottles by Walmart, a company everybody hates, wants to hate, and in the human rights world because of its policies on wages and unions and all that. But Walmart made sure that people had access to drinking water, and probably wrote it off as a charitable expense. I mean, I don't know how the accounting was done, because Walmart knew how to distribute. And it had access to bottled water. So they did it. So I think there are times when you have to think beyond the familiar and see that, let's not be stickler and say the state has to do it, because state doesn't exist. Their states don't exist when there's a conflict, when there's a natural disaster or extreme poverty. And I think that's the part of realpolitik, which if you're a complete purist in the human rights world and international law, you will not accept. And I think, but the human rights world is changing. There's a lot of pragmatism, and some of it is misplaced, and which is where, you think that There is widespread poverty, so the company should provide free food. And why, I don't know. I mean, why should a company provide free? I would say that let the company pay fair taxes properly, and then the legitimate authority should make sure that free food is provided to those who need it.
John Didion famously said, "We tell ourselves stories in order to live." And I've been thinking about the act of storytelling. That at a fundamental level, the world is so deeply complex that the only way to make sense of it is you tell stories which are necessarily relatively simple, on a continuum between completely simplistic to a little less nuanced, but they are necessarily simpler than the world itself, because that makes it easy to grok and come to terms with. Now, given this, I think that there are two different directions that a storyteller can go into from this starting point. And one is that you simplify further. And the incentives for that might be that you have an agenda, or you want to push a particular point of view, or you want the world to go in a particular direction. So rather than embrace complexities and nuance, you simplify, simplify, simplify. The other urge, of which is the urge of every great artist, every great novelist, is to instead embrace the complexity and go deeper and wallow in that, and you get further and further away from black and white and into the gray zone. And the reason I am bringing this up in the context of this is that I would imagine that then for every human rights organization or every activist group, there is a trade off between these two. That to make your point about what is going wrong, you have to present it as starkly as possible, which creates an incentive for either dumbing it down or simplifying too much, and sometimes even exaggerating, and sometimes it's an incentive to alarmism. But on the other hand, if you really care about the problem and you want to solve it, then you have to take in the complexity of the world, because that is the only way to solve it. Otherwise, you're not going to get past it. And what I see you doing when it comes to, either in the Walmart example, that it's okay for a private company hated by everyone to do the water delivery. And so on. The proposal you came up earlier, where your lawyer friend might well have stuck to the letter of the law and been aghast and said, like, what the hell is this? But you went in a little deeper. Now, in these human rights organizations, and in India, of course, NGOs get a really bad rap, and some of it is justified, some of it is absolutely not justified. But I am guessing that it would be justified where an NGO was to lose sight of the original mission, which is that ABC is a problem, we got to figure out the best way to solve it, into saying that ABC is a problem that we are posturing to solve. We will raise funds by talking about how bad things are, even if they're not so bad. And we will focus only on that. And what matters is the narrative. Whereas what a good organization would do is simply say that, look, we just want to solve this problem. Let's figure out how to do it. The world is messy. It's going to be messy. There are no easy answers. Let's put in the hard work. So give me your sense of what you saw. Like, is my characterization kind of, is there something to it? Is this one fundamental
No,
trade-off?
it's fine. The characterization is fine. But first of all, what I would say is that just as there are companies and companies and companies, there are NGOs and NGOs and NGOs.
Exactly.
And by that, I don't mean good, bad, and ugly, but different purposes, right? There are NGOs which are pure service providers. They will go to the remotest part and provide food aid. In the process of giving food aid in Africa, for this has happened in the Ethiopian conflict and Eritrean conflict, the soldiers will demand a share of the food because they also want food. And Oxfam, the decision it made is that fine, we will give 20% of the food to the soldiers so that we can give the 80% to the starving masses. And they were criticized by some that, you're fueling conflict by giving food to soldiers. And Oxfam said, screw it. I mean, we did need to do this because we did need to give food to the people who really deserved it. And I think it was a fine, pragmatic choice. There's a good book by a man called Tony Waugh, Vaux, called The Selfish Altruist, which goes into some of these dilemmas that they had to deal with. And I found it very interesting and intriguing, the way he dealt with. And what are the reasons a company does it? It does it because the CEO's wife finds that charity important, or the CEO thinks his faith requires him to do so, or the fact that it's the right thing to do, or because it's a tax write-off. And questioning the motives. A lot of people sometimes say Walmart did it to blue wash because then they can exploit workers better. And I have no time for that kind of posturing. Nobody's giving water. Walmart is willing to give it, take it. Another example of that kind I've seen is with Total Energies. Again, if you're again for climate activism and against climate change, and if you want to preserve, you will see Total as one of the big evil companies. But it has done enormous good work to protect LGBT rights in a country as difficult as Uganda. Because in Uganda, what had happened was that the state wanted companies to do a survey and speak about and tell them how many of their employees are LGBT employees. And Total's management realized that this is a problem. If we give that data, those employees will be because they refuse to give a data. Not only that, they said under European GDPR rules, we don't even keep such data. And the government withdrew from making such demand. Now, you can say that in the grand scheme of things, did it change lives? Of course, it changed lives. South Africa, apartheid era, companies operating there, and people saying divest, divest, divest. Fine, but these companies were also making sure that within the workplace they treated black and white workforce equally, made black people managers of white employees, changing the social dynamic in a deeply divided society. I'm, I was lucky enough to have interviewed Mandela back in 1991
Wow.
when I was there as a journalist. And I'd asked him, what do you think about the companies that stayed? They said, well, if they stayed and did all this, that was a good thing. So all I'm saying is that there are nuances. So narratives are important, but you should certainly have certain fundamentals. The first principle arguments. So you do need NGOs which say that torture is wrong, period. You do need NGOs which say death penalty is wrong, period. Discrimination is wrong, period. LGBT punishments are wrong, period. Extrajudicial execution is wrong, period. Disappearances are wrong, period. Those fundamentals you cannot say that, oh, we are in this, to make an omelette, you have to break a few eggs. No, you can't do that. And which is why, you don't put people in jail without trial. You don't keep them in jail for years and years before the case comes up and your bail cases are not heard and so on. Those things are wrong. I mean, you have to bail is a rule and jail is the exception, is a kind of mantra that judges speak about when they are on their Sunday at the Rotary Club. But when they are at the bench in the court, they speak from a different hymn sheet. That's the problem. I think so. What the human rights activist has to do is to remind this fundamental and remind the people who champion the current order that, look, 5 years later, 10 years later, you will be in opposition and these laws will be used against you. And don't think that you'll be there forever. Nothing lasts forever. The Third Reich lasted 12 years, right? It was supposed to be a 1,000-year Reich. So you have to think about what happens next and what will happen when the same law will be used against you. I mean, in the Indian context, I don't live here, so I don't want to go too deeply into it. But the fact remains that everybody hates UAPA and the way it is used. But who created it? It was Chidambaram and the UPA government which had thought of this law. The whole vilification of the so-called Naxalite movement begins with that regime. It has been perfected subsequently by the subsequent one, but the tools were provided by the earlier regime. And so I sometimes find it laughable, when someone like Chidambaram expresses sympathy for the Bhima Koregaon detainees.
No, and also, I've run into left-wing activists who will, share our distaste for, say, 255 or 153A, all the anti-free speech laws, but will actually advocate using it against their enemies. And I'm
Yeah.
like, how can you do that?
Absolutely.
If you're against the law, you're against the law. It's not, you can't use it when you are in power as a sort of a tool of choice.
I mean, Sadanand Dume has a tweet today, which is interesting, that it's very nice that India has made progress by letting satanic verses in. However, how many out of 1,000 Indians who are cheering this will they support also a book that is critical of Hindutva?
Exactly.
And that's a question. I still remember when, and this is a true story, and now I can narrate it. I did have a copy of Satanic Verses soon after it came out in Bombay. It was brought to me by a friend for my wedding as a gift because I asked her to bring it. She had no idea about the controversy. She said, "You had told me this is the book you asked me up." Once it became, she was a bit flustered about it. But anyway, I had a copy, and I'd written this editorial and so on. So Pramod Mahajan was at that time in the Rajya Sabha. So he said, "Can you give me the copy? Because I want to flash it in the Rajya Sabha and say that the book is available." I said, "I'm happy to give it to, but if so long as you also flash Ambedkar's riddles of Rama and Krishna, because that is being stopped in Maharashtra." And I said, "No, that I cannot do." I said, then that I cannot do either." He said, "If you are for Rushdie, then you have to be for Ambedkar's book, which is also being banned."
What you cunningly could have done is given him only the cover and not the book. But I love your point. And, so my dad, who was in the IAS and a big reader, he also at that time, one day came in with a brown paper packet and with this look of, barely being able to suppress his glee, put it on the table in front of me and, and gradually slid the satanic verses out of the packet. And I remember it was a hardcover and, the illicit thrill that you feel then. And I remember then, a column by someone who has actually been on the this show and has also been a minister, so it's fairly easy to guess who he is. But he wrote a column when the Danish cartoonist thing happened, saying that the context matters, and saying that I support Salman Rushdie because that was art, but I don't support the Danish cartoonists because they were provoking. And I just thought that is such an unprincipled and flat out wrong stance. Like you, I'm a free speech absolutist. If the principle applies, the principle applies to everybody.
Yeah.
No exceptions at all.
And because you have a choice not to listen.
Yeah.
You have a choice not to read. You have a choice to picket against it. You have a choice to say that don't read this book because it's terrible. It hurts me. All of those choices are there. What you don't have a choice, or you should never have a choice, is to jail the writer, intimidate, kill, or otherwise suppress that voice. I mean, that's why, when Shahidul Alam was in jail and we were campaigning for him, we would stand in front with his photographs in front of the Bangladesh mission. When the Burmese poets were in jail, with Ruth Padel, the great poet, and we were from English Pen, we would stand in front of the Burmese embassy and read out the poems of Nephon Lat and all the other poets. And another funny incident was that we were defending Ashraf Fayyad, another Saudi activist. Ashraf Fayyad was a poet who was to be given those 500 lashes or something like that. And we were campaigning in front of the Saudi embassy in London. And immediately 3-4 guys with dark glasses and beard and suits come out and start taking our pictures. As if to intimidate. So I took out my camera and started taking their pictures, and they immediately vanished after that. And, I gave my pictures to the British police. I said, in case something happens to me, these are the people you have to go after.
Here's another question about the human rights world. In that world, as I imagine in every other world, like every world that I've seen, whether it's a corporate world or newspapers and magazines and etc., what I find to my dismay, but is possibly part of the human condition, is that 95% of the people after a while just become jaded. They're going through the motions, they're ticking the boxes, they don't really care. The passion isn't there, the energy isn't there. They're doing what they have to do and path of least resistance and etc. And I imagine that it might perhaps be less true of the human rights world, because you would imagine anyone who enters that world where the pay is not so great have a certain amount of commitment and belief to begin with. But at the same time, human nature is human nature, and people can become like that.
You can become a human rights bureaucrat, yes.
Yeah, and that's what I want to know about. Like, it's a two-part question. That one, what is a picture of that world? Like, what are the percentages there, for example? And two, knowing you as I do, I know that you are always passionate about everything you do. But can that get draining, where you are surrounded by abuses, where you're surrounded by suffering, in many cases, facing the might of a Leviathan against which you cannot actually do anything, and it's day after day after day after day of this. How does one sort of deal with that at an emotional level?
So one is that you become a human rights bureaucrat and you end up joining something like the UN High Commission of Human Rights, where you're keeping an eye on the agenda, but essentially you're in arranging and organizing extremely important conferences and commissioning reports. So you are working on key issues, but you're distanced from that. Some of the investigators are a different matter, but if you're working in Geneva, it's a different kind of work, and you're kind of one step removed. Even I see myself as a one step removed. There are very, very few instances where I've been facing the situation myself. I'm usually giving voice to someone who has been temporarily silenced. That's all I'm doing. And I don't think, and it's the duty of everybody to do that. I mean, so I don't see, and so, but the second part is the depressing part, because exactly what you said, because you don't see results. So the depression, the depression, not in the clinical sense, but you just feel disheartened that there is no light at the end. You're working to get Liu Xiaobo out of jail in China, and he remains in jail. Then he gets cancer and he's given medical parole 2 weeks before he dies, and he dies. So he does come out and die, and has momentary freedom. And then after that, you can't cremate him because they don't want any commemoration for him. And so they end up putting his ashes in an urn and buried deep in water. That is what they did with Liu Xiaobo, because they just don't want anything that can become a memorial for him. And so there is a obliteration of an individual is very, very, very crucial. But then what you do is that you then end up meeting people who have faced enormous hardship. You see their stubbornness, but you see their good cheer. There's a man called Han Dongfang. He was at Tiananmen Square, Chinese activist. He's a friend of mine. He now lives in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong is now China for all intents and purposes. But I just saw him a few months ago in Bangkok, and he still is cheerful. He was jailed, he was tortured, but he continues to run something called the China Labor Rights Bulletin. And he documents and analyzes offenses committed against trade union leaders or workers in China. One track mind. So in my case, of course, you talked about the passion. What tends to happen after, I've been, now my working life is about 40 years now. I mean, if you go back to 20 when I was starting, things wither away. I mean, there are things that you think are your concerns. I was part of the nature club, for example, in Bombay, and I was very concerned about wildlife and nature, but I hardly do anything about it. Someone told me that, Salil, you've done nothing on climate. I said, I'm a bear with a small brain. I can't deal with, I'm trying to deal with free speech and torture. I mean, I can't take on one more task and go deep into it. And business and human rights. I would love to do religion and human rights. I mean, everyone says business is a non-state actor which violates rights. Religion is also a non-state actor and causes enormous human rights abuses. Every religion, literally every religion. None is exempt, not even Buddhism, if you look at what Viratu is doing in Myanmar, for example. So that's where we are. So things tend to wither away that because you simply can't devote that much time to it. And so you focus on, so in my case, it's become free speech, it's become LGBT rights, women's rights, discrimination, and it has become conflict and technology. Those are the four things. And I can't take on a fifth. I just simply can't. I mean, however excited. And then I'll have to drop something. And it's hard to drop something that you stayed with. But I've talked about Han Dongfang. Shahidul Alam is another, always cheerful. He was tortured in a Bangladesh jail. But he's always cheerful when you meet him and always wanting to embrace new causes and, very willing to take them on and so on. I met activists who, Mathida, such an impassive face. She nearly died in Myanmar in a jail because of her illness. But she has such good cheer, and I'm blessed to consider her as a close friend of mine. Salman, again, a great warrior, I mean, not only because of the years of hiding, but then later, when he's been attacked so brutally, and I meet him after that, and, he's still able to joke about it, I mean, and not joke about the incident, but joke about life in general, joke about politics in general. And when we published a volume called India at 75, which Kiran Desai, Suketu Mehta, and I edited, when we put out a call to writers who are of Indian origin or from India, who wish to say what has happened to India in 75 years, we sent out the emails. Within 4 hours, Salman sends us one paragraph because we said nothing more than 300 words, and he was there. So he's there. The most random writer that you would have never heard of in Uganda, for example, is in trouble. And if we need Salman to sign an appeal, and if we write to him, he will be there to help out. So I think there is so that willingness to help someone who's in the same situation, that willingness to stand up and be counted. But it also makes them very stubborn. There's a very good story in a book called Bad Elements, which Ian Buruma has written, which is about the Chinese dissidents and how what the Chinese did was that if you were a dissident, the Chinese government made sure you had to leave the country. Because there's a word in Mandarin called zige, Z-I-G-E, which means standing. And the idea is that if you lose your place in China, once you're outside, you don't matter, because then it is just noise. And they did that to Fang Lishi, the astronomer. They did it to Wu Kezi, who was with the Tiananmen movement. And Wei Jingshan ultimately managed, who was Lech Walesa, he was an electrician, and he was part of the Democracy Wall movement. He comes to America. And when he came to America, he never stopped at a red traffic light when he was driving. And he smoked when it said no smoking. And a psychologist later said that, he's so angry with people placing restrictions on him that if there's a restriction, he will break it. And so there's a peculiar and weird kind of stubbornness that also comes in. I mean, in these defenders, which can be sometimes annoying, but at the same time, there's a lot to admire about them. That said, we have to accept one thing, that these are all people with flaws. I mean, I'm not saying everybody has them, but there's something about they're not perfect. To elevate them and make them into icons is not right. Because one thing I noticed in my work in Niger Delta is that because we are inundated with stories of atrocities from people day in, day out, and if we want attention, and if I'm the victim, I will embellish my story. So people said that, I mean, I was hearing stories about how somebody was attacked very badly and a gun was placed inside his anus. This is what a man claimed. So, as a human rights, I said, you have medical records to show. He said, no, but they are at the hospital. And when we went at the hospital, and the doctor didn't know we were human rights officers, they thought we were doctors. And so he showed us a record, and he had a lot of head injuries, but nothing in the private parts of the body. Then he asked us who we were. As soon as I said amnesty, he told us to get out. And so we left. We had actually, to be fair, we had told him we are coming from Amnesty International, and he didn't know what it was, or he thought it's like an international medical agency or something. Be that as it may. But the point of the story is that in the end, of course, what I wrote was that he had received head injuries, and I left it at that because I wanted to be accurate on one hand. But at the same time, I could see why he felt compelled to say the story the way he did. When I interviewed all those women who were Birangonas in Bangladesh for my book on Bangladesh, these were the women who were raped during the war. One of them candidly asked me that, what you will get these stories, you will publish it. I've given these interviews many times to journalists. What do I get out of that? I said, look, I can't offer money. I can't say somebody else will offer money, but I know that the world will know this is what happened to you and many other women. And my hope is that it will make people sufficiently angry so that it doesn't happen again. And maybe someone will see your story and wants to help out. And if they ask me how to reach out to you, then with the permission of the organization, I will connect the two of you. That's all I could tell her. So it's a very modest aim, but you have to be transparent. You can't say, I'll put you on page one and your life will improve. It never happens. It's a very lonely struggle, and I admire the victims and survivors who actually tell their stories. We just had the 40th anniversary of Bhopal, and I did a podcast with Usha Ramanathan and Tahira Sultan. Tahira was 3 years old when it happened. And she told me the story. And is that going to change anything? Probably not. But I've been getting emails from people. We had no idea this had happened 40 years ago. So I think that's the stories have to build on themselves.
I'm very struck by the story of the guy who's in America and breaking every red light and
Beijing Shing. I mean, maybe stop doing it now, but yeah.
yeah, but it's just trying to. It's just so heartbreaking. You know when the
And it's in Ian Buruma's book. That's how I've learned about it. I've never met Beijing Shing. Yeah.
Yeah. When the tsunami happened in Tamil Nadu, I remember I went down with a friend. We were helping some paramedics. We went in there, whatever, and we kind of went through. And I was live blogging at that time. And I remember the friend I was with at one point he stopped and he was talking to some people who had basically lost everything, and they were telling him about it. And then when we were walking away, I said, I'm feeling so horribly guilty that we are stopping and we are taking these people's time and they're telling us these stories and we can't do anything for them. And he said that sometimes there is value in listening, that's all they want, that they just want someone who can listen.
That's what Kalpana Sharma taught me, the wonderful journalist here in Bombay. I was a very rookie reporter and I was going to cover a riot. And she's a few years older than I am. And she was, I think, at Indian Express at that time. It must be Indian Express. And I think I was going to cover the violence in Bhiwandi, which had taken place on the power loom. I think 1984 I'm talking about. So I was between my 2 years at Dartmouth. I was back in India for 3 months and sitting at home. So went to Shobha. She was still running Celebrity. And she said, so I went to Bhiwandi, had just had a riot. So she said, why don't you write something about what happened there? And I met Waqar Momin, the politician, and all that. And Kalpana told me at that time that, when you go to do these stories, as soon as you'll reach Bhiwandi, 8 or 9 young men will come and ye hua, wo hua, and they'll start telling you what had happened. Listen to them, but keep your eyes open. And in the corner, you'll see a few old people and a few women who will be looking at you with curiosity, anticipation, and a sense of hopelessness, because they would think you'll talk only to them and go back. Instead, after you heard these people, taken notes, go to them and just listen to what they have to say. And you'll get a completely nuanced and different story. And she was so right. And I've taken that lesson to heart. And I always do that whenever I go. I mean, in Bangladesh, it was the same thing. People would tell me one narrative on the first day when I was meeting. But I would always make 2 or 3 meetings, because I've made about 7 or 8 trips to Bangladesh to write that book. And the second and third time, I would ask the same question again. And I would get a slightly different version. And it's only the third telling that I would actually know what was going on. And it happened in a human rights context. I was in Bosnia, and I was in Banja Luka, which is the capital of Herzegovina. And we met this woman, and I'd gone with my colleague who spoke fluent Bosnian. She was from Northern Europe. And we asked her what happened, and they said, we were staying, and our neighbors came. They said, you must leave, it's dangerous. So we left. And she left it at that. I said, no, but what happened? You don't leave your home because someone says it's dangerous and you left. And I kept pushing, and my colleague kept kicking me, saying, why are you asking these questions? I mean, trying to stop me, but I kept pushing. Then I found out that the neighbors who came were actually soldiers who had threatened with violence. I mean, whether it was sexual or not, I don't know. And that's what made, now that made me realize that, by pushing that and getting her to talk, I was not going to write that she had a rape threat. I mean, I was not going to undermine her credibility or her identity. But I wanted to know, because once she told me that, I was able to actually say that how horrendous the situation was. I could have said that, I've seen documentaries on Bosnia and imagine it, but it was so much better that I was able to get it in a way from someone who had actually experienced it.
I done an episode with the wonderful World Bank economist Biju Rao, who's in DC. So maybe you know him. I don't know, but
No.
you should certainly meet him. I think you and him will get along really well. And he told me the story about these studies he was doing as a young economist in the early 1990s, where he went to this village and it was part of collecting quantitative data on whatever economic study he was doing. And he was talking to a bunch of women about their life in this room in a village, where suddenly the husband of one of them comes in and he grabs her by the hair and he drags her out and he beats her. And Biju later realized that, and he used the term reflexivity for them, that his being there to record what was happening actually shaped what was happening because her husband beat her for talking to him. So anyway, Biju and his colleagues continued talking to the women, and for the first week or 10 days, whenever they were asked about their problems, they would do what would probably gladden every libertarian heart and blame the state. कि यहाँ दवाई का center नहीं चलता है, school नहीं चलता है, ये है. But after about 10 days, they opened up. They began to trust Biju, and they opened up to him and his colleagues, and they said, look, our husbands beat us every day. And then the story unraveled for them, and it led to this great paper on domestic violence, which actually had to be published in two parts. And this is an interesting story because Biju had used methodologies from both economics and sociology there. There was quantitative and there was qualitative. And the economic journals didn't want the qualitative stuff, and the sociology guys didn't have time for the quantitative stuff. So a few years later, they came out, two separate papers, one of them with a co-author. And in fact, Biju's wrote this great paper recently about how economics should be more reflexive, talking about how all these disciplines have gone into different silos. And
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. I mean, economics is, we were called social, but it's basically about studying humanity, right? Why we behave the way we do, what are the incentives to which we react, and what makes us do what we do. That's what economics is.
And it's idiotic to use one tool and not the other.
Yeah.
When you were talking about Shahidul and Han and their optimism, I was reminded of how the two most optimistic guests I've had on the show are Tisra Setalwad and Akar Patel,
I'm not surprised.
who are arguably the most persecuted, right? Especially Tisra.
Tisra, certainly, yeah.
Everything that she has been through. Like even Akar, one of my episodes with him was when his passport was with the government and shortly after COVID. And I said, aren't you worried about your passport? It's not with you. He says, yaar, COVID chal raha hai, kahan rahunga? So, it's that kind of cheerful optimism and genuine hope, right? Which I just find so hard to intellectually fathom. I mean, like my way of living is, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. You keep doing shit. But those guys seem to have optimism of the intellect as well. And I'm just wondering that in your experiences with, people in this field, victims and resistors and all that, is that a common quality that you have come across? And is it the case that to fight the Leviathan, to fight these systems, in a sense, you need a certain level of irrational delusionism even?
Yeah, so there are two quotes that I take one is quite well known among Indians because it's Gandhi. Gandhi basically says that, you should never lose hope, because he said there will be times when you think the murderers and the tyrants will always be powerful, and for a long time they will succeed. But in the end, they will fail. Remember that always. And I do think, I mean, it's basically pure hope that, but it's also based out of an idea of certainty that the cycle will change. And in the end, and whoever has tried to rule for 1,000 years or anything, does basically a decade or two at the most.
But it's also like Keynes said, in the long run, we are all dead.
Yeah, but now we are in the long run, and Keynes is dead. So, as
Yeah.
Tobin said, remember. So, I always say that. Yeah,
Lovely.
yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the other one that I'm a huge fan of Václav Havel. I mean, if someone were to tell me between Dalai Lama, Aung San Suu Kyi, and Aung San Suu Kyi pre-2011, again, I mean, Mandela and Havel, who's my hero, I would put Havel over the other three. And we can have a conversation about it, why. But here's Havel. Hope is definitely not the same thing as optimism. It is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it turns out. And I think that's very, very true. That something is sensible, so you do it. And it's almost like Gita, karam kiye ja, phal ki ichha mat kar hai insaan. You do it because it's right. And maybe when the stars are aligned or whatever, the right thing will happen. And it does happen often.
I remember the story. I don't remember who or where or whatever, but some guy was protesting outside the White House all by himself. And somebody went and told him that, "What are you doing? Do you think you'll change the country?" He said, "No, no, I'm doing this so the country doesn't change me." And
Yeah.
I guess that sort of applies. Why Havel?
Why Havel? So his commitment to nonviolence, which I am finding, his creativity, he's a brilliant writer, his sense of humor, the way he managed the transition from communism to democracy, and the way he handled the divorce of Czech and Slovakia. The only time I know that two countries have separated without a single bullet being fired. In at least there must be other examples, but the one I can immediately think about like that. And there's at least one story is very vivid about the way he approached issues. So he was in Singapore in 1994 or 5, and he was the president of Czech Republic. And I was at the news conference with him, and taking questions from everybody. So I asked at that time Lee Kuan Yew was the senior minister of Singapore. And he basically said that, food comes first, morality later, in a way, like Bertolt Brecht paraphrased that, people have to be fed first, and free speech and all can wait because, I mean, dogs can bark, but if they're hungry, they'll keep barking. If you give them bread, they will shut up. I mean, that's the way he saw the role of free speech. So I just said that, there are people who say that food and clothing and shelter are more important than free speech. And you fought for free speech in Czechoslovakia. At that time, it was still Czechoslovakia. And what do you have to say about this? He said, so Havel used to smoke even in press conference. And he said that, well, that's wrong because, free speech is more important because if you're hungry, unless you have free speech, you won't even be able to ask for food, is the way he put it to me. Who is saying this? I said, well, you're meeting him this afternoon, Lee Kuan Yew. And there was a hushed silence in the room. I said, the senior minister of Singapore, and you have a meeting with him. He said, I suppose I have to tell him he's wrong, isn't it? And, so, I mean, these are the things that's just never said and done in Singapore because his word was oracle, I mean, in a way. So, and this is what he did. He said that at that time. And this is an unverified story, so I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it from very, very high authority in Sweden. So probably it's true. 99% it's true. He was going to be given the Nobel Prize in 1990. But he said, no, Aung San Suu Kyi needs it more because I'm already free. She's not. So give it to her. So, I mean, there are aspects of Havel like that which just place him way above others. And to give you another counter example is the Mandela one, where Nelson Mandela comes to Singapore again, a news conference. And I asked him about Aung San Suu Kyi because she was in jail at that time. I said, you are a Nobel laureate, so is she, and, you are free and you are in the presidential palace. She's not. Will you be raising, because he was going to tour all of ASEAN. I said, will you be raising her plight with everybody else? So he paused, spoke to his aide. He said, I think internal affairs should be left to internal it for the countries to deal with it. So I said, but excuse me, Mr. President, you were in jail for 28 years and all of us, I mean, I wasn't there for the full period, but once I was an adult enough, we were all campaigning for your freedom. And, we are not saying we are responsible for the fact that you came out of jail, but we were at least giving a push in that direction. And it's wonderful that all those global efforts led to this. And what led to the change in South Africa? I didn't give him such a long, lamba chauda answer, but I said, so he said, that was prisoner Mandela. This is President Mandela. Prisoner was a prisoner in prison, and all of you helped release him. Now President Mandela is a prisoner of the presidential palace.
Which is eloquent in its own way. I don't know whether to think.
But it's a cop out coming from him. From a politician, I would accept that answer, but not from Nelson Mandela. That's my point.
You know what the story this reminds me of is a story in your book, The Gujaratis, right? This is about three people who go for an interview for an accountant job. And first, there is a Tamilian accountant who is obviously absolutely pitch perfect and all that. So the interviewer asks him, how much is 2 plus 2? And he says 4. And the interviewer says, okay, fuck off. Then a Bengali guy comes in and he asks the Bengali guy who saw what happened to the Tamilian guy, overheard it from outside, that what is 2 plus 2? And Bengalis, as Bengalis do, tends to get creative and says 22. And he says, okay, fuck off. And then a Gujarati accountant comes and he asks him, okay, how much is 2 plus 2? So the Gujarati accountant asks him, what do you want it to be?
And he does get the job. Yeah.
And he does get the job. And so, maybe there's a Gujarati in Mandela as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a very witty answer, which I don't deny. But I mean, of course, it disappointed me.
How did your years in the human rights world change you?
It changed me in the sense of being far more acutely aware of the suffering of the people. Because just when you go to Sierra Leone and see children whose hands have been cut off, after that you would never want to wear a diamond. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Or you go to Niger Delta and you see complete devastation by pollution because of gas flaring. You end up having deep distrust of big oil in that kind of situation. After seeing what happens to someone who gets put away in jail for liking something on Facebook or making a comment, and then if you find that the data about it was given away by that tech solution provider to the government without any safeguards, then you take Mark Zuckerberg speaking about free speech, or Elon Musk, or Jack Dorsey, or Satya Nadella speaking about ethical AI. Okay, they are saying it because they would like to believe it, but when the rubber hits the road, they are going to be led by different parameters and different compulsions and driven by different incentives than free speech and so on. So they are not free speech organizations. So that sort of healthy disregard of corporate claims came in. I mean, Tuck, of course, I thought companies were great. I still think companies are by and large beneficial entities because they organize stuff well, they manage things efficiently, they make it accessible to us at a low cost. And, if inflation is low in America, you have to credit Walmart for driving down the prices from suppliers, There's a book called The Walmart Effect by Charles Fishman, in which there's a very nice statistic that Walmart, if it were to put all the money it has in T-bills, it would earn 3 times what it earns on a per dollar basis compared to what it earns as a rate of return for cost of goods sold, for example. And the reason is that it wants to keep the prices, everyday low prices. That is their ad. Because unless they do, the customers will go elsewhere. So yes, a lot of my better of middle class friends always say that, oh, Walmart is terrible because it drives the mom and pop stores out of business. But the mom and pop store is going to sell me apples at $5 an apple, and the Walmart gives to me at 30 cents, and I'm a poor man and I want 10 apples. Where will I buy it from? Of course, Walmart, when the quality difference is not significant. And I think that's so yes, niche shops we all love our bookstores, but still people go to Amazon, and there's a reason. I mean, my book has just come out, and I noticed when I signed copies in Bangalore at the festival, I think over 2 days I signed about 20 to 25 copies. I'm not sure. And I always ask people that, do you want me to sign it in Gujarati or English? Because very often the reader is a Gujarati, and they do ask for, and I think out of the 25 or so, I think probably 3 or 4 I signed in Gujarati. The others were all in English, which means they were non-Gujarati readers. And it told me one thing. It's not that Gujaratis were not interested, because there were lots of Gujaratis in the audience, but they probably saw that on an Amazon it was 30% less. And what's the point of my signature? I'm not Shashi Tharoor or William Dalrymple. So they don't need that autograph. So they'll get it from Amazon, and maybe they'll get it on Kindle so that it occupies less space. So rational consumer choices.
At this point, I want to ask my listeners to make a humanitarian intervention, which is this that Salil's book was apparently much longer than the final version published, and but the publisher said no, no, it won't fit and all that, and we
No, he didn't say it won't fit. He said you have to keep the reader engaged.
huh,
And he said that, look, I need a book that people can hold in their two hands.
hold in their two hands. I think this is. I object strongly to this. I just simply do not agree with this. So I would like to tell all my listeners that if you ever come across David Davida anywhere or have access to his email ID, kindly write to him and say कि at least digital form में, at least in the Kindle version, let it be the full unabridged director's cut, as it were. It's a service to humanity. This is a repository of knowledge. It will be there forever. It's archival gold. So yeah, so that digression apart, I hope
No,
you.
but no, all I would say is that a lot of the stuff that he has taken out was worth taking out. He told me once that, there are writers who can't resist putting things in, and there are writers who resist the urge to put things in. He said, I'm one of those who can't resist the urge to put things in, and it needs a good editor to make sense of it. And he has been a very good editor.
So he is, of course, a very good editor. I'm sure many of his interventions were called for. Nevertheless, it is a fact that this book could have been much longer. So, in general, those days are gone where, like, fine, I understand that there's only so much you can hold in your hand, but the Kindle one should certainly contain the whole thing. So, this is my sort of mini rant over with. And I want to kind of stay at this period of time of the mid 2000s. You know, one of the most charming things that happens every year, and I'm sure everyone who's a mutual friend of ours gets this too, is this beautiful New Year's email you send out. And is this beautiful long letter written by you saying, hey, the year is over, have a great New Year, and this is what happened to us. And then you give us detailed updates from your life and the life of your kids. And it's just beautiful. It shows how much intentionality you put into your family, caring about your family, and also how much you care about the people you're writing to, because you're making the effort to send this to them. So I deeply appreciate that.
Thank
Just
you.
that alone.
It only goes to people who know me and the kids personally. Yeah.
Yeah, so I really appreciate that.
I'll never publish it. Yeah.
You should never publish it. There's some things are private, they are beautiful. But I want to also ask you about that aspect of it. How do you think about parenthood? Like, in 2006, Karuna passed away. You were a single parent, right? And from a distance, I think everyone who knows you would say that, my God, you've done such an amazing job in bringing up these two kids. And you've really thought about this. It is not something that you just let life happen and you ticked some boxes and you did the bare minimum. You really thought about, how can I be a good father? How can I make them into good human beings? How can I do without being overbearing? How can I help them, realize themselves? Tell me a bit about what that process was like and the kind of thinking that went in.
So I knew that it's a huge loss for me and for them, but I wanted very soon for them to be as much a friend to me as I was to them, and to trust their instincts and help them make their choices and help and assist where necessary. They chose where they wanted to study. They chose the careers they wanted to pursue, and I always championed it. I, from a young age, I mean, I never had a time like, children, you go up, adults are talking here. They were always part of conversations if they wanted to. Now of course, they're adults, so they don't necessarily always want to come and be part of it, which is absolutely fine. There are some parts of my life which one likes, some parts of my life which the other likes, some which both like, some which neither is interested in, and I just respect those choices. I mean, the idea of him. So, for example, I mean, in the letter we write, their parts are now written by them. I mean, there was a time when I used to write it and for them to look over and so on. Now they're a friend, and now they guide me and advise me, not just about financial matters, but practical matters and so on. And whether to do X or Y, where we go on holiday and how we do it. It's become rarer now because they have partners and so on. So the whole idea of the three of us going and conquering Spain or something like that is less likely now than it was, let's say, 5 years ago. But those of you who read Detours know that the last part of the book is essentially that Karuna has gone, but we wanted to go to places that inspired Karuna and me. and for them to have a glimpse of the life that I had before they were born, or the life that they missed out because they were too young for that. And I think the hardest transition for many parents, but certainly for Asian and Indian parents, is to realize that the children are now adults and they have their own minds, they have their own thought processes, and not to respect that. Many people think that, the child remains the child, sort of a thing. And we have to disabuse of us out of that notion. And they are their own people. I mean, and if they become our friends, it's a blessing.
How did you change through the process of parenthood, and also simultaneously, on the one hand, you are aging, and at the same time they are growing older and leaving the coop, and at the same time, through your work, you're probably, that sense is constantly coming that there is no instant gratification here. It is a long game. Nothing really gets solved. There must be times where the world feels hopeless, everything is going backwards. What was it like for you through these different processes? Because I have always seen you and envied you as someone who has tremendous energy, right? Your curiosity is not a casual, passive curiosity. You're always, you're out there, you're always asking questions, you're always engaged. There's, not a sort of a boring moment, as it were. I just get the feeling, and maybe this is obviously because I'm not meeting you so often, and when I meet you, you're a certain way. But I just get the feeling that you are never coasting. You're putting yourself out there. You are throwing yourself into the mix of life. But at the same time, age happens. At the same time, the kids are gone. How has it been for you?
So kids are gone, but now they're kind of together, right? I mean, that's the rubber reason I crossed an ocean. I mean, I used to live in London for 20 years, but in 2019, I made the move and moved from London to New York because both my sons now live and work in New York. So they are being trendy hipsters and all that. No, they call me a hipster. So they are trendy yuppies. Let's put it that way, to use a phrase from a previous
Why are
generation.
you a hipster? You're
Hmm?
having kale and avocado instead.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I go to farmers market to buy, organic fish and all that kind of stuff. No, so they live in Manhattan, which of course is, and they're in downtown Manhattan, which is nice, and in two different apartments. And I'm in Brooklyn, which is of course the gentrified part of, but I'm in the high-rise part of Brooklyn. And that's where the farmers market is, and the BAM, the Academy of Music, is there. The best bookshop in Brooklyn. No, there are two of them, and both are within walking distance. And it's the kind of area where the neighborhood includes my good friend Ian Levine, who used to work for Human Rights Watch. Now he's with Meta. Amitabh Ghosh is not far from where I live, so it's nice. And Suketu Mehta is next door neighbors to one of my sons who teaches at NYU. So both of them teach at NYU, but different streams and all that. So it's nice to be in a city which has that air. And one great thing about New York, of course, is that it's in a way like Bombay, in the sense that you want to meet someone and you ask someone and they say, yeah, let's meet day after tomorrow. In London, if I were to ask someone that let's meet, he said, next 2 months are bad, but in April, let's write to each other and fix up. And you live like 3 suburbs apart. But it's that kind of a city. I mean, if you live there, it's different now when I go to London as a visitor, because I'm there for 5 days and everyone clears a diary. But when I lived there, it was like, ghar ki murgi dal barabar. He's there, so we can meet him whenever. But New York is not like that. I've been able to, impromptu going for a movie. Someone says, want to go this evening? And I say, yes. It was exactly like that in Bombay. And probably it was similar in other Indian cities. So I'm not saying it's unique, but Bombay is the only city I know intimately in India.
Yeah, no, I find Bombay and New York to be very similar that way, and no other Indian city to be like Bombay quite the way it is. Maybe Bangalore is slowly getting there. I don't know.
That's what Ram tells me, Ram Guha, that Bangalore is what Bombay used to be, and it's therefore it's a very nice place, which is a double-edged compliment.
What are these two best bookshops of Brooklyn?
Oh, one is called Center for Fiction, and the other is called Greenleaf, which is both are 7 to 10 minutes walk from where I am. But Center for Fiction is amazing.
Wow. So next time I'm there, I'll definitely go there. And, speaking of bookshops and speaking of Ram Guha, I was when I recorded my episodes on Gandhi with him, we were in Bangalore in Church Street. And after the recording, he said, "Hey, what are you doing now?" So I said, "This is my favorite street in the world, and I'm going to go to the best bookshop in the world." So he said, "What is that?" And I said, "Blossoms." And he said, "You fool, that's not even the best bookshop on Church Street." So he prefers something called Bookworm.
Yes.
So, and he didn't say "you fool" in this way. Obviously, everybody who knows Ram says he would never use, but I just like to give this twist to it.
No, so one of my great moments in Bangalore a few days ago when I was at the festival was on the day after the festival where they took me to Bookworm, Book Hive, Book Home, Higginbotham's, Gangarams, and Blossoms, where I signed my books, which were then sold with a sticker saying author's signature.
Let me take off from this and digress again, because why not digress when you can, and ask you another question. Speaking of Bangalore, reminded me of this. So I was there once doing a bunch of recordings over a bunch of days, and I think I was doing 5 recordings in 7 days, and there was one day where I finished my recording at like 8 at night, and the next morning I had to chat with Sugata Srinivasa Raju, who had just written this wonderful book on Deve Gowda, which I hadn't started reading. So I stayed up the whole night, read the book, took copious notes and all that, and then I spoke to him for 6 hours, and we didn't even mention the book. And the reason we didn't even mention the book is that the conversation about his growing up in Bangalore and the life there was so incredibly fascinating that we said we'll leave the book for some other time. And what I realized there is that, till that point in time, I had already known that the sort of intellectual culture in terms of English speaking discourse in Bangalore is outstanding. In an earlier trip, I think Rajmohan Gandhi had released a book on South India, which was being launched. So Ram took me for the launch. And it was in this auditorium, which was standing room only. Whereas in Bombay, there would have been like 10 people and a dog, and they would have taken the dog out. So it was outstanding. But what I realized talking to Sugata is that it is not just English. It's there in Kannada, it's there in the languages. There is a vibrant intellectual culture. And inevitably, I think that the culture of a place can be set by a moment of happenstance, but then a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle can kick in and it can perpetuate. And I'm guessing that different kinds of virtuous cycles set themselves into motion over there for that vibrant intellectual culture to form. So my digressive question is about Gujarati intellectual culture, whether it is in Bombay or Ahmedabad or Surat or any of the centers that you name. You have a full section on these cities as well. Was there ever like a culture like that where like you mentioned that Bombay is a hive for Gujarati theater, for example, right? And was there ever that kind of thriving culture, and was it affected by modernity, in the sense that one of my friends who I did an episode with, Vikram Sate, he once told me this sad story that in the context of Marathi literature, that he'll find all these kids coming from small towns in Maharashtra, and they'll come here and they'll be talking in great Marathi, and they'll be talking about Pula and Vijay Tendulkar and so on, and they'll be so cultured. And a year later, he'll meet them at some Bollywood party, and they'll be like, "Hey, dude, what's up, man? How's it going?" And therefore bemoaning that loss that can happen of your own indigenous culture. Give me a sense of what that's been like with Gujarati. Like, a natural follow up to this question will be about the different dialects, and you've spoken about Ganesh Devi's work in keeping them alive, and we'll come to that. But just in terms of Gujarati culture itself, that was theatre thriving? Has there been intellectual discourse? Has it ebbed and flowed? Give me a sense.
So there has been intellectual discourse, of course. So there was a Pandit Yug, which is the Govardhan Ram period, then Gandhi Yug, which was a bit progressive for its sake, because Gandhi believed in emancipation of Dalits. He called them Harijans. And again, interestingly, it was not a word he coined. It was coined by Narsi Mehta, the poet, much earlier, 5 centuries earlier, 4 centuries earlier. But you had the Gandhi Yug, when Gandhi Yug produced some very good literature, because there's a meeting of the Gujarati Sahitya Parishad. It's the only time Gandhi stood for 2 elections, once for the Sahitya Parishad and then again for Sahitya. And the only time he lost was for Sahitya Parishad, where he was called, "Ye to Baharna Manas hai, he's from outside," is how he was dismissed. But then I think in 1929 or 30, he does win. And when he wins the election, he said that, "You nominated me and I'm accepting it, but I'm not, I do write, but I'm not a writer," is the way he put it. But he said, What you are writing will be useful only as long as it is understandable and meaningful to Koshia. Koshia is like a common name of, let's say, a farmer on the field. And it's exactly similar to the last talisman, that unless what you say is meaningful for the poorest, it's useless. And that challenge was taken up by some writers like Pannalal Patel and Darshak and Sundaram. And they started writing some very, very good literature which focused on so that brought it closer. So I'm not saying it was like Soviet reality type of writing, but more rooted to the ground. Then it moves away from that, and most of the writers are from middle class. So middle class concerns dominate in the writing. But there are three aspects I want to talk about in the Gujarati culture, and my entry point is literature, but the first one is quite intermingled, and we were talking about it before we started talking when we were outside. And that is the Baroda culture of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where you have Suresh Joshi as a kind of, the banyan tree where people congregate. But beyond that, the other great giants, Sitanshu Yashchandra, poet, playwright, writer, essays, Ganesh Devi, Ghulam Muhammad Sheikh, KG Subramaniam, you just name it, and some of the tallest writers, artists, sculptors were all gravitated and brought to one place by MS University, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University. Its Department of English, Ratan Parimu was there, and all of them have congregated at that place. And what happens is that a great deal of intellectual exchange. Jairam Patel is there, Jyoti Bhatt is there. So they do drawings based on each other's writings. They are inspired by each other. A lot of them are married to people outside their communities. So it's truly an Indian renaissance, as it were. And if I were to compare it, I would compare it in a way with New York of the 60s and Paris of the 20s, where Gertrude Stein's house, and you have Hemingway and Fitzgerald and everybody, William Carlos, they are all at that one place. And something similar takes place in Baroda. And it's a and my friend Shilpa Gupta has done a very good exhibition about it, which I'd seen some years ago, I think at Kemal Prescott Gallery in Bombay, which actually documents these with the letters that they wrote to each other and the photographs they wrote to each other. And I think somebody, maybe there is a book about it already, and if not, somebody should write a nice, accessible book about that culture, because I think it's a dying culture. I mean, people are getting older and older, and we need to preserve those stories, because that shows, in a way, Gujarati culture at its highest. And in my book, I have a joke about it that, most of you, and by you I mean the non-Gujaratis, think that the only book we like is the ledger. The Lal Pothi, jama we write the numbers and accounts and all that. But no, we do read and we do write, and that was one part of it. The other part, which is very interesting, which Rama Bijapurkar puts it very well to me when in the book I've quoted her too, and it's the culture that was spawned in Ahmedabad, where you had Sarabhais and Lalbhais, between them creating some of the finest institutions of Nehruvian India, NID, Physical Research Laboratory, the College for Mental Science, IIM comes up there, ISRO comes up there, and other universities, and are all today. The Ahmedabad University is part of the same system. HL College of Commerce, great educational institutions of learning. Mudra, the first Indian-owned ad agency, comes out there. A Calico Museum comes into being now, and again, 2 or 3 families have played a prominent role. And when the book on Sarabhais came out, Ram Guha actually asked the question at the launch, that why is it that when we talk about builders of modern India, we think of Tagore's for the Renaissance impact and not of Sarabhais or Lalbhais? And I think it's a great question. And Howard Spodek, the American writer, who probably understood Gujarat better than any other writer in the West. Maybe there are exceptions, and I'm not claiming to be a PhD on the topic. But Howard Spodek actually said that they were like the Medicis of India, in the nice sense of the term, the Sarabhais and Lalbhai. But the culture they spawned created all these institutions which drew the best and brightest. I mean, there's a paragraph in where I talked about how Buckminster Fuller and Louis Kahn and the people who created NID, all of them used to come to their homes. If you went to the Sarabhai home retreat on the Sabarmati in the 70s, I mean, it would be like walking into a Davos salon or a Paris salon. It was that wonderful and an institution. And so it's something to be celebrated. But did it have an impact on the society at large is a great question. And that's what Rama says, that they created a Harvard, but that was a Harvard of Cambridge, and it didn't become part of Ahmedabad society. I'm paraphrasing what she said. And there's something to bear in mind. And the third is, of course, Bombay. because Bombay was a big financier. So all these great magazines that we talk about, places like Ethos of Suresh Joshi, needed capital, and capital often came from Gujarati industrialists, and they supported it. They supported some of the artists. I mean, when the first Indian painting ever to be sold for ₹1 million was Hussein's tribute to Safdar Hashmi, was bought by Arun Mehta, who was a diamond merchant at the Times of India sesquicentennial auction and at INS Jawahar, I think it was in 1989 or 88, 90. I covered the auction. I remember that scene, and I've written about that scene as well in the book. But so you and Bombay also had this middle and some highbrow writers, and there's a kind of a tussle that if in Bombay, when you want to do something on literature, the prevailing culture being Marathi, they say, oh, this is a migrant language and it's not taken seriously. Although Bombay has produced great writers in Gujarati. I mean, Chandrakant Shah, who died a year ago in America, but he started out here in Bombay. Suresh Dalal, I mentioned, Vipin Parikh, Jagdish Joshi, Varsha Adalja, Ila Arab Mehta, Kundanika Kapadi. I can go on and on naming great writers of writing. But I mean, they were all part of this society and supporting the institutions there. So all these things have had an impact. At the same time, for a long period of time, I didn't pay much attention to Gujarati. Once I left India for Singapore, and my only interactions in Gujarati would be either to talk to my grandparents when they were alive, or to my mum when she was alive, or I mean, my brother, of course, speaks fluent English, but we speak to each other in Gujarati, or school friends. But I'd stopped writing physically in Gujarati. I could read, but I became slower, and it fell by the wayside. Then the book happened in 2014 is when my Bangladesh book comes out, and David has this conversation with me where he says he wants a book on Gujarati. Then how would I approach it? And I tell him, and he later tells me that yes, go ahead and do it. And then the book happens, and that story is also in the book. And when I do that, and when I end up working on it, I wanted to rediscover what have I missed. I've not really paid attention to this language from 1993, 94 to 2014. That's almost 20 years. And so I go around asking people, and some of my friends said, you miss very little.
Wow.
Because in that period, you had Bombay becoming more Marathi, Gujarat itself turning into more of a communal space, and different kind of literature, which was comforting the comfortable and ignoring the afflicted. We are talking about the afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted as a role of a writer.
There is a major editor, both of us know editor of a major newspaper, who recently told a friend of mine who used to work there that our job is to comfort the comfortable. So
Yeah.
exactly.
And ignore the afflicted is what also I noticed there, that people say that let bygones be bygones. I mean, the number of dominant caste Gujaratis who have said, come on, can't Muslims just accept it and move on? Can't they forgive and forget? And I say exactly to them what I have said in the context of what Meghna Guha Thakurta had told me. Because Meghna Guha Thakurta in my Bangladesh book talks about how someone said, we can find out the man who killed your father. Can you forgive him? So he said, before forgiveness, there has to be remorse. And it stayed with me. And I think the same, that, I haven't seen too many people except the liberal, old-fashioned liberals who have done a lot of good work for, in the Muslim camps and so on. I've not seen that sense of regret from the dominant parts and elite parts of Gujarat. And until then, and that's why when I go to Juhapura and meet all these young Muslims, they say that, we have no faith left anymore in the judiciary. We send an application for a job. No one looks at our application as soon as they read something, a name that they don't recognize. Our Uber drivers have to call themselves Krishna or Mohan or something like that. Otherwise, they don't get...
or a Swiggy delivery boy.
Or a Swiggy delivery boy and all that. And therefore, we are going to become lawyers and accountants and form our own practice and form our own businesses. We are going to become Atmanirbhar in a way, and not rely on the state or the establishment to do anything for that. And that's very, very sad.
So a bunch of things I want to double click on, and the first of them is a question about identity. Like one thing that kind of goes, as runs as a thread through the book is that Gujaratis feel a very strong sense of Gujarati identity, right? Which is almost fundamental to them. You could say that it even comes before their India identity, which is perfectly fine by me, right? It doesn't matter in the least. But then I wonder that how does a Gujarati see himself then in the context of this country? Like when people argue with you and say, hey, why can't they forgive and forget and all that? I wonder about what their, to use a cliched phrase, what is their idea of India as a Gujarati? Like one story that never fails to move me, I think Harsh Mandar first wrote about it, is that in 1969, when the riots happened, Ehsan Jafri was advised by all his friends to move to a Muslim locality, and he refused. He said, no, this is not why we stayed back. Why should I move to a Muslim locality? This is my country. I will be safe wherever I am in my country, surrounded by my countrymen. And he chose to stay where he stayed, and we
Wilbur
know what
Society.
happened in 2002, right? Absolutely heartbreaking story. And that also tells me about, and it makes me wonder about that idea of India. Now obviously at one level you could say there are as many ideas of India as there are Indians, but broadly there is one idea of India which you and I probably more or less shared growing up, which is tolerant, secular, taking in the
Inclusive.
world, inclusive, no othering of anybody, etc., etc., right? That is that would be it. But a lot of this new assertiveness that is happening, what is it really? How does a and generalizations are impossible, but I'm just asking this question and using these generalized terms to kind of try and get a handle on this, that this Gujarati who says why can't they forgive and forget, and that hey we were invaded, or for whom Somnath is so central to everything, and he's grown up reading K.M. Munshi's books, to him, what is the idea of India and what is the Gujarat within that? Because there is, even if you take the negative stereotype of the materialistic Gujarati who just wants to make money and then spend money, well, they don't really care about reshaping the world around them. They will fit in whatever way, and they will make their profit, and they will do their dhando. And that's what they have done everywhere. You've recounted how Gujaratis have gone to America and they've started motels, which are sometimes called patels. And wherever they go, they are fitting in, they're making money, they're doing their thing. But there's something more assertive here which goes beyond that.
So I think we have to go back to the word that you alluded to earlier, the asmita.
Mm,
And I think that's part of it here because Narendra Modi has invoked it often. Munshi wrote about it first, Gujaratni Asmita. And what is that word? And I remember one of the first questions David told me is that you will have to explain what Asmita means and, and unpack it. And I think maybe it is the longest chapter in the book. I mean, because they're short chapters. I mean, there are 88 chapters, but they're
in
short.
fact, it was the first long chapter in the book.
First long chapter, yeah. There may be
Mm,
a couple of others which are probably, I mean, there was a very much longer chapter on cricket, and I had to cut out some of that, unfortunately. Yeah. But anyway, so Asmita. And if you, and Chitanshu puts it very well when he explains it to me, that it comes from the word us, being, and awareness. It's basically self awareness, aware of who you are. And he takes it back to Narsim Mehta and, his inclusiveness. There's a poem called Paksha Pakshitya Nahi Parmeshwar Samadrashti Sarva Saman, where there is partiality, there is no God. When you see things equally, and that's where you seek divinity and so on. And there are several Akhil Brahman Maikatu Shri Hari, which is almost negating the whole notion of multiplicity of God, that in the entire universe there's only one God, but there are many, many manifestations. So he gets into that idea of self-awareness. That self-awareness, then there is a writer from Surat called Narmad, and and that self-awareness leads to, sorry, before Narmada is Govardhan Ram, who then says that how you use that self-awareness and use your privilege to make the society better. And that's the story of Saraswati Chandra. And make sacrifices. He wants to marry one woman, she marries somebody else instead. That man dies, he wants to do widow marriage, and Govardhan Ram is not willing to take the bold step of letting it happen because it's 1890s. And so he ends up marrying that woman's younger sister. That's what happened. And they all live in the same community. From there, the story moves forward to Narmad. And what I mean, Narmad has basically talked about Swabhiman. So that awareness then transforms itself into self-pride. And he talks about kissing the ground and being very proud. And he writes this famous poem, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat, which is a state anthem. From there, you have another transition, which is a slight inroads of the arrogance. And I'm really skimming through the history here because the chapter has a lot more. But basically, that's when you have that any attack on Gujarat's politics or policies is seen as an attack on Gujarati identity, and which is what first played out during the Narmada dam. That when they want to build a dam in Gujarat, people are, including advocates in Gujarat, and not just Medha Patkar, Gujaratis like Mallika Sarabhai, Girish Patel, all of them are challenging it, that this is not right. And they're called anti-state and, anti-Gujarati. And the Asmita word, that this is an attack on Gujarati Asmita. And that gets manifested again after the pogrom. But when it takes place, when Narendra Modi basically said, it's not an attack on me, it's an attack. Just the way Donald Trump says that when they attack me, they're actually attacking you. And it's exactly what Narendra Modi also said.
That's a classic populist playbook anyway.
And that arrogance then leads to bigotry, that we are special, and that we, and all the chapters that I've written about communities have deliberately said, not like us, different from us, and that us and we is essentially that elite power elite in Gujarat, which is 5%, which is the Jains, upper caste, and Baniyas. Most of the Gujaratis don't belong to those communities. They are either Patels, or they are communities lower in the social hierarchy, the Dalits and the Christians and the Muslims and the Bhils and the coastal communities, and they really form the majority. So this whole construct of Gujarati as a vegetarian, trade-oriented, business-oriented elite who will not go and fight wars. But I mean, India's first military chief was Rajendra Singh Jadeja, who was a Gujarati Rajput. So it's not, India has had two naval chiefs who have been Gujaratis, as I show in the book. An Air Force chief was Gujarati. The first two people to get Paramveer Chakra, one was a Muslim, Abdul Hamid, the other was Parsi, Tharapurwala.
And also, as you pointed out, that bravery is not just going and fighting a war, but also trading, going.
Yeah, Niranjan Bhagat told me that, Bakul Taylor tells me that, Sonal Shukla tells me that. So, I mean, and it is true. It's not a cop-out. Because imagine you're a vegetarian, God-fearing Hindu, and you go to the deepest part of Africa where you're told there is cannibalism, and you set up a shop where you have to give credit and, then collect the debt back from people who you don't know and with whom you can't speak a word. You later pick up Swahili or whatever it is.
Truly
That
badass.
requires guts. That requires guts. It's courage of another kind. Taking a risk in the stock market, which is against you. Premchand Roychand, who gets wiped out, he says, I'll have to rebuild myself. And then he does rebuild himself. Now, there are people who are critical of Premchand Roychand and so on. And let's not get there. But there is a fact that, this ability to play the market, take the risk, invest in a business, it requires courage of another kind.
But what happened to, get from there to here? And is happenstance a part of it? Like earlier, what you alluded to is you considered the counterfactual that Bombay became a union territory and Saurashtra was one thing and Vidarbha was one thing and the little rump was left as Gujarat and etc. How it could have played out differently. And I wonder about that as well, that, do these accidents of history and in this case of geography also make a difference to how people see themselves, how mobilization happens, what kind of tensions play each other out?
So until the Kutch earthquake of 2001, Kutch had a very distinct identity. But after that, it has changed for two reasons. One is that integrating that frontier from periphery into the mainland has been a conscious policy. And that's why you have Amitabh Bachchan going and talking about Chalo Kutch Jayenge and the whole campaign and the Kutch Ranotsav and all of that. I mean, those are good things. I think it's great that, more people are discovering the beauty of the desert. And it's great that, more and more people are moving into, but at the same time, when I saw a particular video of this young woman who went to Kutch and couldn't understand a word of what the child was saying because the child was speaking in Kutchi. And she really reminded me of that Amélie Postans, the woman who went in the 19th century to Kutch and write about bunny but spelled it B-U-N-N-Y. And not B-A-N-N-I, and, sees it as in the outsider looking. It's almost like someone from the empire or the capital coming to the periphery and looking. So that is still there, and nothing would please a Gujarati more if all Kutchis spoke Gujarati. And which is where, Ganesh Devi would say that, Gujarati is only one of the many languages in the state. Of course, it's spoken by 86%, but 14% is not a number to be cast aside. And it's not only 14, but, and the interesting part that I now see is that the Bhils now say that our main language is Bhili, but we also know Gujarati. Is one thing that's happened. The other thing that has happened is that a lot of Muslims now respond to you in Urdu or Hindi, although they understand Gujarati perfectly. Not all of them, but many of them do. And they would probably, in the next census you do, they will probably say that our mother tongue is Urdu or Hindi or something like that. That might happen. I mean, and I think that's the only way I can explain why the percentage of Gujarati speakers has declined in Bombay because there are no reliable statistics. I asked Naresh where to find them. He said it's impossible to know mother tongues. They're not well kept at the municipality or anywhere. So you're relying on very old statistics. So there are very good statistics at the time of the state formation, but otherwise you only have 2007 or 9 as your study. And when you look at it, the number of percentage of Gujaratis has fallen. Now, if you ask my brother, Pranav, who is a playwright and very successful in the Gujarati commercial stage in Bombay, he actually thinks that this is the last generation of people who will watch Gujarati plays as a habit regularly. And I think Gujarati theatre is the only theatre in Bombay which regularly makes profit. It's commercially a viable entity. Others have to rely on donations or shoestring budgets. Let's put it that way. The Chabildas theatre type Marathi theatre on one hand, and all the English plays which may be fantastic, but they happen because they've been sponsored by somebody, and that is change. That the Gujarati theatre is somewhere able to make the ends meet, and that also is to go back to the Bombay and Gujarat culture. A lot of Bombay writers resent that just as in Maharashtra they are seen as outsiders. When they go to Gujarat, they rarely get picked for awards and all that because oh, tame to bahar na chho, you're from outside, you're not from here. And the shaping of the Gujarati mind in that Bombay has had such a huge role. And it's an underappreciated, underwritten story. Someone has to write it. Not me. I've just done one big one, so I'm not going to do it. But someone needs to follow that. There are people here who know the story well, who can talk about it. Deepak Mehta and Amrit Gangar and Prabodh Parikh and so on.
I recently went to see a performance of the play Vagina Monologues. My friend Avantika Akirkar acts in it, so she invited me. And after the performance was over, which was in English, I was told that an hour later there's going to be a Gujarati performance of the play,
which is produced by my brother.
There you go. So,
There
what a
you
small
go.
world. What a small world. Well met, Mr. Tripathi. In your book, you refer to the Werner Herzog film Where the Green Ants Dream, where you speak about how there is a subgroup of Aboriginal people where there is one person and only one person who remembers a language his ancestors used to speak, and he is the last person. And the dilemma is how to keep it alive, because if he now speaks in that language, no one will understand him. And you refer to his sort of terrible loneliness. And you also, cite Ganesh Devi's People's Linguistic Survey of India, which documented 780 languages in India, of which 70 are in Gujarat alone. Right? And some of them may sound similar, but there will, of course, be differences and etc., etc. And at one level, there is a danger of homogenization, the great flattening sound where all of them get subsumed by Gujarati, which itself, in a sense, might be giving way to English and so on. But on the other hand, there is also hope fostered not just by the great work of people like Mr. Devi, but also by, have you heard of this site called stage.in? So I did an episode with an entrepreneur called Vinay Singhal, and he started this site called stage.in, which has the tagline Netflix for Bharat. However, it does not do content in languages like Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi. It does content in dialects like Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, Maithili. And it has suddenly become supremely successful. There is a reverse migration of Haryanvi people who went to Bombay to do Bollywood and have now gone back to Haryana to make Haryanvi content. And Vinay has had people coming to him and telling him that, Bhaiya, for the first time in our lives, we feel proud of being Haryanvi. In Vinay's episode, something that just shook me deeply is that he has these two moments where he has to learn a new language. He's born in a village in Haryana. The first is he joins a school in the 8th standard. His English is terrible. He has to learn English. The second is he goes to Delhi and he has to learn Hindi. Now, this is just so counterintuitive. You imagine Haryana, but he has to, and then the Haryanvi is taken over by the Delhiite who is speaking the Hindi there. And this gave me a lot of hope because, capitalism is wonderful, markets are great, but there is a danger that when you're going for scale, there can be the unwanted side effect of this homogenization and etc., etc. But suddenly through technology and through this wonderful thing that has happened in the creator economy where the mainstream is becoming less and less relevant and individual creators have the means of production and you can find the long tail and you can find niches, that suddenly something which was dying is kind of coming alive again. So what's, what are your thoughts on that? What have you found with all of these dialects of Gujarat, for example, which are in danger of being wiped away. And while it might be true that 86% of the people speak Gujarati, it is also true that the larger vision of what Gujarati Asmita is sought to be imposed, like you said, by a 5% who are the elites.
And this 86% should be taken with a pinch of salt, as Ganesh Devi teaches us, exactly the way people say that majority of Indians speak Hindi. But you just pointed out through giving examples of Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, Maithili, and so on, that they are very different languages. If I go to rural UP, I won't understand a word. They'll probably understand me because of my Bombaya Hindi, thanks to Bollywood films. Yeah.
No, the chances are somebody in West UP won't understand somebody in East UP.
Correct, correct. And so, there is a small incident that I have. I think it's still in the book because I've read it so many times and some things have been taken and not, but I think it's there. When Salman Rushdie comes to India in the After Midnight Children, and he goes to Baroda and he meets Suresh Joshi and they have a conversation. And where Suresh Joshi actually tells Rushdie that, my problem in the long run is that I'm not worried about English, I'm worried about Hindi. And he says, why? He said, we are like the Czech language. There is English, and Hindi is like Russian for us. And he said, this is how Kundera would respond to you, that, the Czech culture is being obliterated, not by English, but by Russian. And his worry was that it might happen to in Gujarati. And there are a couple of writers who write beautifully in Gujarati, not 3 or 4 writers I know, but who have now started writing in Hindi to get, quote unquote, a wider market. And in a way, I think I don't mind them wanting to do that because they're skillful enough to write in 2 and 3 languages. But my hope genuinely is that they will not give up on Gujarati, because I think if they do that, then because they're really brilliant writers. I really like their writing. And if they were to stop writing poetry and essays in Gujarati, it would be a big loss. So I think it's important. One one lesson I've given myself is that I do want, people asking what next, and ideally this is not the time to think about it. But one thing that will happen in a year or so is my collection of Gujarati poems will come out. I've been speaking to editors and it will probably happen, but it's Gujarati poetry. So if it sells 100 copies, I'll be very happy about it. But I am doing that, and I want to focus more on writing directly in Gujarati. And poetry is slightly easier, although in a way it's difficult because poetry is shorter, whereas as soon as I have to write a well-formed thought in Gujarati, English words intrude all the time. But when I'm writing something distilled like a poem, it's easier for me.
So there's a friend of mine in Karnataka called Shakil, and Shakil once asked me this very difficult question, and I didn't know how to answer it. So I'd be curious to know what your answer is. And what he said was, he said, look, I write in this dialect of Kannada. Most people don't follow it, but it's what I know best. It's where my thoughts flow best. So what should I do? Should I force myself to write in the mainstream Kannada, or should I write in this dialect even if I know that I probably won't get any more readers, but it feels true to me?
For me, it's only Gujarati and English. I can't think of, a variation of Gujarati like,
What would you tell? What would you tell someone like this? Because I don't know what to say. A part of me says be authentic to yourself,
Yeah.
just follow your heart. But the other part of me says is that, listen, let's be practical. You do want to be read.
Could he do both? That's my question. And why not? I would want to know, because there are things where he does want a larger audience. I think he needs to embrace that. But otherwise, it's fine to stay true to your own. I mean, there are writers who do that, right? They insist on writing. I mean, Ngugi wa Thiong'o was a very good example, that he picked a particular form of Swahili to write in, and he's fluent in English. I met him a couple of times, and he's flawless. We share a publisher because Seagull has published some of his books, and they published my first book. So there is that too. But he is, in fact, but he genuinely feels that he has to write only in that language and not anywhere else. So maybe there are parts which he can only express in that language. He should do that. But those that he thinks deserve a wider hearing, then keeping it imprisoned is not a great idea.
Wise words, Shakil, if you're listening, are right out of the mouth of Salil Tripathi, as it were. Let's take a quick commercial break, and on the other side of the break, we'll continue your personal journey, which has a long way to go. And we haven't even started talking about any of your books yet. So, Offense, the Hindu case, will come up after the break shortly.
Okay.
Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. Some could consider it a violation of the human rights of Salil Tripathi to be made to sit in front of me for hours on end, though I have been feeding him and trying to give him adequate beverages and taking one for the team, Salil.
Yeah. And none of them alcoholic yet.
And none of them alcoholic. Do you imbibe alcohol?
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Of course. It's vegetarian.
Yeah, that quip is in your book as well. Your book is so funny. I worry that the serious conversation is not doing your book justice, and it's funny not in a frivolous way, but it's adds just this beautiful light touch to what is a serious book. I'll come back to your life now, and I'll come back to your time in human rights. This July, I was in DC for a conference on liberalism, and Azhar Nafizi, who's written Reading Lolita in Tehran, was there, and she made a really interesting point from the stage. She said that when you are most threatened, when your battle is most existential, that is when you have the truest articulation of liberalism, right? Pointing to the people in Iran who are, the women and the LGBTQ people and so on, who are fighting for their very existence. And therefore, that cry from that void is, genuine liberalism, that urge for freedom, for individual rights, for autonomy, for agency, expressing itself. And the question that I want to come to, and this is now my question and not something that Azhar may have meant, is that when I look at the way people talk about human rights abroad, I sometimes feel that in the more developed parts of the world, where the basic battles have been won, there isn't political oppression, there isn't a dictator, there aren't political opponents in jail, free speech is more or less there. For example, in the US, there is a danger that the human rights discourse then shifts to what appears from a distance to be frivolous beliefs not worthy of so much seriousness. For example, there's a term I love called luxury beliefs. We did an episode of our YouTube show on it. And there are so many luxury beliefs that emanate from there that don't actually, to me, sitting here, I would simply not take them seriously. You are air-conditioned, champagne liberal sitting somewhere. So, they might be a big deal for you. I don't take them seriously. For example, the notion of degrowth, which is such an elite concept, and I consider it absolutely repulsive because the only thing that gets people out of poverty is growth, and therefore the moment you say let's stop growing or let's go backwards, you are just saying that because you've made it and your life is great, and otherwise it's not so hot there. So I want to sort of ask about how those temptations play. Like at an individual level, you've spoken about how human rights activists might with time become human rights bureaucrats, but also when we talk of human rights, is there sometimes a muddying of the difference between positive and negative rights, which I think deeply about? And just to explain for my listeners, this is a distinction made by Isaiah Berlin. And negative rights are all rights that essentially emerge from the right to self-ownership, and the right to free speech is a negative right, because what negative means is somebody cannot do X to you. So no one should shut you up. That's a right to free speech. No one should no one should kill you. That's a right to life. No one should steal from you. That's a right to property. Whereas positive rights aren't really rights, but entitlements, like the right to food or medicine or internet or broadband or whatever. And all of them imply infringing the negative rights of someone else, because if you are to give free broadband to someone, to build the infra for that, you are taxing someone, there is coercion involved. And this is a tension. And I think within in the world of rights, I often think that a lot of people who talk about rights do not take enough care of the distinction. And I'm not saying that people should not be entitled to food or whatever. That's a completely separate argument. But earlier you spoke about the importance of being precise in your language. You know, when we talk about this is a genocide or so and so are fascists, I think language really matters. Don't corrupt the language or words lose meaning. So I feel that there's a similar issue, and a lot of the language of rights that are here coming from the left, to me, kind of misses the point and is, really ambiguous in the way it talks about rights. So what is your experience with this? Because I know you know this distinction acutely, but how have you navigated it? What have you observed?
So there are people who talk about circle of rights and don't like to distinguish between the two, because what Isaiah Berlin talks about as positive and negative rights is the reality when you look at the international covenants for human rights. So you have the Universal Declaration, and 20 years later you had the international covenants. Now these are not enforceable, but it's what states commit themselves to. And there's a civil and political, and economic, social, and cultural. And we were talking earlier about where would you rather be, poor, Bangladesh or the US? There's a bit of that here, that you don't have union rights in the US, and you do have union rights in Ghana. Would you like to be an employee in the US or Ghana? It comes down to that again. I mean, this is not comment on US or Ghana, but the point is that there is certain. So, but the circle of rights, I like that idea, because the positive, negative rights, the distinction, the world has sort of moved on in a positive way. Because when you say that, the right to food you talked about, there's a negative element, because nobody should deprive you of food. And education, nobody. So Taliban, what it does to girls is a deprivation of right to education. So right to education is a genuine right. You can't say that, it's something you can't demand, but it's something you should not be deprived of. So
No,
there
in the sense that it's a negative right when there is someone who would set up a school and there are kids who would go there, but the Taliban gets in the way and says no girls in schools, and that is an infringement of the right to association, and it's a negative right there. But then if I say that my state must educate me, I am stating that as a positive right.
But positive right is here, that my state should not put impediments on my right to study. And if I am qualified and capable, I should be allowed to study. I have a right to study, but I don't have a right to study at Ashoka or at Harvard or
Exactly,
at LSE.
yeah.
That part I accept, and that many people accept. Similar to right to health, I mean, I think there is a coercion involved when people are vaccinated, and it's going to be a big issue in the US with Robert Kennedy now going to be the Health and Human Services Secretary. But he's talked nastily about smallpox vaccination and all that. Now that coercion, I'm glad that whether or not there's a right, but the state has that responsibility to eliminate the disease. Otherwise, people will have weak limbs and so on. That follows from the polio.
I mean, there are negative externalities, so I think that's a fairly obvious case.
And
for
even
state
the negative
intervention.
rights, what you call negative free speech and all that, they still require certain positive elements by the state, such as you need a court system that the state builds. So those are not free rights. One of the things that people used to say, that negative rights are cost free and positive rights have a cost involved, because you have to provide food, you have to provide education. But even for courts, somebody has to build a court. Someone has to build an effective police force.
Yeah, but I'll push back on that and say that, look, I think of the great liberal paradox as the fact that we need the state to protect our rights, by which I mean negative rights. And the paradox there is that for it to exist, we have to give away some of our negative rights so that it can enforce the rule of law and protect our rights. So to me, having that rule of law, that structure of courts and police and all that, it's not a positive right. It is part of the mechanism of protecting individual rights. But once it is in place.
No, I agree. But you need that mechanism to enforce those rights. Otherwise, you'll have banyan tree justice, where 5 people will form a khap panchayat and decide whether girls should have cell phones or not.
But that's part of the framework of negative rights. Like, how do you, that's a paradox. You give away some of your negative rights to protect your negative rights.
And we do make those trade-offs. There are people who will say that there's a phrase that, human rights, all human rights are inalienable, interrelated, universal, and so on. And the idea is that, no, if you exercise right X, there's no impact on right Y. I mean, the human rights purist will tell you that, some academic will tell you that I've not studied human rights, I've only practiced it. I do think that there are trade-offs involved. A classic example is food and water, right to food versus right to water. I'm a farmer, I need water, and I need water to grow crops. There's an industry nearby which needs water to make, let's say, computer chips. And there's a city nearby which needs water for the drinking of the people. And there's water is, of course, the water flows in river, but there's a lake there, and there's so-called limited resource. Someone has to ration it. Now, one option is the pricing pricing mechanism that he who pays, but then of course the rich will corner all the water and the poor will not get it. I mean, you don't want that to happen. And therefore you need the state intervention through what Europeans have done, USO, Universal Service Obligation, that everybody will be entitled to access 80 liters of water a day. Then you can decide that if somebody earns X amount of money, they should pay. Like in South Africa, what New South Africa decided was that everybody gets 80 liters a day for free. And Oppenheimer said that, look, I can afford to pay 800 liters per day. So I can understand you want to give me 80 for free, but no, let me pay for everything I use so that you can use this precious resource for the people in Kayalista and Soweto and so on. But these were purists. The South African, they said, no, everybody, even Mr. Oppenheimer will get 80 liters for free. And there's some very good jurisprudence in the South African Constitution Court, Nelspruit case and all of that, which has examined it in far greater detail than any other similar. But I mean, now we are getting into the arcane of area of human rights. So I don't want don't want us to get submerged in that conversation, but come out and breathe some fresh air. But I agree with you that, these languages can be problematic, and there are people who remain wedded to the language in the human rights community, and therefore they come up with assertions. So you're talking about, European notions and all that. One argument I used to have with some friends is when Nano, the car, came out. Now, of course, the car ultimately didn't work out, but one of the reasons Ratan Tata said he wanted a nano car was watching the sheer indignity of a family of 5 on a little Bajaj scooter going, and somehow higgledy-piggledy going there. And therefore he thought there should be a car. And one of my friends was horrified that, all these cars and pollution and all that. Why can't they use bicycles? I said, have you tried riding a bicycle in India's 45-degree heat in the summer?
With a family of 5.
Or 2 or whatever. And they said, then why not better public transport? I said, if you're a single woman or a woman of any age, have you tried traveling by bus in India? And what might happen to you if you would, and this was pre-Nirbhaya. I'm talking about just in terms of, the chedchad and, molestation that takes place. So, I mean, if that woman therefore wants to have a motorbike of her own or a car of her, who is this person in Amsterdam to say that, no, you can't do it because the planet is more important? No, her value and her bodily integrity is more important. So I do disagree with that notion. And I also disagree that human rights is a Western construct. I mean, because colonization is a Western product. There's an apocryphal story about Gandhi being asked, what do you think of Western civilization? And he says it's a good idea. Because, if you look at it, whether it is Confucius's Analects or whether you look at Ashoka's Stamba and whether you look at, Hammurabi laws, there is a lot of good thinking about rights of individuals and animals that has happened in other parts of the world. And I was recently teaching a course in Germany where I had to look into some of that history. And my initial aim was, because I had students from all over the world, this was the Friedrich Liftung Foundation or something like that, whatever the Germans call it.
Yeah, FNFT.
Anyway, so this is what happened at that time, and I said that it's not something because everyone says Magna Carta is where human rights began, and you know it from your libertarian history, and I know from my understanding. Magna Carta was an arrangement where rich white landowning people didn't want King John to fight stupid wars and didn't want to pay taxes. It was all about that. And the only people whose rights they wanted to protect were a rich white landowning class. No women, no farmers, no people without land and all that. So, I mean, it's nice to call Magna Carta as a starting point, but it's nice to know that it was an extremely limited intervention.
So I've done a bunch of episodes with pioneering feminists, and one of the things that older feminists have told me, sometimes on the record, sometimes off the record, is that something that dismays them is that in modern days, it is so easy to go online and posture your feminism and signal your virtue without actually doing anything on the ground and understanding conditions on the ground. So somebody working on the ground with a rape victim may know that the world is deeply complicated, and sometimes it is not easy for the rape victim to file a complaint and to talk about the rape and all that. But the internet feminist will say that no, we must all speak up, and you can't sort of support the patriarchy in this way, and etc., etc. I forget the particular examples which were given to me, but they were like nuanced examples, and the people on the ground are saying, look, the world is deeply complex, everything is not perfect, and change happens super slowly.
Yeah.
This
is a Sachs versus Easterly argument in another way. Sachs says have a grand plan and you do it, and Easterly says learn from one thing and see if it applies elsewhere and do it one step at a time.
Cross the river by feeling the stones, and I'm totally with Easterly on that. And I wonder if this is something that has come in the human rights business, because I think it is possible now to signal virtue cheaply. Back in the day, if you wanted to be known as a feminist activist, you would actually have to go out there and do things, help real
Or like
people.
Mrinal Gore, go with her rolling
Yeah.
pin, Belan Morcha that she did against a price rise in 1973.
Yeah, and I remember the most tragic example of this to me is the way the brilliant, the great, the wonderful Kamla Bhasin was demonized at one point. Where in this particular meeting, where there were trans activists speaking about something, if I remember correctly, she said, "Look, we have bigger problems to solve first. Let's not spend all our time talking about that." And she would, there was an attempt to cancel her and all that. And I'm like, do you not have any context of who this woman is and what she has done? And I have had colleagues of her on the show who, when I ask them about this, would waffle around the question and not come outright and say that, hey, Kamla was one of the best and she's amazing. And, this kind of posturing, this kind of activism is just completely wrong. So is this something that you have also seen, that the cost of admission to being considered a virtuous person is super low because all you have to do is you have to put out some tweets and you have to gang up on someone?
That is true, that the whole notion of campaigning. So, see, for example, Amnesty International started by one man, Peter Benenson, being very angry when he heard that in Portugal, which was at that time a dictatorship, 6 or 7 students were at a bar and they said they raised a glass to say hail an end to the dictatorship, and the secret police saw them and they were arrested. And he wrote a letter and about seeking amnesty for them, and that's how the word Amnesty International comes in. And it was an article in the Observer in 1961
Wow.
that he wrote, where he says that why should someone go to jail simply for saying the end to the dictatorship, and that's how he began. So the earliest people who started working at Amnesty and the volunteers, what they would do was write extremely civil and polite letters to the government saying, please, you have put this person in jail. All he or she was doing was expressing their beliefs. Please let him out of the jail because it goes against humanity and all that. Later, the whole human rights jurisprudence came more into that. And they had to write that letter by hand or type it up, fold it, put it in an envelope, find out the address, write the address by hand, put a postage stamp, go to the post office and mail it. Today, and if you're on the Amnesty website, you'll get a pre-written letter and saying that, and you have to put your zip code or postcode, and it will tell your local MP's name. You have to do click, and you have to click saying submit, and it goes, and your name is added to the number of people who actually support it. Now, once way it is progress, but the physical act of association with a prisoner is lost, and you're just doing click, click, click. I mean, it becomes almost mind-numbing. I ran the Amnesty group at Dartmouth in New Hampshire when I was a student there for 2 years. And every week we would go to the local New England church, because the church is where Amnesty had an office at that time, and not because Amnesty is a religious organization, but the Reverend Richard Hyde, who ran the church, was very keen on doing work in Latin America. And we used to do this. We would write these letters by hand and fold it and put it. And that's how I met that guy, Mark Vanelli, that I spoke about earlier, the doctor who dealt with trauma and so on. So that's that physical act has now almost gone. You want to bring people to a procession, you will get them for climate and all that, and you will get them. But when I mentioned the protest that we had in front of the Saudi embassy, there were 8 or 10 of us. Myanmar, there were 7 or 8 of us. Oleg Sentsov, the Ukrainian filmmaker and writer who was in jail in Russia for a long time, we had to protest against that, but because Russian embassy had insisted that we can't be near them, we had to be on the opposite side. There were about 17 or 20 of us. So to get a mass mobilization on issue, unless it's something as gut-wrenching or emotionally charged as the Israel-Palestine war, you simply won't get them. I mean, Tibetans can't get them, and Tibetans have suffered. That suffering may not be on the same scale as what Palestinians are suffering today, but it's terrible what they have gone through over 50, 60 years. But you can't get such a large march for Tibet tomorrow, for example.
Does a flood of cheap outrage then create a kind of outrage fatigue?
It does. It does. So it becomes very hard for, if there is a writer in jail in country X, and if I want people to sign, I mean, I will get my usual suspect of writers to do it. But if I want to do something beyond that, 2 problems. One is that some writers will just not reply because they're busy and they don't relate to the story. And the other is that it's very hard to get newspapers and magazines interested unless it is a, if it bleeds, it leads kind of a thing. Unless there's something to it that's unique about that story. So, when the rap artist in Iran, who was almost on a death row, and then he was really, who was speaking about this woman whose hair was thin and then tortured and then she died, I think a couple of years ago, that story. So, in that kind of a situation, you might get it because, you're talking about women's rights, Iran, headscarf, and rap artists being arrested. But trying to get something similar on what seems like a routine thing, that a writer writes a political play and goes in jail in, let's say, Burkina Faso, and writes in French. Pretty hard to get people to, get worked up about it. People will write postcards. I mean, Penn, for example, is a system that around Christmas, whenever we have a Christmas party, Penn has a party, every center has a party, they're all given a postcard addressed to a particular prisoner, and it goes to them. And it does make a mix, because I have a friend called Imo Miomesi, who's a Cameroonian writer. And I met him in Rotterdam after he was free. And he said that when all these letters started arriving, the police, the head of the jail said, "Why are you getting all this? You're a very important prisoner," is what he said. "Yeah, we are a very important person, VIP." He said, "No, I'm a very important prisoner, VIP." And he said, "Can you not tell them all that you're treated well, and therefore the letters stop?" I said, "If you start treating me well, I'll tell them you're treating me well."
Hmm.
That was his response. And in the end, of course, and there's a brilliant letter written to him by Alain Mabako, another French writer of African origin, who said that, "Don't worry, Emo, you're not alone, because every time a writer is put in jail, it's not just him, but all his readers, and we are all stomping our feet to get you out." I mean, very, very moving language in that letter. So I think those are the things that I find inspiring about doing that work. And those are the things that, in a way, used to shame and scare the government. But of course, now some governments are beyond that. And that's where we are today.
Tista told me this beautiful story that when she was in jail, letters started arriving addressed to her, and they were from Jerry Pinto, and he just kept writing her letters and sending her poems, and yeah, and I found that so beautiful because it is automatic to assume that of course this person knows that our sympathies are with them, and then you forget about them for a while, but to actually make the effort of writing physical letters and sending them across every day,
Yeah.
without if I vaguely remember, he wasn't even signing them at first. I forget exactly what the story she told in that episode, but just sort of speaks to what a good man he is.
And all the writers who have been in jail and come out, they've been so immensely grateful to Penn and the community for, speaking up. And what I tell them is that I spoke 2 weeks after the attack on Salman Rushdie. I was invited to speak at Ann Arbor, University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, about writers in prison, but focus on Salman. And I did speak about Salman, and then I spoke about the writers. And then someone said, "What can we do?" I said, "You can write letters, joint petitions, speak." But I said, you are in the US and you have representative democracy. Write to your senator and congressperson and buy their books and hold public readings in front of that embassy. So these are the kind of things with which people can get engaged and keep the writer's voice alive.
When it comes to the rest of the world, the darker parts of the world, what are the levers that people like Amnesty and PEN really have? Because if you look at India, for example, these guys aren't going to give a damn. You can petition, for example, Umar Khalid is still in jail, right? These guys don't give a damn. If anything, it might even be counterproductive. There was a time where, Indira Gandhi removed the emergency because she was under the impression that she would win the election, but also she actually cared about foreign opinion. And the NYT was writing pieces against her. So she was like, she actually cared about that. And thankfully, she was delusional enough to believe that she would win. But Sanjay, if you remember, wanted a permanent emergency. So we got lucky there. But leaving India out of this for the moment, you have shit happening in African tin pot dictatorships and in all kinds of oppressive conditions across the world. What are the levers you guys have? Because from the outside, they could just say that get lost. Who the hell are you? What jurisdiction do you have?
The levers are diminishing. So, there was a time when you could shame some of these governments. When that leader came to your country, you could have a procession against it. You could embarrass them in front of their hotel and all that. That's becoming increased. That's now possible with certain countries like Saudi Arabia and China. You can probably do a little bit of that. But other than that, I mean, it's very hard to rouse people to come out and do anything about it. So that's one part of it. So it becomes a sense of not outrage fatigue, but you express the outrage because it's a bit like, you being able to look at your grandchildren in the eye and say that, when the lights went down, I was holding a candle, that kind of stuff. I mean, you're able to say that, and that's there is some virtue in that, to be able to do that, and so that's one thing that I've seen happen. But the only way to get countries to treat people well, I mean, there are two ways. One is a cynical way, which is that you have a Russian crooks in your jail, you let them go so that you can get not Navalny because he died, but that Gorsheko, the Wall Street Journal reporter, Gorshevich, you could actually get him out of it by exchanging pretty despicable people. Victor Booth was given away to the Russians so that basketball player who was found with little bit of cocaine or heroin or whatever it was that she was carrying to come out of it. We don't even know whether it was hers or whether it was someone had planted it on her. Everything is possible. So that's one way there is a leverage to get good people out here to let bad people out. And that's one thing. And the other is collective action. I think, if European Union decides to do something, my worry is that European Union has somewhat of a fatigue, and it's distracted quite rightly by the Ukraine war. America is going to itself become a matter of great concern after January 20 about what kind of country it is becoming. Canada is going to go through an election. Australia, New Zealand don't really matter in this debate. Japan should speak out more but doesn't. South Korea just had a terrible experience. So there are very few countries with the credibility to speak firmly on human rights anymore. At one time, oddly enough, in Nehru's India, it was possible because Nehru did like to posture grandly on moral ground, and he did speak up for some of this. So did India. India was an early champion against apartheid, early champion for Palestine and all that. But now it's completely turned. I mean, India doesn't want others to interfere in India, so it will not speak out for rights elsewhere, except what plays well domestically. And therefore, you have the refugee policy that, if you're not from the majority community of our neighbors and are claiming persecution, then you have prior entry, sort of a thing, which completely disregards gay Bangladeshi men who are Muslims, or a communist trade union leader from Pakistan who might be born Muslim, and they might have well-founded fear of persecution, but because they are Muslim, they won't get in.
Have you ever at any time in all these years of, going to areas with conflict, etc., felt in personal danger yourself?
Sense of personal danger, but the personal danger per se. So Indonesia, I'm there, and Lippo Mall has been devastated, and I'm with a Chinese photographer. She was Chinese, and she was the photographer, and a mob was coming rushing towards us. And I thought I will get spared because they'll either think I'm white or Middle Eastern or what. I knew she was not going to be safe because she's a Chinese woman, and the mob was clearly, Pribhumi, and Chinese were seen as Suharto's collaborators. So we just jumped into the car, and I still remember one of my editors saying, "Salil, just get into the car. No story is worth your life, and you may not think so, but you are fat, and you don't run fast." That's what, because I said that we are here. I can see this crowd coming, and I'm with this person who is a photographer. Everybody knew she was Chinese, and he said, "Just get into the car and get the hell out. No story is worth your life."
This reminds me of the quip in your book where this Gujarati gentleman and an English gentleman are somewhere and a tiger starts running after them, and the Gujarati gentleman quickly takes out a pair of sneakers, and this guy says, "Hey, you're never going to outrun the tiger or lion or whatever it is," and he says, "I just have to outrun you."
Yeah.
So yeah.
True. Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah.
you actually behave like a non-Gujarati in this particular instance. Let's talk about your first book, Offense, which is this delightful, slim book, which in the break you were mentioning was derogatory, described by someone as a pamphlet, though the pamphlets have such a great tradition
Value, yeah.
in America. Federalist Papers, Burke, Payne, etc., etc. Even modern day works like Timothy Snyder's on tyranny. Tell me about how that came about, and was it sort of a different book from what it might have been had you just remained a journalist all these years and not actually done the human rights stuff? Like, did plunging into the world where freedom is actually endangered sharpen your thinking about it and sharpen your frames?
No, I think at that time I was still, free speech was free speech, and I mean, of course it's a human rights issue, but I saw it as literary and creative expression issue. And I used to write for Index on Censorship from 1997, when it was India and Pakistan at 50. I think that was the first piece I wrote for them. And I wrote several pieces about, the creeping fundamentalism in India, mainly not just the Muslim, but also the Hindu fundamentalism and intolerance against Hussein's art, and, intolerance of Rumila Thapar and issues like that. So I was writing all those pieces, and Index in the early days, there were quite a few pieces I'd written there. And then one of the editors of Index thought of this series called Offense, the Hindu case, the Muslim case, the Jewish case, the Christian case, and giving offense and taking 6 small books. And Naveen Kishore at Seagull was very excited by that idea. And so he said he will print them, but they had to be not more than 15, 16,000 words only. And that was my challenge. And Kamila Shamsi wrote the one on Islam. Irena Mariniak wrote one on Christianity, but looking at it from the Eastern European perspective. And I think, I can't remember who wrote, but there was Martin Gluck, I think was the name, who wrote the one on Judaism. And I was asked to write the one on Hinduism, and often the Hindu case. And basically, I start with the famous opening of the National Gallery of Modern Art in Bombay, where the opening show was the progressives. And who is progressive? Sousa, Ara, Bendre, and Hussain, but there was no Hussain, because had Hussain been in Bombay, then there would have been a case filed. There were some 200 cases against him all over in India certainly, but also in Maharashtra. So Hussain was at that time in Dubai, Kuwait, London, I don't know. And I remember I was standing and talking to someone who actually told me that an American art collector asked this person who was married to an artist, and he said, "Why don't you more of you speak out?" And he said, "This is Berlin of 1936. No one will speak out." And it's just one of those delightful coincidences that I was there writing. I mean, because I love that art of progressive, and there was a group of JJ students who were holding a banner saying, "MF Hussain, where are you? We miss you." And one of them was Shilpa Gupta, who at that time I had no idea. And later, of course, we formed this wonderful partnership. But anyway, that's just an aside. But so that's where the story begins. And then I talk about the intolerance of Madonna sporting a bindi and people getting upset about certain use of terms or words, and David LaChapelle's cartoons and so on. And the entire attack that then takes place against Romila Thapar's work and so on. And I compile those incidents to build a scenario that, yes, a lot of people who are of the Hindu faith like to say that we are a very tolerant faith and you can say what you want, but when it comes to their own gods being attacked, they get very, very angry. And I mean, of course, every time I say this, they say, but we don't say off with your head, sartan se juda kind of a thing. We don't do that. But then I say that, Kalburgi, Gauri Lankesh, Dabholkar, and Pansare. When you see those 4, we know that it's not that simple a narrative about who gets killed and who doesn't get killed, and we need to always remember that there are horrible people in every faith.
And in any case, whataboutery is always an admission of defeat, right? So what about, why don't you say something about Islam, which of course in this book series you did. Kamila Shamsi wrote that.
Kamila wrote it, and I didn't write it because I was supposed to write on. I mean, but have I criticized Islamic fundamentalism? Hell yes. Salman, Danish cartoons, and so many other places like that. But the interesting part about that entire exercise when the books came out was people talking about it. And in one of the phrases I've said that, I mean, I'm warm to the Hindu faith because I have nothing, I mean, I was born in it and I have family there. So I said that, this is the problem here, that, and the problem starts when when some Hindus act like the Taliban. And I still remember when I said that, someone who reviewed it in the Far Eastern Economic Review, where I would be working a little later, the response was that, oh, you can't really say that, because we are not like, no, sorry, I'd already worked. The book comes out in 2009. And I'd already worked at the review in the late 90s. Someone in the review said that, it's a bit of an exaggeration to call that. But then when you look at what has become of India, you just begin to wonder, it's a question of degree and not of kind. So there is that part. And one quote I often return to again and again is what Swami Vivekananda has written in his own works, that he is very angry when he hears about the temples that have been destroyed by some Muslim invaders, and he's meditating and he's extremely angry, and the Devi appears in front of him, and we have to take his word for it because he's written that. And he says, the Devi comes in front of me and says, why are you so angry, child? She says, I've just heard about all these temples destroyed and I'm angry and I want to do something. And she apparently says, are you there to protect me or am I there to protect you? And so I do believe that if these entities are divine, they are strong enough to look after themselves and they are meant to look after us. And we should disabuse ourselves of the notion that we are somehow strong enough to protect them, in which case they are weak, in which case why do we worship them? That's the circular argument I have.
something that I've been writing about for maybe 25 years and you've been writing about for maybe 35 years or substantially long time is the perilous state of free speech in India, in the sense that we have a bunch of terrible laws from the Indian Penal Code which crack down on free speech, like 255A, 153A, the sedition law. And equally, we have a constitution which has added too many caveats in section 19 A.
1A and all that.
Yeah, and those caveats make everything so open to interpretation that you can't strike these down. The sedition law was actually struck down, as it happens, by a court in, I think, circa 1950, and then Nehru, did the First Amendment, and that changed the constitutional basis for it. That kind of paved the way for it to be brought back because it was no longer unconstitutional, basically. A tremendous irony. Like, I read the debates of that time, and you actually find Shama Prasad Mukherjee making the liberal argument that you and I would approve of, and Nehru making all the specious bad arguments against free speech, which, as in the case of Aung San Suu Kyi, as in the case of Mandela, tells you that power can make otherwise great people behave in strange ways. So perhaps it's a good thing that you and I have never, had too much proximity to power. But my question then is that what has happened today is that we have a kind of discourse where, the opposition to this current government will often hold up the constitution almost as a holy book. And the fact is, one, we must recognize that the truth is complex. It is a very flawed constitution. It doesn't protect free speech. It doesn't protect the right to property, so on and so forth. It's very flawed in many different ways. And it has been amended many, many times. Our mutual friend Shruti Rajgopalan has a great video on YouTube. I'll link from the show notes about how Nehru onwards, every time a prime minister wanted to do something unconstitutional, they'd amend the constitution and make it constitutional. So much so that it was once joked that the constitution is not a book, but a periodical. But the larger question that I'm trying to grapple with is that you and I share a broad notion of rights, of how human beings should live with dignity with each other in a society. The question is that how do you actually bring this to reality? The attempt of the framers of our constitution, even though the constitution is far more illiberal than we would like, it is far more liberal than society itself. So a hypothetical question I often come up with is, how liberal is the imposition of a constitution by an unelected elite on a largely illiberal society? That if you claim to be a democracy, then what's really going on here? Now, there are aspects of the constitution that I absolutely love, like universal adult suffrage and all of that, where India really led the way. So there are parts of it which are fantastic, but society is something else. And Gandhi warned that you have to change society from the bottom up, right? And that never really happened. Liberals just gave that up and assumed that top down we will impose values and things will work out and everything will happen. That never happened. That top down imposition doesn't work. That if you care about those values, then they have to come in an organic way from the bottom up. And in different parts of the world, it has kind of happened. Subhashish Bhadra, who wrote that book called Caged Tiger, did an episode with me where he makes a really good point, where he says that if you look at different constitutions, they are a product of the time. The American Constitution, because of the ferment of those times, privileges individual freedom and federalism, genuine federalism. Whereas the Indian Constitution is being written at a time where the country is falling apart. The lines we know on the map aren't there yet. It looks like, there are riots everywhere. These guys sitting in Delhi don't know if the center will hold. So they centralize everything. It's federal only in name. And they sort of reproduce the colonial state. Only instead of white rulers, there are now brown rulers. But my larger question is that how do we make that project happen? We believe in a certain kind of rights. It's not enough if the UN is sitting there and saying, this is our universal declaration. This is what human beings should be. Somebody sitting here in a village organizing a khap panchayat to punish someone who's, doing an intercaste marriage could easily say, like, why should I listen to you? We've had enough colonialism. I don't need white-skinned Westerners anymore preaching to me from top down and telling me what I should do. So how do you see that challenge? Because if your assertion is right, that rights, that India contains multitudes and part of what we are is also deeply liberal, if you look at the assimilation that is represented in our clothes, in our food, in our languages. But a lot of us is also not. So how difficult is this task? Because to me, this is a real task.
It is a real task, and bottom up is the way forward. In fact, one of the things Gandhi had said at the time of independence, that Congress should dissolve itself and, just go in every village and work towards making India better. In fact, Gandhi knew the perils of radicalism, and which is one reason why at Chauri Chaura, when the police station is burnt in 1924, he suspends the satyagraha. He said that, India is not ready yet. So in many ways, from Gandhi's perspective, India was not ready yet for many things, including former political prisoners, which is what the Congress leaders were. I mean, and to suddenly become overnight turning leaders and governing things, which they had maybe an intellectual notion of Patel and Nehru were all brilliant men, and Azad and all of them, but they'd never run anything except an agitation. I mean, they'd never run a department of any kind, as it were. So there was something, and now that's a great what if. What if Congress had dissolved itself and not become a political party? I don't know the answer, but I think going down to the, I mean, in a way, that's the intriguing part of the whole Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi. Now, whatever one thinks of him as a politician, the fact that he decided to, listen to people and come and, and the fact that the constituencies where he marched through, he swayed the opinion and votes in his direction, shows that Indian people also reward politicians who actually make the effort to listen to them. So I think there is something there. I think a lot of the people who are, there was this horrible phrase, horrible meaning because it was a very empty phrase, and it took out the state, and it placed the power of the social development in the hand of individual and communities. Classic New England approach. George Bush, the senior, when he quit, he had to quit because he lost the office to Clinton. And he said that may be the case, but in his last 2 years, he had something called 1,000 points of light. He said a village is well lit by 1,000 points of light. And every day he would honor some volunteer, some school teacher, some fireman, some office worker who had done something good for other people to create. And I think the idea was very good. So I think trying to find and identify such champions and see how ordinary it is to be good. You don't have to be extraordinary to be good. I think that's probably a way forward. But I'm not an expert in these things, but I think that's this top-down approach is always resented. And in the end, eventually people feel that this is something that's unsustainable. And it's true. Top-down approaches never really go very far.
Rahul Gandhi's politics actually underscores the point I was making, in the sense that one thing that greatly dismays me is that every party in India, whether it is the Aam Aadmi Party or the Congress Party, seems to have assumed that there is a nascent Hindutva-ness or the Hindu vote that you simply cannot ignore, and you have to cater to it and you have to pander to it. An example of this is that when the temple was built, Priyanka Gandhi reminded people that after all, it was my father who opened the gates of the Babri Masjid,
Yeah.
which of course it was. And what a disgusting thing to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And this everything that the posturing that Kejriwal did around the Hanuman Chalisa and his celebration of 377 being repealed, and that causes me to lose a lot of hope, because on the one hand I can get on an intellectual high horse and say that, hey, we contain multitudes and these parties are stupid, they are not appealing to the better angels of people's nature, people might be bigots but they also want their kids to have a better future. You can take other lines of attack and not pander to Hindutva. But at the same time, these parties are skin in the game. I don't. They know what the reality is. If we should take them seriously, then they're saying something that neither you or I like, which is that this is a given, this is what it is. And I'm reminded of, I think of how Ambedkar would respond if he saw this. Ambedkar's argument for centralization, which is actually also something that is hard to argue with, is his point that what is a village but a sink of localism, a den of ignorance, narrow-mindedness, and communalism.
Correct.
This was absolutely true. This was his argument to Gandhi. So how do we reconcile these? That top-down imposition never works, but bottom-up would have meant your sinks of localism, your dens of ignorance and narrow-mindedness. So I don't know. Today, in hindsight, it's easy to look back and say, hey, that approach did not work. And it clearly did not. And we are deeply illiberal. But I just feel, I know Tista and Akar would be far more hopeful than me. But I just find it so hard to be hopeful when every opposition party out there is catering to this nonsense.
I mean, that's the reality that, the short-termism that election breeds in. And I think it's the case everywhere, where there is obviously the higher road to take. And, Michelle Obama tried doing it when she was campaigning for Hillary Clinton.
When they
she
go
said,
low, we go high.
We go high. But, Hillary got the snub, and now Kamala Harris got the snub. And one could very well conclude that US is not ready yet to vote for a woman. Now, I mean, that's a very glib way of
I would
looking
say
at
I
it.
think Kamala Harris is the worst presidential candidate in perhaps US
She had
history.
the worst card given to her. She had no time to prepare, and she was thrust into that role. I think she's a very clever woman. I think she did a reasonably good job as a senator. She was fine as an attorney in California.
I'll disagree on all counts, but
Okay.
let that
No, no.
pass.
If she had 2 years to prepare to run a campaign, she may have been a different candidate. That's all I'm saying. But she ran a very tight ship where she had to defend everything Biden did, including the way the Israeli war has turned out. And she lost a lot of people who chose not to vote. And probably those votes may have made material difference in a few precincts. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at the results that closely. But I do think that she had a I mean, her hands were tight. I mean, she literally had
But
to
we
run
leave
the
it
campaign.
aside. But I feel that, whenever an election result happens, one thing we should not do is blame the voters. And I feel saying that America
I'm not
might not
blaming
be
the vote.
ready to elect a
Yeah,
woman
yeah,
is
yeah,
in
yeah.
that
No, fair
category.
enough. But I mean, it is true that it's the only large democracy which has never had a woman president.
Well, they almost did. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. I mean, ये 19-20
Yeah,
का फर्क
yeah,
है.
yeah.
So
Okay, fair enough.
let's talk about Bangladesh. Your book on Bangladesh, I remember I was just so blown away when I read it, the kind of detail. It just taught me so much. It was just a lesson in learning about the neighborhood and about human nature. And it was also really heartbreaking in different ways because not only did you do the higher levels, the higher order analysis and the telling of history, but you also brought a lot of human stories to life. Tell me about how your involvement with Bangladesh started and how that subject started meaning.
So first is, I mean, it's the first war of which I have living memory because the war starts in March 71 when I was nine something, nine and a bit, and ends in December 71 when I've just turned 10. So it's something I know because I remember putting black paper on windows. I mean, we had to blacken the windows so that the assumption being that if Pakistani aircraft comes and if we have lights on, they will not be able to see that there is habitation with lots of lights and therefore try to bomb it as a city. And so you had that. I also raised some fund by doing a play in Gujarati for children, which raised money for what was called BDAC, Bangladesh Aid Committee, which had an office at near Boribandar, near Victoria Terminal, Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus now, somewhere there. It was between that and Khadi Bhandar because I'd gone with the check and they'd given me a very nice receipt, which I think I have saved somewhere. So I'd done that too. So there was an element of. Second is of course you alluded to the fact that my family is Bangalophile, which is what I and my brothers have Bengali sounding names. My mum was enamored by Salil Chaudhary and so on, and my father sang Ravindra Sangit. He chose to learn the music. I chose to learn the language, and only because I wanted to see Satyajit Ray's films without subtitles. That was the reason. So there was a cultural affinity with the region. And then once I went into the human rights world, I realized that, I mean, of course, I knew the horrible crimes against humanity that were committed in the war. But then Bangladesh wanted to atone for it. I was also feeling very saddened that, Mujibur Rahman was killed and series of dictatorships and moving away from liberal secular model to fundamentalist model. That was all very offensive and problematic for me. So I wanted to learn more about it. So when the opportunity came in 1986, when I went there as Anil Dharkar was the editor of Debonair, and he said, and I'd just come back from the US, and Indian Post had not yet happened, and had a few months to wait before the newspaper started. So I asked Anil Dharkar that, can I freelance and what do you want to do? I said, I want to go to Bangladesh. Why? 15 years, democracy derailed. Let me do a piece. They're about to have presidential elections, and which was a rigged election where Arshad won. But his number one rival was Farooq Rahman, who was a man who masterminded the killing of Mujib. And he was a colonel, and therefore he is a colonel who would not repent in the book. But the book is not yet there. It's not even a gleam in my eye. I wrote about him. Then in 2011, he was executed because by then Hasina is in power and the case is reopened and he was executed. When he was executed, I spoke to people in Bangladesh on the phone. I was in London. I didn't fly down. And I wrote a very long piece about the troubled legacy of Bangladesh for the revived Caravan, which was the proper New Yorker style magazine. And that my good friend Jeet Thayil read. And Jeet said, this is a great thing. You should meet David Godwin, the wonderful agent. David said Bangladesh is an extremely important country about which no interesting book has been written, and you are probably the man to write it. So let's push it. And he took it to a few publishers. I think two of them showed an interest. David Davidar had just set up LF, or it had been 2 years old or something. And so David Godwin said, go with David. And David and I formed this lovely partnership. And he liked the book a lot. And it came into being. And for that, I went several times, and not. I had other reasons to go to Bangladesh. I mean, and so I went there and I interviewed people. They were very warm, very welcoming, and very articulate. Bengalis love to talk, and I listened to them and put together, and that's how the book finally came about. So there's a combination of interest in human rights, interest in the culture and Banglophilia, and of course, some living memory of the war.
And how was the process of writing the book? Because by this time you've written so many columns, you've done so much reportage that, the craft is consummate, everything works just right. Offense, of course, was like 15,000 words or so, like you said. This was a much bigger book. This required a lot of research. This required sort of first gathering the material, building the narrative. Was it a different exercise? Were you thinking in a different mode while this was happening? Just take me through your processes of making this happen, because I would imagine that every column or piece, when you like it, is like a sprint. You gather, sprint, give it by the deadline, then you move on to the next thing, and that is one rhythm of working. Whereas something like this would have required a much more disciplined and gradual way of working. And of course the Gujaratis also after this, but this was the first big book in that sense.
So I wanted to be clever as a writer, so I thought I will take one individual per chapter and build a narrative around that individual story, because I'd met some very colorful characters. Meghna Guha Thakurta, whose father is killed, Aroma Datta, whose grandfather is killed, Sarah Hussain and her father, Kamal Hussain. Kamal is one of the drafters of the original constitution. So I thought I will build a story around individual lives. And David gave me a very sound advice. He said, you're writing a story of a nation, you're writing the history. It is a beginning, a middle, and a continuum. Just stay loyal to that. We don't want to be clever. And you just write where it begins, why it happened, and take a step by step. The only exception is the chapter on the Birangonas, which I call the brave one, the stories about the women who were raped. But otherwise, it's a very straightforward, linear narrative where I quickly tell what happened in Bangladesh from the beginning of time to 1947. And 47 to 71 becomes the second chapter, and then I go on strictly after that. And I end sometime in 2011 or 12 where Bangladesh is yearning for what they call the -2 solution, which by that what they mean is a solution where neither Hasina nor Khalida are in power because they're sick of the two women and they're bickering. And that's probably the situation the country finds itself in right now. Yeah.
I have two questions I've sometimes asked people on the show, which I think is relevant to, the Birangana especially. And one of them is that I sometimes ask women on the show when they talk about their lives or what they've seen or just what women in India go through generally on a daily basis, that why are you not more angry? Like, how do you deal with the anger? How do you manage? Like, it's just something I'm genuinely curious about. And the other thing is, how does one cope with great tragedy? Like in the very first episode I did with Amitava Kumar, we discussed one of his books of reportage where he talks about how he goes to this village where a few years ago all the Muslims had been killed except one guy. Like one guy had hidden in the fields and all the Muslims were killed, including his family, including his wife and kids, and they were all killed. And Amitava visited that village, I think 7 years after that. And he found that this guy, this lone survivor, now has another family and he's living happily as if nothing ever happened and it suddenly normalized. And I was just wondering that, what kind of response to trauma is that has he just blanked it out from his mind, or has he just taken the practical view that fuck it, I gotta go on, I gotta move on? Has it changed him in a deep fundamental way? Was a part of him always jaded in a sense? Like, what's going on here? I find it hard to understand. How do people cope? Like the great filmmaker Amin Behrani once said that he's made a magnificent film called Solo, where he once said, I think in an interview with Roger Ebert, that the central question in a cinema was, how do we live in this world? And your stories of the Birangana, all these people who were raped so long ago have no hope of getting justice, have endured that trauma and all the knock-on effects that come within society from that. How did they cope? How did they live? When they spoke to you, what was going on there? Like, were they just glad that someone was listening? Did they suspect you? Like you pointed out earlier in this conversation, that one of them actually told you that, what am I going to get out of this? You got your story. You are chilling. What about me? I have to relive this shit. And also, how in the middle of that maelstrom of traumatic stories, how do you keep yourself together?
Great question. I went with enormous confidence when I went there. I said, I've interviewed people who are survivors. I mean, at Amnesty, I've met people, but it was always individual and episodic. It was never collective. On that day, this wonderful woman who had put together the whole, um, um, I think 16 or 17 women she had brought to talk to me, and they would all come one by one, sit and talk, and they spoke in the Bangladeshi dialect of Bengali. So I can understand Bengali pretty well. I can speak it reasonably well. I can read and write. All of that is there. But I needed these two women from a Bangladeshi NGO to, translate and interpret it for me. And they were doing a very good job. And they'd done it before. Some of them had tears. And what I'm trying to get at is that their reactions were different. There was nothing monolithic about it. Each of them was an individual character. Some of them were abandoned completely, and they had become very rough about it and were able to talk. Another woman who was she was my age roughly, and she was incredibly young, and her voice rose as she spoke about what happened. A lot of use of euphemism. They never said that they were raped. They only said, and then I fainted. And that's the way they were blanking it out. So many women said, then I fainted, then I fainted. And after the second or third time, I realized what was going on there. And there was one woman whose husband joined in, and he said that, he kind of, like Bilkis Banu's husband, who stood by her side, it was something similar. He said that, it was not her fault. And I had to be by her side, and which was very redeeming to hear that, because there were others who were saying that as soon as her son found out that she had been raped, he abandons her. So there were reactions upon reactions. But what happened to me, after the 17th interview, we were, I think, I don't know whether we were in Jashore, but we were in or Nator. At the moment, I can't remember the town we were in. But when it ended, the two women who were with me, they were willing to go for a walk by the lake and have dinner, fish curry or something. And they said, "Are you coming?" I said, "No, I just want to go to my room and be by myself." And of course, I didn't eat anything. I was just tormented by what I'd heard. And I was chastened on the way back. I hardly spoke to the two women who had come with me. And then I had a very long chat with my friend Sarah Hussain about it, who was a distinguished human rights lawyer in Bangladesh. And it's only after that I met Firdausi Priyabhashini. She's one who decided to come in public, because she was kept as a woman in the Pakistani barracks, and she was very badly treated and so on. And she told me her story in great detail, and she had rebuilt her life beautifully. She had become an artist, and she created art out of stuff people had thrown away. Because she said, that's my life. I was thrown away and cast away, and I made myself. And she died a few years ago. And she was the first Birangana to speak in public about her life. And so she's the only one that I've named. All the others are A, B, C, D, is the way I dealt with it. And today, if you were to ask me, I still have my original notes somewhere where I may have written their names. But if I just read A, B, C, I wouldn't know who it is, and which is as it should be. That's the whole point of anonymity. So yes, you do have this kind of trauma, but it's just that the healing is a different process. Each individual has his or her own agency and how to cope. People say that when there is a human rights abuse, there should be X amount of compensation for everybody. The assumption is that everybody wants cash compensation. But a very good, powerful counter example is that there was a British unit in Iraq which killed a family for no reason, or on suspected grounds, and they were wrong, and the unit was court-martialed. And when the judgment was to be given, the families, the survivors were brought to listen to it. And they were asked, what do you want? And they said, we just want the commanding officer to be on his knees and apologize to us. That's all they wanted. They didn't want money. They didn't even want a written apology, but this is what they wanted. And that commander was later speaking to people, and he just said, it was the hardest thing I had to do in my life. In a way, it's the easiest thing, right? You sit on your knees and say that I'm sorry for what happened. But he said that's when the gravity and enormity finally collected, because he was seeing the people who he had made fatherless, motherless, daughterless, childless, and whatever. So I think how people process what they want out of it is, it's very hard to tell. What would the 9/11 commission do about who to give how much money after people are died, and there's no way, there's no one right answer. So we try to monetize it because it's a language we understand. But even 9/11 had the same issue, that Cantor Fitzgerald is on 107th floor. 108th floor is the Windows of the World restaurant, which large number of waiters are Bangladeshis earning slightly above minimum wage. Cantor Fitzgerald, everyone is probably a millionaire every year. Do you compensate the same or not? And there's a nice book written about, I can't remember the name of the writer, but they were adequate for the Kantor guys, but generous for the Bangladeshis, but it was not the same amount. And he explains why he did it the way he did it.
What would you do?
I think I would go for asking the survivors what they want. And I would say, I can certainly pay this. If you want more, tell me how much it is, and I will go back to the commission and get their permission and do it to you, rather than come up with a flat figure and take it or leave it, sort of a thing. But I also know that there were 3,000 victims, so you have to deal with 3,000 individual claims. And US is a very result-oriented society. It doesn't want things to get prolonged beyond a point, and it wanted to move on, not from the tragedy. I mean, every 9/11 the nation comes to a standstill, but they wanted to. I mean, they've now built a new tower, right? I mean, and they've built a new, not a twin tower, but an individual tower, and a fine museum for 9/11.
So, what was the process of writing the book like in terms of did you have regular writing habits? You would, how would you manage your time? What was the discipline involved?
Usually, it's a morning time. It works very well for me. I'm an early riser. I used to wake up at 5. Now it's 6:30. And I mean, in New York, I have a gym that I go every morning in a building. So I don't really get started till 7:30. And the change that has happened is that a lot of my work happens to be with Europe and Asia, which means 7 to noon pretty much goes in phone calls and Zoom.
Ouch.
Yeah. So basically, I don't get to start proper work till afternoon. So either I have to get back that whole habit of starting really early, getting up, and that means early to bed, early to rise.
Then you get up
Benjamin
at 4 in the morning every day.
No, if not 4, at least by 5, as I used to do in Singapore, and use the time 5 to 8 to think, write, and organize. Because if I've done that, then if I'm going to pick it up at 3 in the afternoon to write, I'm able to do that. Otherwise, at 3 in the afternoon, I mean, after lunch, if I were to look at 2 o'clock and start working, too many distractions have occurred in the day for me to think originally. So I would do that, and the other thing I learned was to just start typing, just write. Don't wait for the perfect first sentence, because I don't even know how I wrote the first sentence of the book on Gujaratis, but it probably wasn't what it is. I mean, it's the same with Bangladesh and so on. And so you just start writing, and then let the story emerge from that organically. And because then the narrative does emerge, and then the sequencing does emerge. I've noticed that with Detours was easy because these were individual chapters. The only problem was of how to structure them. And I got that War and Peace, and then, words and images, and then loss and love is the way I did it. So it was easier. But Bangladesh was simple because it was a straight. This, in a way, was the hardest, Gujaratis, because how do you tell the story of a people where you have to talk about the diaspora, the communities, the traits, the food, the positive, the negative, and the history, and the creation of the state and the cities. And so it helped that I said, okay, I'll do it with human traits, how we eat, how we learn, how we earn, how we create, how we trade, how we spend, how we pray, how we play, how we love, how we kill. I mean, this was my original formulation. And then, of course, there have been changes because I think David made some very good suggestions of special sections. And we also both agreed that certain things can be merged with other parts and rearrangement. And so then, of course, I present this tapestry, as it were, and from that patchwork quilt to make something that looks like an organic design is where David was incredibly helpful.
A digressive question before I again go back to your life. And the digressive question is that, our good friend Ajay Shah was the other day talking about Gujarati food and how it is basically a diabetes machine. It is like the unhealthiest food in the world. It is all carb, starch, and you're adding sugar in everything. And then Amul cheese, as you pointed out in your book, adding sugar and Amul cheese to everything is your speciality. And I'm thinking that food everywhere is circumstantial. There are reasons why food everywhere tastes a particular way, and so on and so forth. But why this? This is bizarre.
So, I mean, again, the traditional Gujarati thali, as we understand, is only one form of the food. I think there are parts like undiyu is a very good example, because if you have the surti undiyu, it's floating in oil, literally, and of course a lot of coriander. No, I've had undiyu twice this week. Once in Ahmedabad at my cousin's home, and once at a friend's place a couple of days. And both made sure that there was no coriander, and they had never made it without. And I said, "Doesn't it taste better?" And they kind of muttered, "Shut up, just eat what's on your plate," kind of a thing. But the fact is that but there is something called umbadiyu. Okay, and that umbadiyu is made without oil, and it's like basically roasted on undiyu, which is made in other parts of Gujarat. Then there is a mutton undiyu, which is made in Baroda by Muslims.
Oh, wow, I gotta have
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So I think there is a lot of variety. Kathiawadi food is not as sweet as, I mean, it's in fact tend to be quite spicy. They have saved tomato no shak, which I've said is like arrabbiata with flattened noodles on it, and it's basically tomato. It's basically arrabbiata sauce with save on it. So there are things like that you can do that are different. A lot of kand is eaten, and kand is also very often it is buffalo kand, so steamed and not necessarily cooked in oil. Dokla, which some people of course fry it to the hilt, but there are some people who have them as idlis, steamed without any oil use. So it's possible to eat healthy Gujarati food if you want to, but it's also possible to make it, to bring out the taste, to put a lot of oil and masalas and so on. When you get both kinds. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to a party, I think early in January, where we'll be eating something called ponk, which is a very special bean, which is like mung in Surat, but it's a very healthy form of food.
And I'm also like a friend of mine just forwarded me the cover to this book which I plan to pick up soon called Dalit Kitchens of Marathwada by Shahu Patole. And I therefore imagine that the Dalit food traditions are completely different, and the Adivasi food traditions are completely different. There'll be different Muslim food traditions within the place. But so is it just that the stereotype that we have of Gujarati food is really that 5% elite, but it's kind of gone down to the...
No, it's not just 5% elite. I mean, a typical Gujarati thali will be what we call dal bhat rotli shak. So you'll have the tur dal, and you'll have rice, and you'll have chapatis, rotis, and you'll have 2 or 3 vegetables, at least one protein, like kathol as we call it, mung or chana or something like that. And there will be yogurt. Now, in the thalis that you eat in restaurants, you get samosas and gugras and kachoris. It's not part of your daily food. I stay with my brother when I'm in Bombay. At home, basically, we have dal, rice, one sabji, and one chapati, or occasionally, puris were made once a week. And dal also, there was a pattern that tur dal on this day, mung dal on the second day, and urid dal on the third day, and so on. So, yeah, I mean, but so there can be very simple. The thali does not always have to be incredibly elaborate.
Let's go back to talking about your journey. How long did it take you to write the Bangladesh?
2011, I start writing. It came out in late 2014, so maybe 2 years.
What was the feeling when the book came out? Like, you'd written Offense before this, you'd written many hundreds, if not thousands of articles and all that.
Offense was written very quickly. It took me like 3 months, honestly.
So in a sense, this is your first big book, and the generation that we have grown up in. I say that the young generation, which is the 20-year-olds of today, will have a different hierarchy of art in their heads, where a book might not necessarily be the pinnacle of intellectual achievement, but for you and me, a book is a thing, right?
Yeah.
And you've written a big book, and you really wanted to do well in the world. How well did it do? What was the feeling? Was there a sense of anticlimax?
No, there was no anticlimax. It was longlisted for one award, which I lost to a very worthy book, Akshay Mukul's book on Gita Press. So I have
That is a
no hard
masterpiece, so
feelings and no
yeah.
jealousy at all. Akshay is a friend, and I wish him well. And his Agyeya biography, which I've not yet read because
It's
I was
brilliant.
because I was writing this. All the books which I've not read in the last 6-7 years, I'm now going to.
I have an episode with him on Agya also. He's just bloody amazing. He's written two such great books which are so different.
He's truly amazing. So I have no hard feelings at all to lose to such a better book. So, but I was glad that I was part of the long list. Let's put it that way. I mean, the one thing I'm incredibly pleased about Bangladesh, the book, is that it has been uniformly well reviewed in UK, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan.
Wow.
Now, that the Pakistan part is surprising, because I thought that's why people will say this Indian propaganda, because I've been to the Lahore Literature Festival and where I was speaking about it, and one guy gets up in the middle of my speech and this is all bullshit Indian propaganda, and others shush him and tell him to leave.
But there are different multiple Pakistans, right?
Yeah.
So there is the sort of the military jihadi complex which runs the country, as it were. But there is also civil society, which is basically people like us only.
Yeah. Asma Jahangir and Hina Jilani and all the wonderful people. Now, I met both of them at that time also. And one of them was on the panel with me when I spoke about your book. And I still remember that the person who interviewed me said that, your book is a very good and a very bad book for me. I said, why? So he said, well, it's good book because it's so well written. And I said, bad because it makes me realize how bad Pakistan was as a country once, is the way he puts it. And I thought that was a very nice way for him to take it where the conversation needed to go. And the number of people who bought the book, got me to autograph it. They said, and someone said that, you're coming to Pakistan with a book which is critical of Pakistani army. Weren't you afraid? In a very glib way, I said, you know what, we had someone called Gandhi who taught us courage. So, and I come with no weapons. I just come with goodwill, is what I told him. And he laughed and he said it was fine. But one of my Pakistani friends put it very astutely. He was a former Amnesty staff. He said, the reason your book is not evoking anger is that you're ridiculing a Pakistani army and criticizing a Pakistani army that was bad, but more than that, it lost a war. If it was the stalemate army or someone that had actually made some inroads in India, and you were writing a book like that, or that if the Bangladesh war was a stalemate and Pakistan, then there would have been a lot of anger against you. But or if you write about the Pakistani army today, you would be right to worry about it because the army was still very much in control. But you're writing about something that a lot of us want to ignore and forget because we are ashamed about that army, and you're saying that army was bad. We'll agree with you, which was a very interesting way of looking at that.
Though I'm not sure I agree because, for that to be the reason that, hey, those guys lost, so it's okay to shit on them seems almost like, something that would come from a triumphalist military kind of person. And, the civil society.
Which could be, but there are lots of people in Pakistan who admire the militarism and triumphalism. I mean, that old joke is what Pakistan is an army in search of a country.
Yeah, just as, Shruti Kapila once said on my show that Hindutva is a theory of violence in search of a history.
Yeah.
And we can take many
Absolutely.
hours to
No, that's a wonderful way of putting it. Yeah. And the sense of injured innocence, that the problem rises with the right is always that it's where they make the privileged feel they are persecuted.
Yeah, which is actually a standard thing in populism everywhere. Jan Werner Muller has a great book on populism called What is Populism? And this is one thing everybody has in common, that the majority will be made to feel like they are the persecuted. And it's just like, one of those sort of ridiculous things. Before we get to talking about the Gujaratis, which I think we should get down to soon, very quickly tell me about your project with Shilpa Gupta also. And the friendship and the commonality, like what is it that kind of drew you together in terms of artistic vision? And, tell me about the installation art that came out of that and how that became a book.
Yeah, I mean, I'm truly privileged that, I'm truly privileged that we worked together on that project. And the project was that there's a Marathi magazine called Nantar, which turned 25. And when it turned 25, they asked me to come and speak. And it was at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, where I gave a speech where basically I spoke about persecution of poets through the years, 30, 40-minute speech. Jayant Mahapatra was in the audience. K.K. Daruwala was there. A lot of other Bombay poets were there. I think Menka Shivdasani and several others were there. And it was well received. But it was said, but I had the script with me. And as you know, I send out whatever I write to a small group of friends through this Google group. And I'd met Shilpa earlier or something, or maybe someone forwarded it to her. I don't know the clear sequence now. But she came across that speech. And she says that made her take a detour in her life. I mean, because then she's a very fine researcher. So she saw that I'd done detours and I'd done this book and so on. So she decided that she will do her next art installation project celebrating persecuted poets. And she took the ones I wrote about, but she added a lot more to it. I mean, the sheer design and vision of having the spikes rising, all black colored, in which you kind of pierce a piece of paper On the paper is a fragment of a poem. A microphone comes down, and the microphone is that old Chicago radio type microphone, painted black. And it's not a microphone in which you speak, but it's actually a speaker. And the speaker reads out the poem to you in the language. And it's completely, the light is very poor. So when you come and enter, you feel you're looking at a jail cell with a lot of voices coming out, murmuring and talking about being imprisoned and what it means. And it was mind blowing. I mean, she did it at the Edinburgh Arts Festival. She has shown it in Brisbane, in Baku, at the Venice Biennale, in America, at the Dallas Contemporary, and she has also shown it at the Barbican in London and at the Kochi Biennale. And she did that, and I mean, she said that it came at the starting point. The spark was what I had suggested, but everything else that followed, the sheer creativity and imagination is all hers, and she has taken it to a level I could have never conceived what would have happened. So I'm truly grateful for that, and I consider it an achievement that I was able to associate myself with it. And it means a lot more to me than being on a literary shortlist. Let's put it that way. Then she gets a lot of interest from the US, and the Dallas Contemporary arranges, and we get a grant to publish it as a book. And we asked around, and Kartika at Westland Trankebar, and now Pratilipi, she says, we will do it as a context edition with a wonderful cover. And what we did was that I rewrote my essay. I also did an interview with Sarah Hussain as a defender of writers, because Sarah has spent a lot of time trying to get Bangladeshi poets and cartoonists and writers out of jail. So I interview her. She herself, Shilpa, interviewed one of the writers from the Hungryalist movement, and talked about how they challenged Nehruvian India. And we had writing from Natasha Narwal. She writes an essay about her time in the jail, and we had about the extracts from the poems for which we could get the copyright, and we had about 25 to 30 fresh pieces written, either poetry or translations or short essays by writers from around the world, reacting to the prison experience, either as a prisoner or as someone who has written for prisoners. And Burhan Sonnes, Jennifer Clement, Stella Nyanzi, Ilya Kaminsky translated something for us, and it became an incredibly rich experience that we came out of that. And the icing on the cake was that Shilpa did fresh drawings, which were in the book. And the book came out, I think, in 2022. I think it was reviewed by a few people. Again, very positive reviews. And I think it's still in the market, and it's still available. And we would have loved to have spoken about it at literature festivals, but it was soon after COVID. None of that happened. And I do hope it's a perennial topic. Poets continue to go to jail, and poets continue to get persecuted. So sadly, it will remain a current book for a long, long time.
I mean, I don't know why Litfest only do current books for that matter. Why can't they do timeless books? Why can't they just do books per se?
I agree completely.
It is not that everything that is published in the past has been read by everyone. So the only
and my hope is that at one point, someday, Shilpa will be able to show this in Bombay. And I hope it happens. And if it happens, I mean, I'd love to come down and we get some of these poets together and speak. I mean, when we launched it in Uppsala in Sweden, I had Darin Tatu, the Palestinian poet, and I had two other writers, Burhan Sumnes and Mathida, who are also who have also written fresh pieces, and they all spoke live. Shilpa could not come to Uppsala, so she joined us through Zoom.
I'd really, love to be there. We have about half an hour left to talk, and we've not really spoken much about your book. We've taken digressions, but let's get to Gujaratis now.
Sure.
And tell me about, you've mentioned that, David had the idea, why don't you do this? Tell me how you would do it. And when you said that, then he put you onto Godwin, and, all of that stuff started falling into place. But how did you think about it? Because at one level, it is a meaty subject. There is so much to write. There is history, there is culture, there is art, there is society, there is politics. And at another level, it is so nebulous. It almost feels like anything can slip through your fingers at any moment in time. As nebulous, in fact, as the idea of India, the idea of Gujarat is also kind of like that. And some of the chapters concretely suggest themselves, like how Gujaratis have traded everywhere, they've assimilated across the world, their adventures in Africa, which was such a fascinating read, their adventures, in America and England, and the way they kind of settled in. But when you sat down What do you do with it? Because this is also now deeply controversial, right? Anything in the political environment with Coriander Modi coming to power in 2014, you could also get into trouble for writing something like this. At the same time, you cannot write from a defensive position. You are writing for history, for posterity. You have to write what you have to write. So, how did you approach it? What were your thoughts? What were
So one clear idea I had was one was to challenge cliches about Gujaratis. And the cliches are vegetarian, non-violent, business-oriented, money-minded, and so on. And so I thought I will, over time in the book, show that that's not the case. That yes, we are money-minded, but we can be incredibly altruistic, and we can, give. I mean, I've written about people like Mittal Patel and others who have done enormous amount of work for people who and unsung heroes in a way. Thakkar Bapa being another, Ravi Shankar Maharaj being another one. So you have that. Being capitalist, yes, of course, but the first trade union in Britain, which was run entirely by women of color, was by Jayaben Desai, who challenges a photo studio, basically. That's where, and she runs a 2-year-long strike against that. And it's, again, a very inspirational story. Gujaratis go abroad to trade, but Zambia's constitution for Kenneth Kaunda, the person helping write it is a Gujarati lawyer. Nelson Mandela spends 28 years on Robben Island. One of the people with him breaking those same stones is Ahmad Kathrada, who's Gujarati. The first speaker of South Africa's parliament is Franny Jinwala, again a Gujarati. Gay rights activist in London is Ash Kotak, a Gujarati. Work done to protect the lives of women victims of domestic violence in the Asian community in Britain. Pragna Patel, again a Gujarati. So I just felt that there are so many other great stories about Gujaratis which never get told. Gujaratis may not join the military to fight wars, but the Indian National Army is able to get its food organized on time because of logistical support by a storekeeper called, again, a Gujarati. Then when money is to be raised for Subhash Chandra Bose, it's the Gujarati diamond merchants and Gujarati gold merchants who help them. One of whom has two of his daughters, one 16, one 18, Nilima and Rama, who actually become part of the Rani of Jhansi regiment, and they become soldiers. So it's an extremely nuanced story when you start unpacking it. And yes, you on one hand you have wonderful people like Bhairavi Desai, who becomes leads the Taxi Drivers Alliance, and which is a very macho setup run by a Gujarati woman, their union. And at the same time, the person who will probably be the FBI director, Kash Patel, who thinks norms simply don't matter, and he's a Gujarati too. So the good, the bad, the ugly reside within us. And I just thought it was my role to flesh out those nuances and make the story more vivid, and also to tell the story for someone who's curious, inquisitive, and doesn't have all the information. And that's a lesson I always keep in my mind, to write as if I'm writing for someone who's curious, inquisitive, and doesn't have all the information, and wants to know more to come to their own conclusions. So I do have a point of view which is very visible, where I stand on these issues. But in the end, I just want to say that there's a particular Gujarati identity I want to reclaim. Now, whether Gujaratis choose to do it as a different matter altogether. And also, I was very aware that I was not writing about Gujarat, the political entity, or its politics. It's there all over. I mean, I've written about Congress, I've written about BJP, but it's not to recount the history from day by day as it happened. What happened in Godhra, what happened here. I mean, people know that story, people have dealt with it, and they were here, I wasn't here, so it's not for me to recreate the scene for them. What interested me was how it changed the Gujarati mind, both of the elite, both of the masses within the Hindu community and of the Muslims. And I think that's what I've tried to do in that particular context, as well as with money, as well as with food. I mean, are all Gujaratis necessarily vegetarian? Probably not. Why is it that when you sit in a train compartment, and if you have a Gujarati passenger with you, it's great because you get their khamans and doklas and patras and khakras and teplas. But they may not eat what you offer them because they don't know who's made it. They don't know your caste. They don't know your religion. And if you want to live in their building, all kinds of rules apply. And then you can't even order chicken biryani if you want to. And if you are in Baroda and if you order eggs, you have to bring them in that plastic black bag so that nobody knows whether there are sanitary pads that you're bringing for the women in your home, or whether there are eggs in it. And if you do eat eggs, you throw the kachra far away and not in your vicinity, so nobody knows that you had thrown eggshells.
And neither sanitary pads nor non-veg food should ever have to be concealed in a black plastic
Absolutely,
bag, and it's
absolutely,
just
absolutely.
nuts. No, in your book, in fact, you have a passage where you talk about the vegetarian myth, and you say, "quote One of the most comprehensive surveys of Gujaratis ever undertaken shows increased meat eating among Gujaratis. Only 76 of the nearly 300 Gujarati communities surveyed by the Anthropological Survey of India in the 1980s said they ate only vegetarian food, a higher proportion than the national average of 16%. This is, I think, 25.3%. But some 130 communities, or nearly half, said they ate meat occasionally, far higher than the national average of 37%. Right? So, meat eating Gujaratis, Zindabad.
And meat eating is something that you will never get the accurate statistics of.
Because they'll hide it.
Because among Muslims and Dalits and Adivasis and Bhils, there might be vegetarians. We are just assuming they are all meat eaters, but they may not be, in fact. And the other part is that a lot of people who claim to be vegetarians go quietly to these. I mean, if you call eggs a meat, I mean, I'm not sure where it belongs. It's egg. People call them eggetarians, right? Who eat eggs and vegetables. They call them the eggetarians rather than meat eaters. But anyway, people do go to those laris or the carts to eat omelets. That film Firak has a lovely scene about it. And if you go to Bhatiyar Gali and if you go to Juhapura in Ahmedabad, people very happily eat meat and then eat a pan to conceal the taste.
I will at this point inform my listeners that Salil Tripathi's philosophy towards eating meat, as expressed during lunch, is that Salil will never eat anything that can bite back.
Correct.
Is that the case?
Correct. And I know coriander can't bite back, but it leaves a bad taste in the mouth, so I don't.
Coriander isn't food, it's soap. Haven't we established it's soap?
Absolutely.
So, have you ever tried taking a bath with coriander? That might be interesting. Here's another contradiction I kind of want to talk about, that we know that Gujaratis have almost in their blood this sense of commerce, this sense of jugaad. They're always getting by, they are resourceful, and they are wealthier than most others in India. At the same time, the status of women. Like, one statistic that took me by surprise was, I think you're quoting from the 2011 census, where you talk about how there are 919 women for every 1,000 in Gujarat. That female infanticide was at one point common. You talk about this this ceremony piously called Dudh Piti, which sounds so sanskari and nice, but it is basically you take a newborn girl and you put her in a vat of milk or whatever, and if she doesn't float, then it's not meant to be, and she goes, and it just completely boggles the mind. And you also, one sentence that stuck with me while reading your book is when you say, quote, "The streets may be safe, the homes may not be."
There's a lot of domestic unreported violence, absolutely. And this female infanticide is something even Narendra Modi is concerned about, because I've written that incident where he speaks at a particular village where he says, "This is what you do, and this is what I do not like, and you must stop." And he was right in saying that, that you cannot have. The horrendous part is, the 919. But if you go to places like Surat, a big city, the statistic goes in the 800s per thousand, and it's 880 or something.
Why? Is it because that when you get too materialistic, you have an instrumental perception of even your kids, and therefore the preference for male children is like, why Gujarat?
But it's not unique to Gujarat. I mean, the other parts of India also where.
But not so bad.
It's not as in your face, because again, Gujaratis are very pragmatic and practical. So I write about two particular instances, where there is this hospital where surrogacy was carried out in a big way in Anand. Now the laws have changed, so it's a bit less now. And in the 80s, I wrote about one particular doctor who had found out a way to separate out the X and Y chromosomes. She also had a very, and it's all born out of practicality. I mean, because we are very practical people. So the women who used to go for the surrogacy, very often the husbands and family, and they thought they were doing a business transaction. She was going to get 5 or 7 lakh rupees, and in return, she was producing a child with which she was going to have no affinity. And she was fine to move on, because I asked some of them that, don't you, I mean, you have raised a child in your body, giving it up. They go, no, it is theirs. I'm only holding it. And it's like a deposit, and I'm returning it with interest, is the way one of the women put it to me. And similarly, when I spoke to the other doctor who was doing the sex selection technology that she had introduced, which was controversial even in America when it was launched, she basically said that for the first child, I never say yes. But if your first child is a girl and then you want a boy, if you're a boy and you want a girl, I'm willing to help out because people have the right to choose. That's the way she practically saw it. So I think I mean, one of the things that I have learned a lot about Gujarati is that we are incredibly practical and pragmatic, almost unemotionally so. So we are able to hold two completely contradictory thoughts in our mind at the same time and not feel there's anything awkward about it. I mean, I mentioned the fact of a someone who is in a municipality as a councillor in New Zealand who regularly posted extremely angry tirades against Muslims, and he had to leave his job because it was reported by to the race commission or some equalities commission in New Zealand. And he said, but I have a Gandhi statue that I always garland. I mean, he saw nothing awkward in, on one hand, worshipping Gandhi, and on the other hand, acting in a way which was very bigoted. So I mean, there's something very odd about this ability to have contradictory thoughts in your mind.
Yeah, and in your book, you have so many stories of incredible Gujarati women from Kusum Desai, Neelam Parekh, Labu Mehta, Hansa Mehta, Usha Mehta, Mridula Sarabhai, Kamla Patel, just story upon story. In fact, that's one of the good things I like about your book, that there are so many human beings and human stories that you make real, that makes everything so vivid. And at the same time, when we go back to what could also be a girl's name but isn't, Asmita, right? And
It is a girl's name, by the way. I do know a woman called Asmita.
you do know,
Yes.
yeah, exactly. Because and again, it's subtly sexist, because in South Asia we always like to end our girl's name with a vowel because of the soft sound, the association of softness with femininity. So all these, Usha, Kamla, Sarla,
Hansa,
Hansa, Mrinalini, Narendra. Okay, not Narendra, but so
Tista.
Tista, yeah. So what's happening with this Asmita thing? How do Gujaratis see themselves? And again, that seems really general. Obviously, not all Gujaratis see themselves in the same way. But what's really going on there? For example, okay, here's a political question. You talk in your book about Madhav Singh Solanki's Kham alliance, which is Kshatriyas, Harijans, Adivasis, Muslims, and for a while that seems to be kind of winning over. Then the BJP kind of nailed the political game, ruled the state, even nationwide. What they do with identities is, in terms of consolidating the Hindu vote, is really interesting. Amit Shah figuring out that, okay, if in UP, for example, the Dalit vote may be with Mayawati, but it's the Jatavs who benefit the most among the Dalits. So he's appealing to non-Jatav Dalits. He's appealing to non-Yadav OBCs, and etc. etc. And all the math is based around identities. And I'm wondering about how that plays out. Like, one of the heroes in your book, in the chapter on Dalits, is Jignesh Mevani. But if I remember correctly, after the 2019 elections, Mevani was just befuddled because the Dalit vote had completely gone to the BJP. And he said, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Prashant Shah has a book about how the BJP won in 2014. And in that book, he cites a scholar, Badri Narayan, who says that the Dalit party, the default Dalit party of India right now, is the BJP. So there is an interesting sort of political project there where, again, you're trying to subsume caste, but in a top-down way. It's so what does one kind of make of that? Because what is the churn that is happening there? What's happening in Gujarati society? How does it reflect itself in politics? And how do people define their own Asmita?
So I think people see Gujarati in an expansive sense, and they think they've overcome discrimination of Dalits. They think they have everything they want through the reservations that are already in place, and they think that Muslims no longer matter. I mean, I still remember one guy told me, one person in Baroda told me that there was a time when Mansukh was afraid of Muhammad. Now Muhammad is afraid of Mansukh, and he thought it was a matter of pride. And I just thought neither should be afraid of the other. I mean, that was where I came down. But I mean, it's that kind of asserting, regaining, reclaiming. એ લોકોને સિદ્ધા કરવાની જરૂર છે. It's time to straighten them up. And it's a kind of thing that they talk about all the communities that we, as in the 5%, have tried to otherize in the Gujarati context. And so that's very vivid, that's very visible. And I think one great success that you see, I mean, obviously, is the understanding of that arithmetic, and to see subsections and subcomponents, and to make those things add up to something bigger than the whole, and make the rest of the Kham alliance, as it was, completely emaciated, in the sense that now you will not see I mean, nobody talks about the Muslim vote in Gujarat, for example, even if they might form 10% of the population, which can easily sway election. But no one talks about it. And nationally you have the same thing, but it's also in the state that there hasn't been a Gujarati MP, I mean Muslim Gujarati MP, since Ahmad Patel, and which was many years ago, or Ehsan Jafri before that, but there hasn't been one. So I think there is that marginalization that has taken place, and a co-optation that you also see, that and and making the Dalits feel that you have something. And in that, the movement of Swaminarayan temple is very important too, that just as the Beel community feel that our language is Beeli and not Gujarati, the Swaminarayan movement brings another narrative that we are all part of the same thing, and we all have to be part of the same movement. And it has had a sway because it's business oriented, jobs are created, there is a hierarchy, and I think sooner or later people are going to realize that unless that hierarchy changes, there will be some kind of a backlash and people will move out. Now, whether they will go to a centralizing banyan tree party like Congress, or whether they will create their own Dalit parties which fracture the vote further, I don't know. I'm not an expert on psephology or on politics, so I will not go there. But I think there is a churn, and there is definitely a transformation going on.
Your book is actually so encompasses so much that we could talk about it for another 7 hours and it wouldn't be enough. So with that convenient excuse, I will kind of forgive myself for not talking enough about it. What I really wanted to do today is, I've known you for such a long time. You've had such a rich life, and I always learn something whenever I have a conversation with you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to explore your life and just get to understand your journey a little bit. As far as your book is concerned, I'd just recommend heartily to all the listeners that you got to pick it up, because not only is it really comprehensive and gives you a very good sense of what's going on, but it embraces the complexity of what's going on. There are no simple narratives. There are great human stories, and it is full of these funny quips all around. Early in the book, you talk about how Garba is so fundamentally Gujarati and even Hindu in a karmic sense, because what goes around comes around. So how do you do this, Shalinda?
Yeah, it's not karma, it's Garba.
Full on there. So my penultimate question to you, therefore, is that what now? What next? What keeps you going? What do you look at? One of the things I realized as I got older, and I keep saying this on the show because I love the quote so much, is something Annie Dillard says, where she says, how we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives. Right? And I remember when I was a much younger man, I had these grand ambitions, ye likhunga, wo karunga, ye prize jeetunga. And you eventually realize that not only is that shit not going to happen, it's a wrong shit to dream about. That ultimately you are wasting your life if you treat every day as a waiting room before a glorious future emerges. But the life is in the living of each day, So I just think about that when I wake up in the morning, if I'm going to have a day where I do the things I want to do and find, the small joys, I think that's a great way to go, and you just accumulate those and all that. So I'd like to know that, how do you think differently about your life as these years have passed? Like, you've touched 60, right? And you've done all of these work, but maybe when you were 20, I don't know what dreams you had then. When you were 25, you might have thought that, another 30 years, I'll write 8 books, I'll win these awards, I'll do this, I'll do that. I have no idea what your dreams kind of were, or whether you were just going with the flow and loving the process. But now where you are, how do you think about the passing of time? Like, there's another writer who said something very interesting, where he said that I have realized by now that it takes me 6 or 7 years to write a book. And therefore, this is a very consequential decision. I can no longer be young and have the illusion of immortality that I can, write unlimited books, but I have to choose, I have to decide, I have to prioritize. So tell me about how you think about your life and how you think about your days.
So at 17, I wanted to be a filmmaker. At 12, I wanted to be a test cricketer. At 17, I wanted to be a filmmaker.
Still possible.
Maybe. At 20s, in my 20s, I don't know, I was very excited by, I wanted to write as a journalist, investigative journalism, and I wanted to be a war correspondent. Now, I never covered a war per se, but I've covered a lot of situation of urban unrest in places like Kenya and Nigeria and Indonesia, besides India. So
all the world's a war zone.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not something that, but so I'm not worn the flak jacket and helmet and gone with missiles flying around and all that. That I've not done. That's fair enough. But I've been in places with just a notebook and a pen with me, and walked around while the tanks were rolling by in Jakarta, where anything could happen. I mean, we've all seen the Year of Living Dangerously, where Mel Gibson gets beaten up, and so on. So all of those things can happen. So yeah, I've done that bit. So that's not the worry. So I don't, I mean, right now, I want to get more and more people to be curious about who we are as Gujaratis while I'm here. But beyond that, there are two or three ideas. There's a novel I've been working on for almost 2 decades. I wrote it at a fairly intense pace between 1998 and 2002. Then I gave it up. I didn't continue. And I need to go back to it and see if it's retrievable. It's a very interesting idea. It's about Singapore. It's about Indians and Chinese over a 60-year period,
Wow.
one family and another, and their interrelationships. And the political part is that the Chinese supported the British and Indians supported the Japanese. And there's a guy, the Chinese guy ends up the Indian guy ends up actually being the head of the internal security department in Singapore, and the drama around it. So that's one. I may go back to it. I do want to write a similar type of a book, which means it's factual, non-fiction, expansive, but drawing also on my life, which is basically the story of business and human rights, starting with slavery and bringing it to artificial intelligence. That what are the good, the bad, and the ugly. There are some incredibly great things businesses have done, incredibly bad things businesses have done, and things that businesses have stupidly done, which have led to bad consequences.
And no one's written that book yet.
No one's
so-
written, and that has to be a global book. So it's not just about India, because if I do India, you write about child labor, and you write about mining, and you write about Union Carbide, and then of course there are other stories, Shreya Singhal case, and all of that comes in. But then it's a limiting book, and these are global issues. What happens in Niger Delta is not very dissimilar from what happened in Sudan, for example. So that's the second one that's on my mind. I think sooner or later I will publish my collection of Gujarati poems. So I hope that happens. This book took me eight years to write. So, and I salute the patience of my editors who had the faith in it. I mean, I never lost faith, but I just kept reading more and researching more. And finally, David told me that, look, Salil, you know the book. It's in your mind. Just get it out. There will always be one more piece of academic paper to read, a new book that comes out you want to refer to. But move on, because I think you have to tell the story. Let it out. And that's what I did. So I think business and human rights is similar. I do know the story. I teach a course on it. I curate a course on it in Norway. I teach it at Cambridge University. So I don't think I need to, read theories of that and so on. Of course, I'll need to read a little bit about law and how it applies. But beyond that, I don't need to. But I just need to create that narrative and work on it. But I need time to think, and it may require some travel. So I would need some good Western publisher willing to put some advance. I'll have to have a conversation with my agent about that, how to go about that. There are other minor ideas which have fleetingly come in and out, but I would love to do another project with Shilpa Gupta someday. I don't know what kind and what form, but yeah, I mean, it's a great friendship, and I don't want to be a one project friendship.
If Western publishers are listening to this, kindly cooperate and get in touch with Shulil. If Shilpa Gupta is listening to this, kindly cooperate and give him some creative ideas and light fires in each other. And if you are listening to this, dear listener, whoever you are, you definitely have Gujarati friends. Give them this book. It's an awesome gift. It's they'll love you more for it. And my final question to you is again going to be about art only, which is, for me and my listeners, recommend to me books, films, music, art that you absolutely love and that you love so much that you just want to stand on a soapbox and shout to the world that listen to this, read this, watch this.
So I will say Midnight Children and almost anything written by Rushdie, Kundera, and Marquez as a starting point. Satyajit Ray, I see you have a book of Ingmar Bergman. So I would say Ingmar Bergman, Satyajit Ray, Francois Truffaut, any of the films they've made. And there are many other great filmmakers. I'm not just picking on them, but certainly them. I would say look at it. I do love the films of Aparna Sen, for example. That's someone I would put in the list. I love the fiction of Nadine Gordimer. So she would also be part of it. In terms of journalism, I mean, I go by titles rather than writers, but I certainly think New Yorker remains perennially interesting. Vanity Fair at times tends to be very interesting. The quirkiness of London Review of Books is fine, although its politics is very, very in your face. And the humor of British magazines is also something to admire a lot. The art of Impressionism onwards, modern art is something that always moves. I saw this amazing exhibition in Washington 2 weeks ago called Paris 1874. That was the year Impressionists had their first exhibition. So the Salon was showing all this staid people looking like imposingly and looking down on you. And impressionists were having people in their movements and, partially naked and all that, and, completely coming up with a new idiom. Progressive artists and everything that follows from that in Indian art is great. Music, I mean, again, I'm behind the curve on this, but luckily Ravi Shankar has gone, Zakir Hussain has gone, but their music is with us. So if you have not heard them, it's nice to listen to contemporary musicians, and nothing wrong with that. But it's good to listen to some of Bilal Khan. I mean, when he suddenly stops playing the sitar and starts singing, is a sublime experience. So I would certainly go there. I'm not as well versed with Western music, so I wouldn't go there except the obvious Beethovens and Mozarts and all that. And so some of these are very boring and staid choices and not aggressive and in your face and all that. But that's where I do come down. Some other writers like Fintan O'Toole is someone I admire a lot. Some poetry. I mean, Ilya Kaminsky is one, and Kartika Nair is another one. I really look forward to Ruchir Joshi's new novel because I think it's long overdue, as well as Kiran Desai's new novel. It's something I will look forward to. I know that Nilanjana has grown from writing about cats to real people, but I do hope that she will, use allegory as a powerful form to tell us about who we are. So yeah, just a very random list, very eclectic, not pre-planned and not thought very deeply. So probably not representative in that sense. And I wish Sunil Gavaskar would write as well as he wrote Sunny Days and write something really meaningful on cricket. I've loved Mike Brearley's writing on cricket, and Gavaskar is capable of that. So you should put the mic and camera aside and write the book on cricket. That'll be great.
Since you are coming up with this wish list for what other people should write, my wish list is that please write more of your poems and don't be diffident about them. I'd love to, even the Gujarati poem which you read out almost had me in tears at the end because I kind of got it. I didn't understand every word, but it was so deeply moving. So thank you so much for coming and, sharing your insights and your memories.
Thank you for tolerating me for 5-6 hours, whatever we've done. It was a great conversation. Thank you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, go on over to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up The Gujaratis, A Portrait of a Community by Salil Tripathi. And in fact, every book by him, all of them are outstanding and worth it. You can follow Salil on Twitter at Salil Tripathi. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.